Cons and Hexes. Atlantis Outcasts, Book 4, written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. There was a sense of ordered chaos around me, noises and voices blending together, good and bad smells mixing in the thick heat, the general throng of the crowd pressing close. In Atlantis, the daytime heat was often suffocating, and it eased little in the busiest marketplaces, even though darkness had settled only half an hour ago. Yet despite the noise, the heat, and the sheer number of people going about their errands, a small spark of joy settled in my chest. I was right where I wanted to be. Home. Home, however, was not without its dangers. A hand clamped down on my right shoulder. Instinct hit before thought, and I flicked my left hand around as I turned. I grabbed the calloused fingers, already halfway to breaking them. Ah! The man's face twisted in surprise and pain, his mouth open as he stared at his captured hand. I kept pulling it downward, ready to finish the twist if I needed to. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" he gasped. Only then did I notice he was holding a boy by the scruff of his neck. The kid looked around 10 or so, dark-haired, dressed in worn clothes, his smirk replaced by wide-eyed amusement at the man's predicament, or his captor. I assumed the man to be the latter. I stopped, but didn't release his hand. "I'm trying to help you, miss." His glance flicked between me and the boy, and I noticed several curious faces watching. I let go. Whatever this was, I doubted they'd make a run for it. Nor did it matter to me. I didn't know them. The man, tall, with soft black curls and a sheepish expression, straightened and shook out his now free hand. "Wow, you're quick." I kept myself from smiling, but he wasn't wrong. If Loki had seen that, he wouldn't have yelled at me for being slow. I was improving. Resting my free hand on one of the daggers strapped to my thigh, I rolled my right hand in a get-on-with-it gesture. "This miscreant has long fingers," the man said, and produced a small black leather wallet from his pocket. Heat crawled up my neck as I patted the pocket of my light jacket. "How?" I looked at the boy again. His smirk had returned, thinner and more defiant. "They're quick as snakes, miss," the man said. "I caught him only by luck." He handed me my wallet, something I needed in Atlantis. With nothing more modern than electricity and radios in this realm, credit cards weren't a thing. Everything ran on banknotes and coins. "Thank you," I began. "Oh, Partin," he supplied. "Thank you, Partin." I eyed the boy. "You're a clever little one, aren't you?" He stared defiantly back at me, unrepentant, his hand still limp in Partin's grip. He had probably stopped fighting long before they reached me. "That's one way of putting it," Partin said. "What do you want to do with him?" I blinked. "Do with him? Call the constabulary?" I wasn't keen on involving law enforcement. I wasn't on any best citizen of the year list, though I was doing my best to get there. Handing over a child, though. Despite his young age, he would be punished for stealing, but then he'd get back out and start all over again, I was sure. Life wasn't easy for everyone in this city. "Just let him go, please," I said. Partin looked genuinely confused, his eyes narrowing. "Are you sure?" I smiled. "He's been caught, and I have my money back. No harm done. You won't do it again, will you?" I added to the boy, whose expression mirrored Partin's, but he was quick and shook his head. "See, he's a good boy," I said, smiling wider. Partin still looked doubtful but released the boy's arm nonetheless, likely thinking me the most naive woman in the city. The kid bolted into the crowd immediately. "Well," Partin murmured as he watched him vanish. "Thank you again," I said, giving a quick wave before he could ask anything. I left the throng. I slipped out of the crowded marketplace as quickly as I could. That had been embarrassing. One thing was being robbed by a 10-year-old, but then to be saved by a normal guy? I should have been more aware. Loki would be right to scold me. Not that I was going to admit this to him. Thankfully, my attention snapped forward when I reached a street that split into a Y. Down one branch, 3 men caught my eye. I was paying attention now, and they walked a little too purposefully toward a young man who kept looking over his shoulder while pretending he wasn't. His pace was steady, but the stiffness in his shoulders exposed his unease even from a distance. All 3 men were heavily armed with swords and knives. Was I about to witness a more lethal kind of robbery? The answer came within moments as they increased their speed and the lone man could no longer pretend he wasn't bothered by them. He tried running, but one of the men caught his shoulder and pulled him back. Not good, I murmured. They cornered him against a wall. With their weapons drawn, I thought he was done for, but my eyes widened in shock when he began twisting and lashing out at the same time, his body changing form right in front of us. The man's lupine features replaced his human ones so fast it left a bipedal beast in his place. In his werewolf form, he snarled and bared his teeth at the men, who didn't seem fazed at all. In fact, they seemed well prepared for this. They struck at the werewolf with their weapons. Some strikes only angered the beast, while others had him howling in pain. Must be silver-inlaid weapons, I whispered to myself. Despite knowing the werewolf was a formidable fighter, he looked young and strong, yet completely outmatched. The setup felt wrong. The 3 armed men were holding their own and then some. Howls of pain reverberated between the old brick buildings surrounding us, and not a person was in sight. This wasn't right. I reached for my daggers and stepped forward, not sure what I intended, only that I had to do something. A hand clamped on my shoulder again. Before I could twist it, a familiar voice spoke near my ear. "Bad idea, Red." Pulling me a step back. I spun, frustration spiking. I already knew it was Loki. "What did you do that for?" I hissed. "You looked ready to do the hero thing, and we both know that's a tricky little addiction you've got there." I wriggled out of his grip. "It's just evening the odds. Look at them. They're tormenting that guy for fun." Loki shook his head, his unnervingly green eyes fixed on the scene. "They're not. Look closer, Red. This isn't a robbery or a hazing." I looked closer. The werewolf lashed out with enough force to shove the men back. Blood matted his fur. Some cuts healed instantly, others didn't. "Not at the fellow with the lupine disorder," Loki said, rolling his eyes. "You're too focused on the victim." "Oh, so you agree he's a victim?" The annoyance was evident in my voice. "No doubt. But look at his tormentors." I did. Big, burly fellows. Dark gray or black shirts, brown cloaks, dark trousers, swords, personal daggers. "They're sort of uniform," I said, thinking hard. These were not soldiers of any kind, and Atlantis had many of those. "They're most certainly uniform," Loki said, voice low as he analyzed the scene, "without actually wearing uniforms." His gaze settled on me. "Do you really not know who they are? You were part of hunting them once." Cold realization washed over me. "No, I didn't. I was a shut-in secretary." I clamped my mouth shut. That was wrong. I might not have done half the crimes committed by the Red Kin, but I'd been part of them nonetheless. "They're hunters, aren't they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I was thankful when Loki didn't push it. He knew exactly what I'd been part of. There were days when I just wanted to forget for a while. "They definitely are," Loki confirmed, his gaze now fixed on something other than the werewolf, who snarled and slashed out in vain, his movements growing more desperate by the second. I turned to see what had caught Loki's attention and froze. "Seems there's more than one audience to this," Loki commented, his tone annoyingly casual despite the sight of about 6 constables a few streets down. They must have come upon the scene from one of the side streets as they were standing in the opening, their postures tense and alert. Worse, though, was the sight of my Uncle Alan among them. his face hard and unreadable. His attention wasn't on the hunters or the werewolf, but seemed to scan the streets, his eyes finding us. "What's going on?" I managed, my voice tense. "We shouldn't linger any longer," Loki said, and nodded sideways. Just then, I saw my uncle waving some of his colleagues forward, likely heading our way. I didn't argue, and followed Loki a few steps back and then between a few buildings, heading down a narrow side street, away from the brawl and the law. The shadows seemed to close in around us, the distant sounds of the confrontation fading into the background. "Your uncle must have picked up on your wanting to intervene," Loki said, his voice low as he kept a brisk pace, his footsteps echoing off the cobblestones. "And that would be interfering with the law." "What?" I said, my mind racing. "I know you read the papers. Think, Chastity." "Don't call me that, and—" I halted for a moment, realization dawning. "Now you mention it." "Yes, but I mentioned it while walking faster than this. Come on." He waved me on, and I obliged, my legs moving of their own accord. He was right. I had seen the articles lately mentioning the rise in arrests of people disturbing the peace. People who were a little more than just people. Like that werewolf. "I have been paying attention," I told Loki, my voice low as we navigated the narrow streets. "A lot of magically inclined people have been arrested lately." "For how long?" Loki asked, his tone giving away nothing, but I knew him by now. I was pretty sure he knew the answer to that, but I told him anyway. "Since after the coronation. A coronation we'd been told to stay clear of, by the way. The papers didn't mention the hunters." "And yet you saw them just now," Loki pointed out, his words hanging heavy in the air. "I haven't heard of them in years, I think," I murmured, my mind racing. "And why is that?" "It's—" I sighed. "It was because of us. The kin. The hunters were known for having the odd, magical ability themselves. It had to come in handy with their job, which was, in essence, to hunt down the cases that were too much for the constabulary, which was why the kin had also banned them. All magic had to be eradicated. What fools we'd been." "I see you're thinking things through," Loki said, his voice cutting through my thoughts as he indicated another narrow street to our left, dimly lit in the dark night. We headed inside, the shadows swallowing us just as I heard the odd clink of metal some distance behind us. "That werewolf didn't do anything to them, though," I said, my voice tight with frustration, as if Loki could do anything about it. "I saw them. They were stalking him." Loki shrugged, his expression unreadable in the darkness. "Things took a bit of a turn after the fall of the kin. Magic was again acceptable, very much so. And some took it too far. With the kin gone for the second time now, it's good for the new regime to have someone new to blame." "Regime? Reign, you mean?" I asked. "Oh yes, my mistake. As if those things aren't the same at all." This time I snorted, the sound bitter. The new queen would hopefully do some good after all the years of the kin in charge and then the army. Some stability was sorely needed in our city, but what I'd just seen didn't sit right with me. For all I knew, the werewolf had done horrendous things before he was ambushed. But then... The unspoken thoughts niggled at me. I was relieved when we entered yet another street I recognized, and I nudged Loki in the direction I wanted to go, toward Dell's shop. We'd be safer there. I heard the distant sound of the constables following us, the clinking metal on their uniforms and their hushed voices. They seemed always to be on our trail, but we could hide there. We went around back when we reached her shop, and as I reached for the handle of the back door, eager to get inside, my heart sank as I realized it was locked. "Well, well," Loki said, a smirk playing on his lips. "Looks like it's time for a little lock-picking lesson, Red." I shot him a glare. "Can't you just use your magic? We don't have time for this." Loki raised an eyebrow, amused. And risk drawing the attention of the hunters? I thought you were smarter than that, Chastity. I gritted my teeth. Don't call me that. And if we don't use magic but lockpicks, the constables will just arrest us for breaking and entering. Loki shrugged, his eyes twinkling. Then I guess you'd better pick that lock quickly, huh? I let out a huff of frustration, but I knew he was right. Begrudgingly, I knelt and pulled out my lock-picking tools, setting to work on the stubborn lock. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I muttered, my fingers working deftly. Loki chuckled. Seeing you use the tools I made you get to break in instead of knocking on doors? Always. I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't help the small smile tugging at my lips. Don't you worry. One day the two of us are going to be seen as law-abiding citizens. Strange way to go about it, Red. After a few moments, I heard the satisfying click of the lock giving way, but as I went to open the door, it was still stuck. A seal, I said quietly. Dell's been busy. Loki peered over my shoulder, curious. Well? Well, what? Can't you break it? Loki shrugged. Probably, but you're the one doing the breaking into your friend's home and business. I sighed, annoyed, then nodded, and pulled out one of my daggers. I eyed the door and then Loki, who stood still, unhelpfully quiet for once. I shrugged and slid the tip of my dagger into the slight crack between the door and the frame, dragging it over all the edges. When I tried again, the door slid open. You'll make a thief yet, Loki said, likely thinking he was being helpful. I guess that's a compliment coming from you. I shook my head, but couldn't quite hide a small smile. As we slipped inside the shop, the familiar scent of herbs and potions washed over us, a comforting presence after the chaos of the streets. I shut the door behind us, the sound of the constable's footsteps fading into the distance. I allowed myself to sink into the feeling of safety, the scent of herbs wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. Dell's shop had always been a safe space for me, which was why the cloud of dust that hit Loki square in the face was such a surprise. I heard him grunt. The sound cut off abruptly as he flailed backward, his body hitting the floor with a dull thud. For a second, I was about to laugh, the absurdity of the situation striking me, but then the realization of the danger hit me. I already had my dagger in hand, the cool metal a comforting presence against my palm, when I whirled around, senses on high alert. But before I could even fully face our attacker, I was met by the same cloud of gravel? I had no idea what it was, but it hurt, the tiny particles stinging my skin and eyes, cutting off my voice as I cried out in silence. A strange numbness spread through my body, and I felt myself falling sideways, my limbs no longer obeying my commands. As I hit the hard floor, the impact jarring my bones, my mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Only adrenaline allowed me to pay attention to the nervous voice somewhere above me, the words jumpy and unclear. "Don't fight it!" A hint of panic laced the voice. I tried to roll over, desperate to see our attacker, to find some way to fight back, but a strange sensation washed over me, like 1,000 tiny pricks all over my skin. It was as if the very air was holding me down, pinning me to the floor, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. Through my blurry vision, I could just make out a large shadow looming over me, the figure obscured by the haze of pain and confusion. The scent of herbs, once comforting, now felt cloying and oppressive, filling my nostrils and making it hard to breathe. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound echoing in my ears as I struggled against the invisible bonds holding me down. I could hear Loki's labored breathing somewhere nearby, a reminder that I wasn't alone, but it was little comfort in the face of our unknown attacker. I saw the shadow move closer, a hand reaching out toward me, and then nothing. Whatever had hit me forced my eyes shut. Chapter 2. It felt like sand behind my eyelids. I tried wriggling but couldn't move. Whatever kind of magic this was, it was meant to subdue. Footsteps neared, quick on the wooden floor. Great. That meant my ears were working at least. A sharp intake of breath followed before our attacker expressed concern for us. Strange night, this. "Emery. Loki? I thought you were thieves." A rumbling voice filled the room, tinged with surprise and a hint of worry. It was Yar's voice. I could imagine the hulking man looming above us, his broad shoulders casting shadows across our prone forms. "Wait, I'll help you," he added, his heavy footsteps receding before I heard running water. Moments later, he returned, and a flood of water splashed onto my face. The moment it got into my mouth and under my eyelids, my face started working again. And by working, I mean I instantly started blinking like crazy, heaving for air, and spitting water at the same time. Yep, super elegant. "What in the hells, Yar?" I gasped, realizing I could move no more than my neck. The water must have removed whatever magic he'd thrown at us, but the rest of my body remained stubbornly immobile. "What in the hells?" he echoed in his straightforward way of talking and thinking. "You broke in. I thought you were thieves." His brows furrowed in confusion as he looked down at us. He loomed above me, big guy that he was. The darkness of the room made the usually kind man look oddly intimidating, despite the bucket in his hand and the way his muscular arms flexed as he held it. "Just seeking refuge," I said, trying, quite inelegantly, to get wet hair out of my face. It didn't help to blow on it. I noticed Loki a few feet away, on his back, arms and legs sprawled. His eyes were closed, too, even his mouth for once. Yar caught my look and just nodded in resigned silence. He went to get more water, the liquid sloshing over the rim in rhythm with his heavy steps when he returned. Then he splashed it unceremoniously onto Loki's head, freeing him from the magic's grasp. Loki's emerald eyes snapped open, glaring at Yar for a moment, before he seemed to decide against unleashing whatever vitriol he'd been storing up. "I see the pup has gotten some new weapons in hand," he said instead, a slight edge to his voice. So, maybe just a little vitriol. But for Loki, that was damn near a sunshine mood, so I didn't bother. "What was that, Yar?" I asked Dell's now live-in boyfriend. "And where's Dell?" He shrugged. "She's minding the shop, and that's her invention. Paralysis seeds. They render the victim immobile. Works great against burglars." His tone was matter-of-fact, as if discussing the weather. "We're not burglars," I pressed, my brows knitting together. "Could have fooled me," Yar countered, crossing his muscular arms over his chest. "I say, Yar," Loki broke in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've gained some attitude lately. Maybe the polluted Atlantis air has done wonders for you." "It is strange how you liken negatives with positivity," Yar responded, straight-faced, seemingly immune, or oblivious, to Loki's barbs. Loki sighed dramatically, and I broke in. "Let us out of this, will you?" Both Loki and I were still unable to move, our limbs stubbornly unresponsive. "Let me get more," Yar said, indicating the bucket as he turned to leave. Loki protested, his voice strained. "No, I'd rather not run around the city soaking wet. Give me a moment." He focused intently, his brow furrowing. A film of green light began to spread from his hands, moving over his body like a shimmering wave. The magic crackled softly, its energy palpable in the air. As it passed over him, the paralysis seeds turned to dust, incinerating in the magical flames without leaving a mark on his clothes. "Wow, you can do that?" I blurted, then shook my head. "No, forget that. Obviously you can. A little help?" I wiggled my fingers impatiently. Loki eyed me, his gaze assessing. "And maybe don't burn me?" A hint of nervousness crept into my voice. "You have so little trust in me, Chastity," Loki tisked, a playfully evil glint in his emerald eyes. "Don't call," I began. then thought better of it. There was a challenge in his expression. I mean, of course I trust you. I tried to sound convincing, but it came out a bit strained. Loki snorted. Very convincing, he said dryly, but went ahead and incinerated the seeds from my clothes, too. A wave of warmth washed over me as Loki's magic spread across my body. It felt like being enveloped in a cocoon of sunlight, the heat radiating through my clothes without burning them. The sensation was oddly comforting, and I could feel my muscles relaxing as the paralysis faded away. Just as I was about to thank Loki, the bell over the front door of Dell's shop jingled, followed by the sound of the door from the shop opening into the kitchen. Yar? Came Dell's voice before I could see her. Everything okay? I thought I heard some... She stopped mid-sentence as she came through the opening, noticing the three of us, the green magic moving down to my feet and extinguishing. Never mind, she added, rolling her eyes, not quite able to hide a smirk. Everything seems to be normal here. Don't mind me. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a messy bun, with a few strands escaping to frame her face. Dell, we were just... I began, but stopped when I heard the bell again. Dell turned her head, a mask of indifference falling over her features, before she simply stepped back and calmly closed the door. Loki, Yar, and I stared at each other for a moment, before Loki and I scrambled to our feet and followed Yar to the door, where we all jostled for space to get our ears next to it. The wood was cool against my cheek as I pressed closer, straining to hear. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? A harsh voice barked out. Though slightly muffled through the door, I recognized it at once. It was my Uncle Alan, his tone sharp and authoritative. By the sound of it, he and several constables had walked into Dell's shop, their boots heavy on the wooden floorboards. I am. Dell's voice came cool and calm, not a hint of nervousness in her tone. And your name? Well, I don't know, Inspector. The sign out there says Alba's Potions, so I suppose it must be Alba, mustn't it? Her voice was laced with a touch of sarcasm, and I could practically hear the raised eyebrow. There was a pause, a long one. I could only imagine Uncle's look, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Unfortunately for him, Dell didn't fall for his tactic to get her talking. The silence stretched between them. We are looking for 2 suspects, a man and a woman. Did they pass through here? Uncle Alan's voice was gruff, impatient. There have been both men and women in here today. Many of them. I run a good business. You'll have to be more specific than that. Dell's tone was almost bored now, as if dealing with the constabulary was a mild annoyance. I could hear the constables moving around, their boots scuffing against the floor, but no one seemed close to the door we were behind. May we have a look around? Uncle asked, more a demand than a request. Oh, Inspector, Dell laughed, though without joy. I have all my permits in order, all my papers and numbers, too. If you want to look around my shop, you'd better have a good reason. I've been through worse than you these last few years. Her voice hardened at the end, a hint of steel beneath the casual words. The kin, I imagine, Loki whispered. A cold dread settled in my gut. Why hadn't I thought of that before? Dell had kept her shop open during the kin's rule of Atlantis. I'd been sent here regularly to fetch medicine for Kerwin Bowden due to his gut issues. I'd kind of known she was a witch then, but thought less and less of it the more I got to know her. Selling medicine, or for all I knew, a magical remedy, to the kin's leader must have been risky at best. A dangerous game indeed. You didn't know? Loki mouthed, canting his head slightly. I shook my head, guilt blooming in my chest. How could I have been so oblivious? If he could have, Loki would have tutted at me. Instead, he just shook his head, a mixture of exasperation and disbelief on his face. Listen, Miss Alba, Uncle went on. I know you are one of Emery Morgan's known associates. She was seen in this area only minutes ago. It stands to reason that she would hide here. His tone was accusatory, leaving no room for argument. "Oh, Emery?" Dell said dramatically. "Yes, I do know her. And so do you, don't you? Uncle Alan, I presume. Aren't you somewhat biased in any case involving your own niece?" Her words were pointed, a challenge hidden beneath the innocent question. Again, silence. I couldn't hear the constable's reactions, but none spoke up. Of course, Uncle was their superior officer. "Miss Morgan is a known associate of the Redkin and—" Uncle Alan began, his voice rising in anger. "She's served her sentence, last time I checked." Dell cut in, voice sharp. "Anywho, is there something else I can help you with today, Inspector, constables?" Her voice shifted, becoming overly sweet. "I have a special price on this chafing cream. It's excellent for those pesky rashes you get in the most annoying places." I could practically hear the smirk in her voice. "Miss Alba," Uncle said, ignoring her jab. "Listen to reason. It's 50% off today, but for you fine constables, I'll knock it down to 75. Dell's voice was saccharine, dripping with false sincerity. Apparently there was no reasoning with her, at least not for my uncle. The bell chimed as the constables left, their footsteps receding. Dell waited a few seconds before locking the door, the click loud in the sudden silence. Then she came into the kitchen again, her face a mixture of annoyance and amusement. "So, I assume this isn't a normal visit?" she said, closing the door behind her and leaning against it with her arms crossed. "Wow, Dell, that was badass," I gushed, grinning. Loki snorted again. He was doing that a lot tonight. "Hey!" I reproached him, elbowing him lightly. "Fine," he huffed, rolling his eyes and half turning away. "I suppose it was halfway decent. For a witch." He drawled the last word, tone bordering on condescending. "You're like a petulant child," I said, shaking my head. "Well, I suppose that is as close to a thank you as one can get from an ex-god," Dell chimed in, clearly in a better mood than the two of us, a small smile playing on her lips. "You put too much emphasis on the X part," Loki grumbled. "That is because it is important," Yar said, face serious. "The term X is very significant." Ah, God. Heat flushed through my cheeks. Yar's straightforward nature was both endearing and deeply inconvenient. He didn't seem to realize that not talking about things was sometimes the best approach, especially in front of his girlfriend. Loki burst out laughing. "You crack me up, Yar," he managed between chuckles, looking at us with a glint in his eyes, his shoulders shaking. "I think we all need to—" Dell began, but a strange voice cut in. "Squabble less among yourselves?" The voice was smooth, with a hint of amusement. We all turned toward the sound. A stranger stood on the opposite side of the kitchen, near the back door. He leaned against the wall, his posture relaxed, but tension radiated from him, coiled and ready. I drew my daggers on instinct, and a burst of green flames flew toward the man. He dodged with surprising agility, twisting out of the way like a dancer. The flames hit the door, but, luckily, didn't ignite it, leaving only a scorch mark. "Hey!" Dell shouted. "What?" Loki fired back. "Calm down," the man said, a small smile playing on his lips. "Oh, now you all act as a unit." His voice was smooth, carrying a hint of mockery. I noticed Loki had drawn his sword, the blade gleaming in the low light. Dell held a vial of deep, gold-colored liquid in a tight grip. Yar had a pouch of what he'd used against Loki and me a few minutes ago, the fabric stretched taut. The man took this all in but didn't seem worried. If anything, he looked amused. He was broad-shouldered and muscled under the light-colored clothes, armed with a sword and daggers beneath a dark cloak. His rugged, mustachioed face was tanned, his short blonde hair neat, and his piercing blue eyes assessed us calmly. A moment ago, we probably hadn't seemed like a threat. Now we absolutely did. Why in the realms didn't you notice him come in? I whispered to Loki, eyes never leaving the intruder. Oh, like you didn't notice the thief who stole your wallet earlier? He responded in a normal tone. He didn't seem to care that the intruder heard. You saw that? I hissed, cheeks heating. Of course I did. We were meeting for training, remember? Loki raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips. Oh, I muttered, then realization hit. For crying out loud. You sent that street urchin, didn't you? My voice rose in accusation. Of course I did. And how did you do on that test? Loki's tone was innocent, but the look in his eyes gave him away. I muttered something under my breath. Guys? Dell interjected, voice strained. There's an intruder in my shop. Let's deal with him now, shall we? I mean, obviously there's a hunter in my shop. Worry crept into her tone for the first time that night, and rightly so. He was a hunter, judging by appearance, though not among the ones I'd seen earlier. This one was older, mid-40s, I'd guess. The others had been closer to my age. Dell was a magically gifted person, and here stood a hunter in her shop, though I had a hunch he wasn't after her. What do you want? And which one of us are you hunting? I asked, my voice steady. No point in asking how he got in. We'd been absorbed in listening through the door, and we had practically left the back door open, broken seal and all. Silly, silly us. If he was after someone, it had to be Loki or Dell, and neither was going anywhere with him. Considering what I'd seen done to the werewolf, and what the papers said these days, his presence meant nothing good. Should I be hunting anyone here? He countered with a knowing smile. He had dodged Loki's magic completely unscathed. Out with it! Yar barked. All of us turned to stare at him. It was so out of character, but then again, the hunter was a threat to Dell. Good for him, I thought, and eyed the stranger again. Who are you, and what do you want? Loki said, sounding bored. The name's Raldo Hunter. I frowned. Your name is Hunter? Isn't that a bit of overkill? They're all named Hunter, Red, Loki said, like a family name. That's their true uniform. Raldo pressed his lips together and nodded sideways. Yep, that's pretty much correct. He spotted a bowl of fruit on Dell's counter, walked over and helped himself to an apple, which he chomped down on. The chewing sounded awfully loud in the crowded yet quiet room. So, what do you want? Dell asked, sounding as impatient as I felt. The chewing grated on me. Raldo took another bite, assessing all four of us, then pointed the apple at Loki and me. You two. The rest of you may leave. You're in my house and business, Dell argued. Raldo shrugged. All right then. The two of you are under contract, as it were, he began. I groaned. Are you working for the pyramid? Points to the indoctrinated one. He smiled at me, though I was sure it was the same smile you got from a shark if you met one. Or are you unindoctrinated now? He asked Loki. Is that even a word? I have no allegiance to the kin, if that's what you're asking, I said, lifting my chin. I'd worked hard to prove that. Well, good. Because you two have a new handler, and you'll be working for me from now on. Wait, what? I stared at him and lowered my daggers. I just saw some of you terrorize a werewolf. I don't want to work for you. You did see that, and thankfully your partner here stopped you from doing something stupid. Loki sighed audibly as Raldo looked between us. Then, he continued, you saw the constabulary, ran, and broke in here to hide. Did I miss anything? I shook my head. He'd clearly been following us. I couldn't fathom why the hunters would want a former kin member and an ex-god, especially considering the current climate in the city. That is interesting behavior for someone professing to have turned a new leaf, as it were. He bit into his apple again and brushed crumbs from his mustache. I began, but Loki cut in. Stop talking. Yes, Raldo agreed. I think that's best. Anyway, I don't have all night, and you two have somewhere to be." I looked helplessly at Loki, who seemed to be seething with anger. "Are you coming willingly, or must I persuade you?" I sighed in defeat. Life had been a little easier, lighter, without Agaton Groth hanging over our shoulders. "It's the pyramid, then, isn't it?" Raldo tossed the apple core into the bin by the counter and nodded. "Points indeed." Chapter 3. It had been a few weeks since we'd last set foot in the pyramid, and that had been the night of both the second rise and fall of the Red Kin. As the walls enclosed us, following Raldo inside one of the side entrances at ground level, I felt both a sense of dread and relief to be there. This had been my home for 6 years, but afterward, the pyramid had been nothing but a short imprisonment, a court of law, and now our forced meeting place with our handlers. Plural. Obviously, there was a new one waiting for us. Agaton Groth had been sentenced a couple of weeks ago, and so had the rest of the kin members who'd joined and helped him. A few had gotten away, of course, but that was hardly surprising in the ensuing chaos. The trials had happened fast, though, faster than the first time around. The city of Atlantis was tired of the Red Kin, it seemed, and wanted to move ahead quickly. Thinking of that, I supposed it wasn't all that strange that Loki and I had been called back now. It was time to move on for all, apparently. Raldo led us through the dimly lit stone hallways, our footsteps echoing off the ancient walls. Unlike when going downward to Agaton's office, we now moved upward a few floors, climbing a narrow staircase until we reached a heavy wooden door. Raldo knocked twice and then pushed it open, ushering us inside. The office was spacious but simply furnished, with a large oak desk dominating the center. Raldo remained by the doorway, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, observing us silently with his sharp gaze. "Took you long enough, Raldo," said a short woman dressed in a high-waisted gray and light blue dress with long sleeves. "They took a detour when running from the constabulary," he said. Was all she said to that. Balancing on her desk chair, she reached for a book on the wall shelf. She grasped it, climbed down, and turned to see us. And us her. Mid-50s, I guessed, with fantastic soft gray hair gathered in a loose bun. Her sharp blue eyes took us in despite the polite smile. Instinct told me not to underestimate her. I had with Agaton, and I wasn't making that mistake again. "Running from the constabulary, eh?" she said as she sat and signaled for us to do the same. Loki and I had been in this situation before. This was not the time nor the place to argue. We sat. "Not the constabulary," I said. "My uncle, an inspector. A problematic uncle? How very cliched. Does he spout embarrassing opinions at family gatherings, too?" The woman glanced down at the book she'd taken and then laid it aside. Underneath lay 2 folders I recognized by now, Loki's and my files. "Now," the woman went on before I could say anything else. Maybe that was for the best. "My name is Antigone Theano," she began. "I am the Principal Specialist Officer in the Office of Domestic Affairs." "That's a mouthful," I blurted, and got a look. A long one. "So we're still being handled by the same branch of government, then?" Loki mercifully broke in. "Just someone higher up." The last part wasn't a question. "Magical affairs are handled by our office," Antigone confirmed. She sat back. "I have reviewed your files. Mr. Groth was thorough in his work, despite his traitorous streak." She looked up at us, peering over her desk, but this time I wisely kept my mouth shut. "I see you had a visit from the Primus after the second fall of the Red Kin." "Yes," I ventured. "He warned us." "Informed us," Loki interjected, "that our intent that day was not quite clear." I side-eyed him, but maybe being blunt was the best way to go. "Our intent was more than clear to us. We helped bring down the Red Kin. That should be worth something." Antigone eyed me again. Yours was never an arrangement where monetary gains were part of the deal." "Not money," I protested, leaning forward, "proving that we are not, in fact, traitors." I could imagine Loki's mental groan, but at least he kept quiet. Antigone stared at me some more. Then she finally looked down at the files, shuffled them together, and placed them beside the book. "Our office has decided to give you a new chance." "That's great," I beamed. "Is it?" Loki drawled, and made a grimace of annoyance when I nudged him. "I will not be sending you to fetch magical artifacts needed for new state coups, however," Antigone continued, unperturbed yet noting everything with those sharp blues. At least, that was how it felt. "There can't be any kin left now anyway," I said. "There are far more than you think, Ms. Morgan. Many fled after the last attempt. There are also citizens who aided the kin both recently and the first time around. At the time, you two re-entered this realm and did not report to the Guardians." Another look. "The consensus in the city was to move on. People's biggest worry, or annoyance as it were, was the return of the banished lesser criminals, like yourselves." "Of course," I said, and sank back in the chair. "In general, the city wanted to put this abhorrent past exactly there, in the past. But now, after the second attempt, people are frightened, suspicious, and rightly so. They want action." "Action?" I repeated. "Blood," Loki clarified with a shrug. "Yes," Antigone confirmed. "But we shall have fair trials, as we had before. Now, however, the focus lies on rooting out the traitors in hiding." I couldn't help glancing over at Raldo, who stood motionless, paying attention. "So that's why there are so many hunters about these days?" "Precisely," Antigone said, drawing my attention back. "You claim to harbor no allegiance to the Red Kin, Ms. Morgan. Is this true?" "Yes." Luckily, I didn't hesitate. It wasn't lost on me either that she didn't ask Loki this. Whatever he'd done to be banished, he'd never been a kin member. "I do hope so, for your sake," our new handler went on. "Because it's in this field we now wish to utilize your, unique skills. Somehow, you retrieved all 3 of the missing gems in the crown. Now you'll assist us in retrieving missing kin members." I was stunned, and it probably showed. "And for how long will we be required to do this?" Loki asked, looking bored and annoyed at the same time. The fact that he showed it meant he couldn't care less about how this handler judged us. Then again, he'd always been more interested in finishing his debt than I had. I wanted to make up for my past, as much as I could, at least. As long as it takes for me to see that you two are rehabilitated, naturally. "Naturally," Loki echoed, though with a different tone. "Will this be a problem?" Antigone asked, directing the question at me. "Finding kin members?" I shook my head. "But I suppose it's the same deal as last time." I nodded sideways toward Raldo. "If the hunters aren't doing it, it's because we're still expendable, aren't we?" "Of course. That is the price to pay." Antigone suddenly smiled, a cold smile, though not scary. "The hunters' numbers dwindled during the reign of the Red Kin. We will not risk them unless we must. So, do we have a deal?" "Do we have a choice?" Loki mumbled as I said, "We do." "Excellent. You will take your information and orders from Raldo." Loki and I both turned toward the man, who smirked under his mustache. "We will?" I asked. "You will, and your first task, your test, perhaps, is the monster of Clymene Avenue." "Monster?" "We have no more specific name for it than that," Antigone said. She opened a drawer, pulled out a green folder, and handed it to Raldo, who stepped forward to take it. Then she turned back to us and smiled, almost friendly. "Good luck." Chapter 4. "What do you see?" Loki asked me. I eyed the grand manor house across the street. It looked like any of the neighboring buildings in this affluent neighborhood on the outskirts of Atlas Gardens, the royal district of Atlantis. The people who lived here weren't royal themselves, but wealthy enough to border their estates. The building in question was an imposing 3-story stone structure, with intricate carvings adorning the facade. Gargoyles perched on the corners of the slate roof, their monstrous faces frozen in permanent snarls. Tall, arched windows gazed out from between sculpted columns. A wrought iron gate, easily 12 feet high, marked the entrance to the property. A stone fence surrounded it, letting no one see inside. "I see wealth," I told my reluctant partner. "It's a big house for one person. Not really a house either, more like a chateau or something. There's a gate, obviously, but it can be scaled. I don't really see anything else. No visible alarms or security systems." Loki hummed thoughtfully. We were perched on the roof of the building next door, having spent most of the day in the blessed darkness of daytime Atlantis, scoping out the neighborhood to find a suitable place to spy on our intended target. This manor house, there really was no other fitting word for the grandiose buildings here, no matter that they lacked surrounding lands and serfs, was empty for the time being. A bit of snooping and a few strategically placed coins had helped us confirm that. The owners and the staff were off-world, in the enchanted forest, some said, while others claimed they were Earthside. It didn't matter as long as we were left alone to do what we needed. "What's your impression of Raldo, anyway?" I asked Loki as we sat on a ledge, high up among grimacing gargoyles. In the dark, we didn't stand out much from the stone sentinels. Loki gazed out over the quiet street below, the wind ruffling his hair. "Consumed by his work, I'd say." I nodded. That was my impression, too. Raldo seemed like a man who would have fit in with the kin, had that been his path in life. He'd walked us out of the pyramid and then handed us the file, full of redactions, as usual. The monster's name was Lucius Nicolaus. His family was rich, obviously, judging by the immense property he owned, and he had several other listed assets. But what exactly he was? That was conveniently omitted, as was his direct connection to the kin, unless that crucial information lurked under all the blacked-out sections. "What exactly did this guy do?" I'd asked Raldo, flipping through the maddeningly sparse information. "He conspired with the Red Kin." "Yeah, I get that, but how? He's a monster, you say. The kin didn't meddle in that." "Didn't they?" Raldo had given me a pointed look. That had shut me up. I'd learned by now just how deeply the kin had meddled in magic, despite their supposed mission to eradicate it. "Well," I'd conceded, "they did. But what did this guy in particular do?" "Does it matter?" Raldo scrutinized me, one eyebrow arched. "What matters?" Loki had interjected, taking the file from me and saving me from my own suspicious blundering yet again, "is what he is. You refer to him only as a monster. Several times," he added as he leafed through the papers. "That's rather indistinct." "It's what the intel says." Raldo crossed his arms. "Intel is supposed to give you a heads up," Loki said. "What kills this monster? Hopefully you two. Though I have my doubts, given all this nagging." "Wanting to know what we're up against is nagging?" I said incredulously. "Hunters assess for themselves. No monster, identified or not, is a challenge." Loki smirked. "Yet you're sending us..." His smile widened. Nothing friendly about it. "I'd say that means your lot isn't going in there unless you get paid enough to retire from now until eternity." Raldo smiled back, equally unimpressed. "Eternity is a bit far off, even for ex-gods. And yes, you two are worth less than us these days," he said, giving me a sideways look. My kin passed no secret to him. "I get it," I'd almost hissed, snatching the folder back. "We'll figure it out on our own, as usual." With that, we'd left the hunter there, Frankly, I'd been relieved he didn't insist on tagging along to keep an eye on us. My gaze now roamed over the large building that was Lucius Nicolaus's home. I guess the Hunters are a kind of guild, I mused, leaning my head back against the cool stone wall. Oh yes, Loki agreed. He leaned forward with perfect balance. He wouldn't fall from here unless someone forced him. The line between groupthink and cults can sometimes be somewhat blurry, Red. You know this. Yeah, I sighed. What about the gate? I looked down at the wrought iron monstrosity again. The metal was intricately worked into swirling, spiked patterns. Easy to scale, I assessed, but probably protected in some magical way. Yes. Loki narrowed his eyes. Only our close proximity allowed me to see the shift in his expression. What? I see nothing of significance. It's strange. I shrugged. They refer to him as a monster. Maybe he's his own security system? Sometimes, Red, he said, sitting up straighter and placing his hands on his thighs. You're not as daft as you think you are. I don't think that, I protested, insulted. I'm a social nightmare, not an idiot. That's true, Loki said with an elegant wave of one hand. I rolled my eyes. He couldn't see it, so I punched his arm lightly. Ouch! He rubbed the spot dramatically. I don't understand your hatred of my perfect, unblemished skin. I need it free of contusions. When you say things like that, What, the truth? It is perfect. I groaned, like the smug bastard ever bruised for long anyway. You know what? Never mind. What about the guy in the lavish house? I asked, steering our conversation back on track. Loki leaned back, tapping a rhythm on the stone. We've been over the file. What we can read from it, yeah. We know his name, where he lives, that he's rich, that he's connected to the kin somehow, that the state wants him arrested, and that no one wants to do the arresting. I sighed. That doesn't bode well for us, does it? I wonder if he was part of the kin or worked with them in some capacity. Loki mused. Does it matter? Oh, yes. Well, he's a monster, they say. Maybe the kin used him for something? Precisely. But exactly what is difficult to discern from the redacted information. Reading between the lines isn't always easy, Loki said, his fingers stilling their restless tapping. What I read between the lines is that he's dangerous. If even the Hunters won't go after him, then... I trailed off, not wanting to voice the unpleasant possibilities. We don't know all the facts. As our esteemed new handler said, there are fewer Hunters now. They risk less by sending us first. Or fourth, as I recall. Loki flashed a wry grin. Yeah, that part was clear. The state representatives who tried before are just listed as not returned. That does so not look good for us. There's always the dungeons, Loki offered lightly, words deadly serious nonetheless. I never want to go back there, I said sharply. He nodded, briefly sober, then smirked. Besides, if you spend more time there, your social skills will undoubtedly get worse. It's already excruciating hearing you attempt small talk when men are actually trying to flirt with you. That happened 2 times. 5. What? When? I twisted toward him. Exactly my point. How my life has turned out. Trying to socialize the unsocial neonate. He shifted as I punched him again. Do not punish my arm for your ineptitude in navigating the male species. I huffed, but let it go. Loki had taken me many places during training, bars included. But how was I supposed to know anyone had been flirting with me? None of them had interested me. I'd been there to observe, learn to play, or, preferably to Loki, learn to cheat at games of chance. The only good thing was discovering early on that I didn't need to cheat at darts. My aim had always been good. My thoughts drifted until I noticed Loki had turned his head. his gaze sharp. "See anything important?" I leaned forward. He was silent for a moment. "Unclear." I stared down at the thick stone fence. After about a minute, a weak, greenish light pulsed along the stones, casting an eerie glow. "Magic?" I whispered. "Seems so." The strange light flickered again as a figure emerged. A man, I thought, walking slowly along the fence with purposeful strides. As he passed below, he placed something on the stonework. A faint yellow-green pulse spread outward. It reminded me of the arcane devices Loki had used when we broke into the Lantean Trading and Savings Bank. "What's he doing?" "Investigating the fence, I gather," Loki said dryly. "No shit, Sherlock. But what is he doing? Checking for wards?" "I would." "Should we be concerned that someone else is doing what we should be doing on this particular property?" Unease prickled my skin. Loki watched the figure in silence before concluding, "No." "No? You don't find this suspicious?" "No." "Really?" "Really." I eyed him skeptically, then looked back down. The man seemed tall and slender, his movements precise. "I find that incredibly suspicious, and a weird coincidence, by which I mean it's absolutely not a coincidence, considering our current job." "Yes, but you also don't understand the intricacies of social interactions, Red, so I'd go with my assessment." "Fine." I kept most of the snarl out of my voice. "And if he's there when we break in?" "We'll take that into consideration. Meanwhile, we have work to do." I listened to Loki list our assignments, but my eyes stayed fixed on the stranger until he turned the corner and vanished. There was something about him that made instinct coil low in my stomach, as if an unidentified monster wasn't unsettling enough. Chapter 5. Stunners and sleepers? Absolutely. I made more after your last purchase, Dell said, smiling behind her counter. She walked to a set of drawers and began pulling out small vials of blue and yellow liquid. The potions were incredibly useful in a pinch. The blue ones stunned and incapacitated, while the yellow ones put people to sleep. Much more precise than a fist to the face. "Thanks, Dell." I leaned my elbows on the smooth wooden counter, inhaling the familiar sense of herbs and alchemy that always permeated her shop. "So why won't they tell you what kind of monster this is? I don't find it comforting that they're sending you in blind." Dell furrowed her brow as she plucked vials from the drawer with deft fingers. "We believe they don't know." "Huh." Dell stopped with a yellow vial in hand, lips pursed. "I like that even less," she concluded, shaking her head as she resumed her task. "So they don't know what monster it is and therefore send you because they're too scared?" "I don't know if hunters get scared, to be honest. They just value their lives more than ours, so it's a chance they're willing to take." I traced a knot in the wood with my thumb and shrugged. Dell shot me a moo of disgust. "I certainly wouldn't call that brave. Calculating, maybe, but not brave." I shrugged again. "Either way, we're stuck doing it. I'd rather face whatever this monster is than spend any more time in the dungeons." A shudder ran through me at the memory of those dank cells. Dell's face softened into pure compassion. "Oh, Em, I'm so sorry that happened to you." She reached out and squeezed my hand. It had been only a few months, but while I and many other kin members waited for our trials, it had been cold, filthy, and downright scary. Lonely, too, since everyone was kept alone in small cells. The pyramid was gigantic, its bottom levels the largest part of the structure. I'd bet there had been room for far more kin members than were held there. "Don't be," I told her, squeezing back before withdrawing my hand. "I deserved it for what we did, and technically I probably deserve it now too, but at least I have a chance. So..." I splayed my fingers in a nothing-to-be-done-about-it gesture. Dell looked at me for a beat, then added more vials to the bag she held. the glass clinking slightly despite the wax webbing on them. When they say monster, I'm sure they haven't gotten close enough to properly identify it. Or him. Do they know if it's the master of the house or his, pet? No idea. But it was a good point. If the monster was separate from this Lucius Nicolaus, that meant 2 threats in that house. I chewed my lip, mulling it over. Well, either way, be careful. Not that I need to tell you that. She heaved the bag up and set it on the counter, careful not to jostle the potions. What does your dubious partner say? I huffed out a laugh. What doesn't he say? The guy talks all the time. About this, though? He sent me here to get these. I indicated the bag, and went off to figure out any hidden alarms. Next, we'll find a way inside and take it from there since we have no more information, and that Lucius guy only seems to be in a part of the house we can't see from outside. Seems kind of sound, given the circumstances. Dell admitted begrudgingly. I smirked. Shall I tell him you said that? By the spirits, no. I couldn't handle the incessant reminders of his unquestionable intelligence. She laughed, a merry sound, and was about to say more when the bell over the door chimed. I turned, heart sinking as my Uncle Alan walked in. When his cold blue eyes landed on me, a more sinister smirk curled his lips. He was a tall man, lean, with dark hair, sprinkled with a bit of gray in it. He wore the uniform of the Lantian inspectors. Imagine finding Ms. Morgan here in your shop, Miss Alba. His voice was smooth as oiled silk. Dell pursed her lips, then grabbed some herbs from the posy beside her till and thrust them into the bag. Here you go. Take them each morning to subdue the sickness. Then she leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, Want me to turn his hair into moss while you run out back? I snorted, noting my uncle's confused and quickly hidden grimace at her half-veiled comments about morning sickness. At least it threw him off. No. I prefer you and your shop to stay right here. Don't worry, I can handle him. At least I hoped so. I squared my shoulders. Walk with me then, Uncle. That's Inspector to you. He narrowed his eyes. Whatever. I have somewhere to be. That somewhere was Atlas Gardens to stake out a house, but he didn't need to know that. I grabbed the bag, careful not to make the vials clink, and brushed past him. He followed, unfortunately. His boots clomped on the cobblestones as he stalked after me. What have I done now? I asked once we were outside, not slowing. Besides, almost interfering in hunter business? He matched my pace easily. I rolled my eyes. You were there. You saw what they did to that guy. Werewolf. So? Lots of people in this city are more than human. I glared sidelong. The narrow streets bustled with people. The air smelled of baking bread, horse manure, and dry dust blowing in from the surrounding desert. Which you were very set on stopping at all costs, Uncle Alan said, his accusatory tone already grating on my nerves. Seems I've changed my ways then, doesn't it? I replied breezily, trying to keep my irritation in check. Spices and roasting meat wafted from a nearby food stall, making my stomach grumble despite the tense conversation. Does it? I've a feeling we've come to your latest accusations. I stopped and faced him. Been hearing some chatter. He crossed his arms. About me? You were inside the pyramid when the kin attempted to seize the city again. And? I prompted. A passing cart kicked up dust, tickling my nose. Why are you still walking around like a free citizen? I sighed, maybe a bit dramatically, and stared him down. Because I helped stop the coup, that's why. Uncle Alan snorted. You know, I remember you as a shy and timid girl. Bristling, I resumed walking, forcing him to catch up. I'm not shy, I informed him. No, I'd been painfully devoid of normal human experiences. And I was never timid, I added. I just knew my place, as it had been imprinted on me for years. Funny how that's every single kin member's defense, claiming they were manipulated and coerced. His disbelief was palpable. Well, it doesn't change my facts. I kept my gaze ahead. The Primus was seen entering your home shortly thereafter, he went on. Most people consider that an honor. I aimed for bored instead of defensive. I'm not most people. My patience snapped. I whirled on him. You know what? You ask questions, and when you don't like the answers, you just keep asking. You know what kind of people do that? His jaw tightened, but he stayed silent. Crazy people do that, I said flatly. I've had enough. Believe me or don't, but I'm done. Unless you're arresting me for buying medicines. I hefted the bag, careful again. We're done. He opened his mouth, but I darted down a side street before he could stop me. I moved swiftly, using evasive maneuvers and shortcuts like Loki had taught me, taking sudden turns and doubling back to throw off any potential pursuit. After several minutes, I risked a look over my shoulder. No Uncle Alan. If he'd tried following, he'd given up. Slowing to catch my breath, I realized I was heading home out of habit, but there was nothing to do there. Loki had said he wouldn't return until late. After a moment's thought, I adjusted my grip on the vials and altered course toward Lucius's home to continue our stakeout. At least that might lead to something. As I approached the grand estate, I kept to the lengthening shadows cast by the rising sun. The high outer wall loomed ahead, likely threaded with an opaque magical barrier. Movement near its base caught my eye. I recognized the hooded figure crouched there, the same man Loki and I had spotted before, again examining the wall for weaknesses in its defenses. I recalled Loki's assertion that this individual posed no immediate threat. Part of me wanted to heed him. But then the thief stood abruptly, glanced around, and strode off down the street with purpose. Daylight would expose him soon. Curiosity got the better of me. Loki had been teaching me to tail a mark. What better chance to put those fledgling skills to use? Removing a few, I tucked the bag of vials into a secluded hidey hole behind the vacationing neighbor's hedge and set off after the retreating figure, keeping a sensible distance. The guy was good. He used many of the same techniques I'd used against Uncle Alan, clearly well-versed in losing a tail. I struggled to anticipate his erratic path while staying unseen. It soon became clear I'd risk discovery if I kept up the pursuit. An idea struck. Based on his trajectory, I thought I could predict his next path a few streets ahead. I peeled off down a connecting alley, taking a meandering route to get ahead of him. At the end of the passage, I hunkered behind empty barrels to wait, heart pounding. Seconds later, soft footsteps reached my ears. I palmed a yellow vial, the glass cool in my hand. As his hooded form neared my hiding spot, I threw the vial. It shattered at his feet, a plume of gas billowing up to engulf him. He stumbled, let out a startled cry, and crumpled, the fast-acting potion doing its work. I approached cautiously, making sure he was fully unconscious before kneeling to rifle through the satchel slung across his chest. Inside, I found a handkerchief folded around something hard. A gemstone, it turned out upon closer and hurried inspection. An emerald. Reaching for one of the twin daggers strapped to my thigh, I tucked it carefully into an inner pocket of the satchel. Now I could track him from a safe distance once he woke. Pleased with my subterfuge, I ran back the way he'd come and hid around a corner, while hiding his loot, no doubt, inside my pocket. Chapter 6. I followed the man through the city's winding streets, my eyes fixed not on his retreating form, but on the subtle tug of the dagger I'd slipped into his satchel. The enchanted blade pulled at my senses like a lodestone, guiding my steps through dark alleys and bustling thoroughfares. The air was thick with the scents of spices from nearby kitchens and flowers from the surrounding gardens, mingling with the ever-present dry heat of the desert city. As I walked, my mind raced. The man's furtive behavior and his interest in our shared target had piqued my suspicions. Could he be a rival thief trying to beat us to a prize? But we weren't after a prize. And we weren't thieves. We were after the owner of the house. Or perhaps he was an agent of Lucius Nicolaus, tasked with securing the estate before anyone could breach the defenses. Either way, I needed to stay ahead and figure it out. The dagger's pull led me into a quiet, well-appointed neighborhood called Telemann Ward. Stately villas stood behind high walls, their elegant facades glowing under warm electric lanterns. Atlas Gardens was where the royal families and old money lived. This area, surrounding Atlas Gardens and bordering Lepidus Square, the business district in the city, was home to what people called quiet money. I paused in the shadows, scanning the property the man had entered. It was an impressive villa with a sprawling main house surrounded by carefully manicured gardens. Light spilled from several windows, hinting at activity within. Circling the perimeter, I searched for magical wards. I had expected them. No wealthy Lantian left their home unprotected in a city full of magical and mundane threats. As I probed the invisible barriers, I felt the familiar tingle of protective spells, woven into a complex web meant to ensnare unwary intruders. How far I had come, I thought, or how low I had sunk. It depended on one's view, of course. As a means of becoming a good citizen, I chose the former. I paused by the wrought iron fence and considered my options. Between me and the house stretched a large, well-tended garden, my best way in. It sat farthest from the windows and prying eyes, as well as neighboring houses. The man's presence here was suspect but not damning. He could be a servant or a guest, and yet this villa so far from the thieves' quarter only deepened the mystery. My instincts told me there was more to this than met the eye, and he had certainly played the role of a thief well so far, considering the emerald wrapped in a handkerchief in his satchel. Never mind that, so had I. I carried his suspicious gemstone in my pocket, after all. I rolled up my sleeve. My fingers traced the tattoo Dell had etched into my skin, ink imbued with the power of the sheltering stone. Pressing my arm against the fence, I felt it almost give. The tattoo couldn't break the wards, but maybe it could help me find a way through. I drew my remaining dagger, twin to the one I'd planted on the man. With a deep breath, I cut through the stubborn strands of magic barring my way. As expected, the dagger slid through the barrier like a hot knife through butter, parting the woven spells without triggering any alarms. I held my breath, waiting for shouts, bells, or crackling wards springing to life. But the night remained still, the villa's defenses slumbering on, oblivious to my intrusion. A slow smile spread across my face as I sheathed the dagger. Now all that remained was to find the man and unravel the web of secrets that had brought us both here. With a final glance at the glowing windows, I melted into the shadows. As quickly as I could, which wasn't too bad these days, I scaled the iron fence and landed softly on the grass beyond. The dry, warm air brushed my skin as I stood before the imposing villa, its grand facade looming above me. Drawing a deep breath, I caught the scent of jasmine from the garden and focused on the task. Closing my eyes, I centered myself, then went ahead, finding the alarms inside by using my dagger to cut through what seemed like air. A small, wry smile tugged at my lips. He thought he could keep me out with a few measly alarms? I'd been through worse. Okay, not without Loki, but still. Next, I slipped through the archway of a perfectly trimmed hedge. Odd place for a magical barrier, but that was likely the point. You'd expect them on the building itself. Either way, the ward gave way to my dagger easily. The house loomed ahead, and I suspected another barrier. Using my dagger to cut around the basement door, just like I'd done at Dell's, I soon had the lock handled. I passed through a dark room filled with garden tools and found another door leading deeper inside. This took me into the basement, but not the servant area. It was quiet and dark until I reached the stairs leading up to a door outlined by light. It was open. I listened, heard nothing, then slipped inside, my footsteps silent on polished marble. The villa's interior was as grand as the outside. High arched ceilings, walls adorned with priceless works of art, plush and expensive furniture. The kind of home obscenely wealthy people had back on Earth. But this place felt different, not ostentatious. This neighborhood prided itself on subtlety. Nothing garish here. Everything elegant, modest. The Lantians called it the place for quiet money for a reason. As I moved deeper inside, I couldn't help but marvel at the technology. Earthside TVs and DVD players, rare and expensive in Atlantis. Whoever owned this place had serious resources and connections, too. I was so caught up in observing that I almost missed the servants moving through the halls. Thankfully, I hid in the shadows before being spotted. There was something off about them, something that set my senses on edge. They moved with unusual ease and vigilance, their steps balanced and measured. Interesting. I kept to the shadows, wary, my breath shallow as I climbed the stairs, following the sound of voices above, and the tug of my dagger. I was close. One voice in particular caught my attention, a male voice that stirred something in my memory. I couldn't quite place it, but it intrigued me enough to risk moving closer. Maybe it was the man from outside Lucius Nicolaus's home? On the upper floor, I heard a female voice fade, leaving only the man. He was in a hallway, a door separating us, rifling through papers he hadn't had earlier. I couldn't see his face through the gap, but I had a feeling he'd move soon. Making a split-second decision, I hurried down the corridor I thought ran parallel to his route. A door led into the same room, and I slipped inside, finding myself in a lavish drawing room that doubled as an office. A huge marble desk stood to my left, embossed with gilded adornments. 2 grand fireplaces flanked the large room. I ran to the closest one. Without hesitation, I climbed up the chimney above the fireplace, nestling myself in the shadows as the man entered. He came in through the door beneath me and walked to the desk. His satchel hit it with a heavy thud, and a clunk made him pause. He stared at the bag, reached inside, and rummaged. He extracted my dagger, froze, and stared at it as if it triggered a long-forgotten memory. And in that moment, as he muttered, "Funny," and I finally saw his face, not having seen it clearly in the darkness earlier, recognition slammed into me like a physical blow. I knew him. I knew this man. This wasn't just some random break-in on my part anymore. No, this was personal. Chapter 7. I exhaled sharply, the sound barely audible in the room's stillness. The man below me seemed oblivious to my presence, his attention focused on the dagger in his hands. As I watched him, realization dawned. This was the man who had broken into the pyramid on the day the first kin fell, the one who had stolen the magical crystal that held the shield, the kin's last resort to keep the furious mob of Lantians at bay. That was the day everything I'd believed since I was a child had shattered into painful truths. And this man had been part of it. I forced myself to stay still, to keep my breathing even, as I watched him turn the dagger over, his brow furrowed in thought. It was the sound of his voice that convinced me. I'd never truly seen his face before this moment. He was tall, and I recognized his stance, the way he carried himself. His face was handsome, hair short, golden blonde, his beard cropped and trimmed. His eyes, well, I couldn't see the color from up behind the chimney, but I'd seen the mirth in them before. I'd had a good look despite his wearing a ski mask at the time. My face flushed with anger, embarrassment, and the knowledge that the bastard had even helped me. And then doomed us all. The silence stretched between us, heavy with unspoken tension, until finally he moved. His footsteps sounded softly on the colorfully tiled floor as he walked past the fireplace, the electric lights above casting dancing shadows across his, well, let's face it, his beautiful features. He stopped a few feet away from me, his gaze turned down. At first, I thought he was still studying the dagger, but as I followed his line of sight, my heart skipped a beat. On the floor, the shadow of the chimney stretched out, long and straight, except for a single curve where my head was. In that instant, I realized he knew someone was there, hidden in the shadows. Instinct took over as I ducked. My own dagger whistled through the air, embedding itself in the wall behind me with a dull thud as I narrowly avoided the blade. I lost my balance for a moment, my body teetering on the edge of falling, but my training with Loki kicked in and I regained my footing. In one fluid motion, I reached behind me, my fingers wrapping around the hilt of the dagger still quivering in the wall. With a swift tug, I pulled the weapon free. As I straightened, I used the momentum to move forward, jumping down from the chimney, my body moving with a grace that belied the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I came up in a crouch, my eyes locked on the man before me. The air crackled with tension, the only sound our measured breaths. Apparently, he carried no concealed weapons because his stance was purely defensive. Carefully, I drew my second dagger, never taking my eyes off him. Then he simply straightened and said, "Oh, it's you." "It's you?" I echoed, incredulous. "What in the hells does that mean?" "I remember you," he laughed. The sound was oddly hearty, not mocking, as it reverberated off the high ceilings. "You're the wild spider monkey from the pyramid." "I am the woman who ended up in the dungeons because of you!" I snarled, annoyed at his relaxed stance, like I wasn't a threat at all. The acrid smell of the damp dungeon seemed to fill my mind at the memory. He pursed his lips and squinted his light blue eyes, just like I remembered them. I winced mentally. That detail was so not important right now. "The way I remember it, you ended up there because you were a kinswoman." "I was not," I began, then shook my head. "Yes, I was, but you were the one behind it." The man stepped forward, his boots thudding softly on the polished floor. I raised my daggers pointedly, not moving an inch. Not for this guy. He wisely stepped back again, hands lifted in a placating gesture. "You do realize," he said with an annoying smirk, "that if that protective shield, a magical shield, I might add, had remained up, your illustrious guide, as I remember you calling him, would have made you all stay in there and starve to death?" That shield had encompassed the entire pyramid, no small feat given the enormous size of the structure. And yes, it had been a magical shield. And yes, few of us had questioned it much with a million Lanteans outside screaming for our heads. When the shield fell, we'd all thought we were going to die. We couldn't have known that various branches of the Lantean army had forced their way up those steps first to arrest us and hold us accountable. "He would not," I snarled, then pressed my lips together. "I mean, yes, he would." Damn it. Why was it so easy to fall into old patterns like that? It had to be the guy in front of me, the thief from the pyramid, the man who, smiling his annoying smile, had broken into the pyramid, though I still had no idea how he'd managed to get through the shield, and after getting in my way, had stolen the crystal that harbored the power of that shield. Someone had sent him in there to help take us down. "Glad to see you've changed your ways," the man quipped, laughing at my self-correction. He'd been just as irksome the first time around, picking at uncomfortable truths even as he'd tried to stop me from stopping him. "More than you know," I told him tersely. "Yeah, about that. How'd you get in here?" "Without you noticing, you mean?" This time I laughed, the sound ringing out. "Wouldn't you like to know? See how that feels?" "Well, I wouldn't equate your breaking in here to my breaking into the pyramid back then, but—" "Screw you!" The words burst out of me. "Yeah, you suggested that back then too, if I remember correctly." He shrugged, hands splayed. "I didn't have time then, but now, What? I stared, dumbfounded. I mean, you were crawling all over me. Was not, I argued hotly, glad Loki wasn't here to witness this exchange. That was a fight. You claimed that then too, but... His smile widened, humor glinting in his eyes. I had a feeling he was laughing with me, not at me, and yet... I didn't want this guy laughing at all. What an annoying jerk. What an annoyingly handsome jerk. Damn it. What's your business over on Clymene Avenue? I asked, changing the subject. That stopped him short. That was you who knocked me out earlier? Don't look so surprised, I said, unable to suppress a smug smile. I shifted my grip on the dagger in my left hand and fished his gemstone out of my jacket pocket with 2 fingers, flinging it toward him. He jerked backward before realizing it wasn't a threat. The little green emerald rolled out of the handkerchief but stopped quickly, its facets glinting as the lamplight hit it where it lay on the floor. I guess you, Mr. Thief, got robbed by a mere kinswoman, I said as he bent to pick it up. That is, an ex-kinswoman. He scrutinized the gem for a moment before looking at me again. You're giving it back? Well, duh. I'm sure it's not yours, but it isn't mine either. He eyed me. My name's Corey. Huh? Corey. It's not Mr. Thief. I blinked. What was happening now? This guy was too unpredictable. He'd done this last time too, confusing me with his stupid words. Of course, then he'd talked about how not everyone outside the kin was out to kill us, which, in retrospect, turned out to be true. But then he'd tricked me and opened access to the pyramid. So, no, I was not trusting this guy, no matter what he said. You are one, aren't you? He shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. Yes. Okay. I eyed him suspiciously. Not something I'd admit to, but whatever. What? I am a thief. That's what I do. You say that like you're proud of it. I do all right. I rolled my eyes. So, then you are after something in Atlas Gardens. What is it? Considering your interest, I'd rather know what you're after. I mean, since you utter the word thief with such contempt, it sounds like I'm encroaching on your territory or something. Are you going to steal something? That's none of your business, I snapped. All right, so let me get this straight. I am supposed to tell you what I'm doing there, and then, in return, you will tell me nothing? He made what was definitely a fake moo of confusion. So annoying. Exactly. I smiled sweetly. Now, please. I heard him mutter, at least you're being polite about it. But his words became muffled in my ears as I picked up another sound, a small click, like a door opening. Fearing Corey was distracting me from an ambush, I quickly pivoted so I had him to my left, dagger raised toward him, while I reacted on instinct when I registered a person in one of the many doorways leading into this ridiculously large room. Without thinking, I flipped the dagger in my right hand so I held it by the lethally sharp blade and hurled it toward the intruder. Chapter 8. Never had I seen someone move so fast when a weapon was hurled at their head. The woman, dark-haired and dressed in black, grabbed the door and swung behind it so the dagger hit wood instead of her. At the same time, Corey moved between me and the door, pushing me back with a hurried, "No!" "Get out of my way!" I hissed, trying to catch a glimpse of the woman. I didn't trust this guy, and therefore didn't trust anyone in this house either. He held me back with one arm, using the other to dissuade the woman, it seemed. "Corey? What kind of guest have you brought here trying to kill me?" the woman said, opening the door fully and seeing how he was staving me off. "She's not a guest," he argued, just as I jumped back and slipped past him. "Hey!" I didn't listen. An arm snaked around my waist, lifting me back. I wasn't having it. I'd learned a trick or two since the last time I met this idiot, so I rammed an elbow back into his ribs. He lost his grip, and as I landed on my feet, I turned, pulling my right leg back from behind his left. Stumbling, he lurched forward, and I helped him on his way with a sideways shove of my right hand into his chest, sending him down on his ass. I jumped back, turning so I had both him and the woman in my sights. I held the remaining dagger in my hand, but now, unfortunately, had 2 threats and 1 weapon. "A feisty one, I see," the woman commented rather calmly. Her voice was low and melodic, with an undercurrent of amusement. I took a few steps away from Corey so that neither of them could attack without warning. As I faced them, the scent of jasmine and sandalwood wafted through the air from the woman. She was stunningly beautiful, with raven dark hair that gleamed like polished obsidian, pale porcelain skin, and piercing dark eyes framed by long lashes. Her figure was athletic and graceful, and she wore an elegant gown of black silk brocade adorned with an intricate silver floral pattern. The sleeves and top were form-fitting, accentuating her curves, while the skirts flowed in a long train at the back. Everything about her exuded refinement and poise. "Corey, what is going on?" Her dark eyes flicked between us, assessing. He laughed and sat up, a hand on his sore ribs. "She broke in." The woman narrowed her eyes at me. "And she is still here?" "She's got a thing for arguing," Corey said in response, pushing himself to his feet with a grunt. I heard him get up, but I focused on the woman. Somehow, she seemed the bigger threat. She glanced at the door, then yanked my dagger out and inspected it with a critical eye. "Interesting weapon, child. Where exactly did you get this?" Her words were tinged with curiosity and something else I couldn't place. "Child?" I huffed mentally. She didn't look that old. But then again, this was Atlantis. People could look 20 and be 200. So what did I know? As she spoke, I noticed her strange accent. I'd ever heard anything like it before. She rolled her R's hard and seemed to form her words at the front of her mouth. It was exotic and unfamiliar, nothing like the accents I'd encountered in Atlantis or Earthside. "That's none of your business. Give it here," I demanded, extending my free hand, palm up. The woman actually tutted at me through a smile, waggling a slender finger. "I think not. You tried to kill me, and now you want the weapon back? Why? To try to kill me again?" She laughed, the sound oddly soothing, like the tinkling of wind chimes. Suddenly I felt a wall of something around me. Something powerful. It pressed against my skin, making the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. I stepped back only to bump into Corey. When had he gotten that close? I jumped sideways, needing space. "Tell me," the woman continued as she walked closer, her heels clicking against the polished floor. "What is your name, child?" Her voice was hypnotic, compelling. I felt the force of it. She was doing something magical. I felt an unusual compulsion to answer, the words rising unbidden to my lips. "What's yours?" I spat back, fighting the urge and edging farther from Corey. He didn't try anything, simply stood there with an eye on the woman, posture relaxed but alert. "My name is not important, but you managed to break in here, under the nose of my protégé, I might add." She tutted at Corey then, who could only shrug. She had him there. "Protégé?" I asked, snagging on the word. "She's your boss?" Corey shrugged again, a small smile playing on his lips, his blue eyes glinting with mirth. "Boss is a crude word," the woman went on, her tone chiding. "Corey here is free to do as he pleases." "Like break into the pyramid?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. The woman glanced at her protégé before settling on me again, her gaze sharp and assessing. "You are well informed. How did you know about that? And what was your name again?" Whatever she was doing, it intensified. I felt a sudden urge to just tell her everything she wanted to know. It was like a compulsion, a desperate need to spill my secrets. But somehow I managed not to. I knew in my bones it would be dangerous to give in. She had magic, I had no doubt of that. And I realized the only thing keeping her at bay was the ward on my forearm, hidden under my sleeve, pushing back against her invasive spell. "She was there the day I broke in," Corey told her. He stood relaxed now, arms behind his back, posture nonchalant. Whatever pain I'd caused his ribs had subsided, or he was able to deal with it, his face betraying no discomfort. The woman tilted her head, dark eyes narrowing as she focused on me. "She was there for your test? Then that means she is a—" "Kinswoman, yes," Corey finished, nodding. "Was," I interjected, my voice sharp. "Was. That's really important." "Oh, I have no doubt of that," she went on, her lips curving into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It didn't enhance her beauty. It made a promise that she was not to be messed with. The sight made me shiver. Which is why this situation baffles me more. How did a kinswoman break through the defenses of this house? Her tone was light, almost conversational, but there was an undercurrent of danger, a subtle threat woven into her words. Her spell was thick in the air, and I blinked hard, trying to focus through the haze. I was in danger here. I just didn't know what kind or why, beyond breaking into her house, of course. This was all starting to feel like the mistake I hadn't thought it was when I'd followed Corey outside Nikolaus's house. The realization sank through me, cold and certain. "Your name, child," the woman urged, her voice a seductive purr, the compulsion stronger now, more insistent. I shook my head, trying to shake the fog of her spell. What was this? I could remain in control as long as I fought her, but I was certain she'd overcome me if I let up for 1 second. And why was my name so important? Unease prickled along my skin. "Give me your name." Her voice sounded like melted honey, sweet and alluring. A part of me wanted to tell her, to give in to the soothing pull of her words. Another part screamed in the back of my mind. There were those who wanted names for power, and I couldn't risk giving her that leverage. Her hair fell forward a little as she came closer, with no fear in her movements as she scrutinized me. As she tilted her head, I caught a glimpse of her ear, slightly pointed at the top. Not much, but enough to give me pause. "You're Fae," I said. I stepped back, putting more distance between us. I didn't know much, but I knew enough to know some of them were downright dangerous. And they wanted names to exert control, to bind others to their will. "How marvelous. You are catching on. It is only fair, then, that you tell me who you are." Her words dripped with honey, the compulsion almost tangible, wrapping around me like invisible tendrils. I opened my mouth, felt her glamour take hold, the urge to obey nearly overwhelming. But I shook my head, gritting my teeth, and held my hands up as if to push her away. "No," I said, my voice strained but resolute. "I don't think so." "Oh, give it up, Arlen," a familiar voice intruded, cutting through the tension. "She won't fall for it anyway." I blinked, the spell's hold weakening as her attention shifted. I noticed the woman's face shift into surprise as she, like me, recognized the voice. There was no question about it. As she turned her head, her expression slipped back into a blank mask as she faced the fourth person in the room. Because there, over the other fireplace, roughly where I had been behind the chimney across the room, was the shadow of a figure. He leaned forward, the lamplight illuminating his features, and Loki's familiar face came into view, his green eyes glinting with mirth and a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 9. Whatever glamour the woman, Arlen was it, had tried to hit me with, the force of it evaporated as she focused on Loki. "What in the hells are you doing here?" I snapped as he jumped down from the back of the other massive chimney with feline grace. "And how did you—" "That, Red, is for me to know until—" Loki began. Until the day I spot you, I huffed, crossing my arms. Yeah, I know. Didn't mean I wasn't annoyed, though. He must have been scoping out the house himself and then seen me following Corey. I hadn't even noticed him slipping into the room through the other door farther down, hidden in the shadows. So, Arlen, as he had surely called her, said, her melodic voice laced with irritation. You finally decided to show up? She placed a delicate hand on her hip, the silk fabric of her dress shimmering in the light. Loki flashed her a smile I'd seen make other women practically swoon, but it had little effect here. He sauntered closer, his boots barely making a sound on the tiled floor. It is a timely manner, is it not? He asked, spreading his hands in a placating gesture. Ooh, okay, Corey uttered behind me, and I turned to see worry on his face. It looked as if he knew what was coming, which meant he also knew Loki, which also meant, I realized with a sinking feeling, that Loki had recognized him when I'd asked if this guy was a threat to our job. Timely manner? Arlen said, rolling her R's harder now, her eyes flashing with barely contained fury. I believe your 2 years were up some time ago. Loki sidled closer, splaying his hands out in a sort of how could she blame him gesture. Maybe 2 years just wasn't enough, he suggested, his voice smooth as silk. This made Arlen's eyes flare with indignation and anger. She took a step forward, her delicate features hardening. And so you send a protege of your own to break in here? Why? Protege my ass, I said, scoffing. He's not the boss of me. I could feel the tension in the room rising, the air thick with whatever unspoken history lay between Loki and Arlen. Wish that I were, Loki said with a dramatic sigh, and we wouldn't be here right now. And where and what exactly is here? I asked, my patience wearing thin. I glanced around the large room. More importantly, Arlen said, turning her attention on me again, her dark eyes boring into mine. Who are you? Oh, don't start with that again. I noticed Loki rolling his eyes as he looked my way and felt the merest brush of air over my hand. I whirled around, knowing Corey was up to something, but it was too late. The bastard held my wallet, backing away from me with a smirk. Hey, give that back! Corey did not, in fact, give it back. Instead, he opened it and pulled my Earthside driver's license out with deft fingers. This was all too familiar. Give it back, I repeated and reached for it, but he held it up high, using his height to his advantage. Emerald Chastity Morgan? The guy read aloud, then shrugged, tossing the wallet and license back to me. I yanked them from the air, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks, and refused to look directly at Loki. He'd done this exact thing to me the day we met. Pickpocketed twice in just a few days, Red? He said, sounding disappointed. That was even worse. Thought I taught you better than that. He tisked, shaking his head. Well, Arlen said, her smug voice grating on my nerves. We cannot all have perfect students. She raised a delicate eyebrow, a small smirk playing on her lips. I'm not, I began, but was interrupted by Loki. She robbed that elf pup of yours blind in the street earlier, he said, nodding toward Corey. Arlen turned to face Corey, her dark eyes scrutinizing him. Is this true? She asked, her voice low. Well, he said, drawing out the word, then shrugging. Kind of. He shuffled his feet, avoiding Arlen's piercing gaze. Not kind of, I argued while stuffing my wallet back into my pocket, feeling the worn leather against my fingertips. And elf? I eyed him carefully, taking in his round ears and youthful features. I glanced at Arlen again, noting her pointed ears peeking from beneath her raven dark hair. And she's Fae? What's the difference? Corey, Arlen gasped, her hand flying to her chest in an overly dramatic gesture. You brought a speciesist into my home? Her voice dripped with disdain. Whoa! I raised my hands in a negating gesture, taking a step back. Let's all chill down, please. I think we all got off on the wrong foot here. I was still so confused as to who these people were and what their connection to Loki was. Arlen smiled then, a calculated expression that did reach her eyes. She stepped closer, the scent of jasmine and something otherworldly enveloping me. You are right, child. Emerald, was it? I noticed her quick glance in Loki's direction and instantly knew she knew him well. It had taken some time before he told me that a red emerald was crucial to something in his life. And technically, I kind of was a red emerald, just not the glittering mineral kind. I'm guessing you won't be using my name in some nefarious spell now, I said, and sheathed the dagger still in my hand before I extended that hand to her. It's Emery, actually. Arlen, she said, and took it. And I'm not a child. Arlen smiled. Not if you managed to rob Corey, no. I heard the guy clear his throat uncomfortably and smiled back at her. This belongs to you, I believe. She handed me my second dagger. I assume you will not be trying to kill me again? Loki snorted. The day is young yet. What? I blurted. No, it's not. No, I won't try that again. I apologize for earlier. You took me by surprise, that's all. Arlen shrugged. Your aim is certainly good. Thanks, I said, finding it a bit confusing since that aim had been directed at her head. Not good enough, Loki mumbled, though not quietly enough for us not to hear. Oh, zip it, smart mouth, Arlen snapped at him. If you could not even bother to show up here after the 2 years that were entirely your own fault, then— Oh, entirely my fault, was it? Loki snapped back. Who, if I may ask, procured the— You may not ask. I only deal in reputable— Reputable? Really, Arlen? Reputable fences? Here we go, Corey muttered. Here we go— What? I asked as the other two continued bickering without letting each other finish a sentence. Then it dawned on me, and I looked from Corey's face, which said he'd seen this before, and not just once, to the arguing couple who had moved closer to each other now. Oh my God, I blurted, annoyed that I hadn't seen it before. You're the wife! The tension between them was ripe with pent-up anger, attraction, and— love? I had no idea, given the vitriol. But there was something. Had I grown up as a normal kid, I likely would have caught on minutes ago. As it was, I was glad I'd managed it at all. At least my statement made them shut up for a moment as they both looked at me in confusion. Is she? Arlen began in Loki's direction. A bit slow? I sighed. Only socially, he confirmed. Thanks for that, I said, and then promptly ignored him. What I mean is, I've been dying to meet you. You are her, right? To the detriment of my soul, yes, Arlen said. And you live here? Now, all three of them looked at me like I was a simpleton. What I mean is you live here, in Atlantis, I clarified. I thought you were in another realm somewhere. I thought that was why you're never around. Oh no, Arlen said, and crossed her arms over her chest, glaring at her husband. I have been here all along. Seriously, Loki, and you didn't even get in touch? Arlen smiled. I like her. My feelings are mixed at the moment, he said, giving me a side-eye that didn't faze me in the least. Right now, I was on Arlen's side. I had no idea what kind of relationship these two had, but he could at least have informed her of his return. Loki shook his head. Let's discuss this without the infants listening. Hey! How many times do I have to tell you that I'm not an— Good idea, Arlen interrupted, and with that, they swiftly walked toward the door she had come through and promptly shut it behind them, leaving me alone with Corey to fend for myself. Verbally, that was. Chapter 10. The seconds ticked by. I'm sure it was only seconds, but it felt so long. I stood staring, dumbfounded, at the door, feeling the stretch of silence with Corey somewhere to my side and behind me. Dust motes danced in the beams of light from the ceiling lamps, casting a soft glow across the large room. "So," I finally said, grasping for something, anything to say. "Is that normal?" I indicated the door and the bickering couple who'd just passed through it. "Absolutely." He shook his head in seeming resignation and rolled his eyes, his hands slipping into the pockets of his trousers. I looked around awkwardly, taking in the large landscape paintings on the walls. The massive, intricately decorated marble desk dominated one side of the room, its surface littered with papers, pens, and an assortment of porcelain trinkets. Could I leave? I had no idea what was going on here. I was pretty sure this was all a coincidence, us staking out the same house, but Corey leading me to Loki's wife? I guessed that was why Loki had been adamant we not meddle with Corey when I'd first spotted him. And then I'd kind of forced Loki's hand by following the guy anyway. "So, you're an elf, huh?" I asked finally when I couldn't take the silence anymore. Corey seemed calm, watching me with no discomfort in the quiet. Maybe he relished it after Arlen and Loki had left the room. My ears were still positively ringing from the noise. "Half," he said, his voice smooth and even. "What?" "Half elf." He quirked an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twitching upward ever so slightly. "Oh." I closed my eyes for a moment, mentally kicking myself. I was so bad at this. Now that nothing was at stake anymore, my social skills, or lack thereof, bubbled to the surface. What was it Loki had told me? Show interest in people. I drew a deep breath. "Corey's a weird name then, isn't it?" I ventured, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. "Smooth girl," I sighed. But then, what did it matter? He was just a thief homing in on our turf, so to speak. There was nothing at stake here. It is?" His brow furrowed slightly, confusion clear on his face. "Well, don't elves have long and complicated names that no one can pronounce anyway?" I waved my hand vaguely in the air, as if to encompass the entirety of elven nomenclature. He chuckled then, the sound warm and rich. "I think you and I have gotten off on the wrong foot twice now." He tilted his head, studying me with a glint of amusement in his eyes. "The first time being when you got me arrested," I reminded him, crossing my arms over my chest. He pursed his lips sideways for a moment, like he was trying not to laugh. "All right, let's start fresh. My name's Korvathundir Aino Weismere." I blinked and thought I could hear the proverbial crickets for a moment. "Corey's a lovely elven name, come to think of it," I said, and tried smiling, hoping to ease the awkwardness. He laughed then, the sound infectious and disarming. I couldn't help grinning in response, feeling some of the tension ease from my shoulders. "I'm also guessing, since Loki called you a pup, that you're not old as the hills like him. And her, come to think of it," I ventured, hoping to steer the conversation into less treacherous waters. "He does do that. It's annoying, isn't it?" Corey rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "So annoying," I agreed, nodding emphatically. "You're right, though. I'm 29, a mere baby in elven terms." He shrugged, a self-deprecating smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "And Loki's wife Arlen is your boss?" I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. "Yep, I'm her apprentice," he confirmed. "And the pyramid was a test?" "What?" A moo of confusion flickered across his face. "Arlen referenced your break-in there as a test," I clarified, gesturing vaguely with one hand. "Ah." He smiled and nodded while looking straight at me. It was... I didn't know what it was. Not quite unnerving, not uncomfortable. It was kind of okay. That was my first test working for her, yes. I lost track of my sensations then. Wait, what? Your first test? I sputtered, my eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, I'd been working for her for a few months by then, and it was to see if she'd take me on permanently, he explained, his tone matter of fact, as if breaking into a heavily guarded magical structure was just another day at the office. I gaped for a moment, my mind reeling at the implications. Then I remembered myself and shook my head. Let me get this straight. You had to break into the pyramid through the protective magical shield when the pyramid was full of desperate kin members? And that was just to see if she'd take you on? I asked incredulously, my hands gesticulating wildly. Uh-huh. He nodded, a small smirk playing at the corners of his lips, clearly amused by my reaction. I glanced back at the door she'd just left through, and then at Corey, my mind whirling with questions. Who were these people? That sounds to me like something that would maybe be a final test, I ventured. He chuckled again, the sound warm and rich in the quiet of the room. Not with her. Okay then. I let the words hang a bit, drawing out the syllables as I tried to wrap my mind around the implications. Then something struck me. If something as complex as the pyramid was an initiation test, then what are you doing over in Atlas Gardens? I asked, my brow furrowing. Was it something to do with Nikolaus? Was the monster worse than a giant magical shield? He laughed again, the sound bubbling up from deep in his chest. Laughter seemed to sit easily with him, and his face lit up. I mentally shook my head, forcing myself to focus. That was not important. What was important was doing the job Antigone had given us. Corey and Arlen were not part of that plan. Are you going to tell me why you're so interested in that manor? Corey countered, his eyes sparkling with mischief. No, I replied flatly. Well then. He trailed off, mimicking my tone. I smiled and huffed, shaking my head ruefully. I suppose we won't get any closer to solving this, I concluded, my shoulders slumping slightly in defeat. No, he agreed. I eyed him a moment, then found his handsome face too distracting, my gaze skittering away. I'll just get the annoying jerk and then we'll be out of your hair, I declared, squaring my shoulders and walking toward the door. I wouldn't do that, Corey warned, his voice serious despite the hint of laughter lingering in his eyes. Thing is, I said, my hand on the handle, I don't have a boss. He's my partner. So I will do that. My chin lifted defiantly. I really wouldn't, he persisted, his voice growing more insistent. I should have listened. I really should have. But my pride prevented me from taking the advice of a thief. I opened the door and took one step into the room inside before I realized what scene I'd stumbled into, and quickly stepped back, closing it again, my face flushing with embarrassment. Told you, Corey said unhelpfully from across the room, his voice sounding like he was holding back laughter. I closed my eyes and rubbed my hands over my face, groaning softly. No, you really didn't, I mumbled, my words muffled by my palms. I walked back across the colorful tiles toward Corey again, and the door behind him, my steps heavy with mortification. They're at it like bunnies, I muttered, shaking my head in disbelief. Uh-huh, he nodded, his eyes twinkling with mirth. That was more of Loki's flesh than I ever wanted to see, I groaned, my cheeks burning with the memory. Yup, Corey agreed, his lips twitching as he fought to keep a straight face. You're incredibly unhelpful, I glared at him half-heartedly. Well, I warned you. Are they always like this? I asked, dreading the answer. Pretty much, he confirmed, nodding sagely. Well, then I'll just wait somewhere else, I said, hurrying past the man, my skin prickling with embarrassment. I noticed his smile out of the corner of my eye, but refused to meet his gaze, my pride still smarting. Talking to him had been easier than I expected, but this was too awkward. I hurried out with a mumbled, "I can find my own way out, thank you," as he made a move to go with me. Before he could answer, I opened the door and shut it behind me, the heavy wood thudding into place, muffling the sound of his chuckling. Chapter 11. Daylight had come by the time I'd escaped Arlen's villa, feeling more confused than anything. I'd gone back to Atlas Gardens and retrieved the vials of potions before returning home, and proceeded to stay up most of the following night. The few hours of restless sleep I'd snatched had left me groggy and disoriented. As soon as darkness fell again, I left my house. Living in Atlantis for years had made most people accustomed to the perpetual darkness, even during the daylight hours, and I was no exception. According to Walworth, Loki hadn't come home, so I figured he was still getting reacquainted with his wife. What a pair, I thought, a wry smile tugging at my lips even as I scoffed. When I stepped out into the cooling air, I decided to head back toward Atlas Gardens. If Loki wasn't back yet, I might as well return to scoping out Nikolaus's lavish estate, and maybe even catch a glimpse of the man himself. If nothing else, he had to walk by a window at some point, right? I found the manor and its surrounding gardens just as empty of people as before, the silence broken only by the distant sounds of the city. Up in our hiding place on the ledge of the neighboring manor, I spent some time nestled beneath the ever-silent gargoyles that perched atop the building like stone sentinels. Brushing away some spider webs that had been spun since our last visit, I felt the silken strands cling to my fingers as I settled onto the ledge, my eyes fixed on the grand manor across the street. As usual, a few lights glowed on the top floor, the farthest from my position, while the rest of the building was shrouded in darkness, its secrets hidden behind thick stone walls. This really gave me nothing new, no fresh insights or revelations. I spotted the same details Loki and I already had, the carefully manicured gardens and the same eerie stillness hanging over the place like a cloud. No point in sitting still then, I thought, restless energy getting the better of me. After about an hour of fruitless observation, I got up and headed down to street level, pleased to find my arms didn't actually hurt after the climb. There was a slight weariness, but nothing more than a little fatigue that would fade soon, a testament to the hours of training I had put in. Keeping to the shadows, I walked around the fence, generally out of sight as I checked everything, my eyes scanning the perimeter for any sign of weakness. There was nothing new. No hidden alarms we hadn't already found, no cameras we hadn't spotted, no guards lurking anywhere. It only reinforced the realization that we were ready to enter the place, that there were only a few steps left in our admittedly half-thought-out plan, and that all we needed now was some equipment. There was nothing more to gain from lingering outside Nikolaus's house. I sighed, frustration welling up. If I could just get a view of the guy, size him up, get a feel for what we'd be facing inside that oversized and seemingly partially deserted building, maybe I could put my mind at ease. A rumble reached my ears, low and ominous, and a second later I felt tremors beneath my feet, the ground shaking ever so slightly. I looked around with unease as the final tremors subsided, the vibrations not even strong enough to make me stumble, but unsettling nonetheless. A couple down the street, walking away from the area, stopped, their silhouettes turning to look at each other in the dim light. Then they shook their heads and walked on, their steps quickening as if eager to put some distance between themselves and the strange occurrence. I frowned. Earthquakes weren't exactly common in Atlantis, the ground beneath the city usually as solid and unyielding as the stone that made up its buildings. Neither was the sight of citizens knocking down constables, but as I turned to look in the opposite direction of the retreating couple, that was exactly what I saw. A man came into the street farther down, emerging from between two of the large houses on the other side, his movements hurried and furtive. And right in front of him, Coming out from between Nicolaus's house and the neighboring house farthest from me came a constable, identifiable by his blue uniform in the weak shine from a nearby streetlight. The man ran straight for the constable instead of veering off, his steps purposeful and aggressive. It must have surprised the constable, because he took a punch I saw coming from at least 200 meters away, the blow connecting with a sickening crack that seemed to echo in the stillness. The constable landed on his ass, the air rushing out of his lungs in a pained grunt, and the man ran back between the buildings he'd come from, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as he'd appeared. I saw the constable turn his head and look toward me, his eyes scanning the street, and I made a snap decision. I bolted across the street, too. Loki and I did not need any attention on us in this area, and even being a witness was bad enough, especially if it got back to my inspector uncle. That would have the area crawling with constables thanks to his chronic suspicions toward me. There really was only one thing to do, one course of action that made sense in the moment. I pulled the hood of my dark, short jacket over my head, the fabric obscuring my features, as I bolted across the street, my feet pounding against the cobblestones. It would be too far to run after the couple and slip between one of the houses there, the distance too great to cover without drawing attention. No. Straight ahead was my best bet, the quickest path to safety and anonymity. I entered a wide alley. The space between the grand houses in this neighborhood was more expansive than in other parts of the city. Without breaking stride, I climbed onto the roof of one of the houses, its windows dark and lifeless, a sign that nobody was home. I then began moving across the roofs, my steps light and sure, my body adapting to the uneven terrain with ease. The gaps between buildings narrowed as the area shifted to smaller houses, the spaces shrinking to a more manageable size. The jump still required skill and agility, honed over hours of training with Loki. A noise stopped me right before I was about to jump onto a neighboring house, the sound out of place in the night stillness. I automatically looked down, my eyes scanning the alley below, but saw nothing in the narrow space. It was clean and tidy, like most streets and alleys in this area, and therefore easy to see, the cobblestones free of debris. The sound came again, louder this time, and I realized it came from my left, the direction I had been moving away from. I moved quietly across the roof, the soles of my boots soft against the slate, my steps measured and cautious. And in the street below, I saw the man again, his dark hair glinting in the moonlight, this time engaged in a fight with another constable. That is to say, it had been a fight, but by the time I looked over the edge, the man was pummeling an already unconscious constable's face, his fists flying in a frenzy of violence and rage. The sight made me gasp, the sound slipping out before I could stop it, though the man was too lost in his fury to hear it from several meters above. Thankfully, by the time I got one knee on the roof to bend down and see properly over the edge, the man got up, his breathing so heavy I could hear it even from my vantage point, his chest heaving with exertion and adrenaline. He shook his fist as if to shake off the pain, his knuckles bloodied and raw from the repeated impacts. The constable's face was a mess of blood and swelling, the damage severe even from my distant hiding spot, but I saw his arm move in a dazed, uncoordinated way, a sign he was thankfully still alive. "By the spirits!" someone yelled. The sound startled me, and I turned toward the sound of boots hitting the ground, the footsteps rapid and urgent. "Did you see who did this?" a younger, light-haired man asked the assailant, his voice filled with concern and a hint of fear. He came up from his left and therefore didn't see the dark-haired man's bloodied right fist, the evidence of his brutal handiwork hidden from view. I assumed the assailant would try to play it off, to feign ignorance and innocence. The blond man had clearly not seen who had caused the injuries. His arrival was too late to witness the assault. He stopped his jog and bent down next to the fallen constable, his hands hovering over the man's battered face as if unsure what to do. "We need to help him," he said, looking up at the dark-haired man. I couldn't see his eyes, but his voice sounded imploring. "Sure," the dark-haired man said, stepping closer, his voice deceptively calm. "We can," he began, but when he got close enough, he grabbed the other man by his light-colored hair and dragged him up, his movements lightning fast and full of cruel intent. He punched him square in the face before I could draw breath or react, the blow landing with a sickening crunch that made my stomach turn. The younger man fell backward and landed with a heavy thud on the cobbled street, his body crumpling like a rag doll. I could hear him groaning as the assailant bent over him, and I had to crane my neck to see properly, my hand instinctively reaching for my dagger. I couldn't in good conscience let him kill someone who had simply come running to help, though naively. But as I watched, I saw the man searching his victim's pockets, his hands roving with practiced efficiency. A thief, I realized with a start, and not one to miss an opportunity, his greed overriding any sense of decency or mercy. I had halfway drawn my dagger, the blade glinting in the moonlight, when more voices sounded nearby. The shouts were filled with anger and urgency, heavy boots pounding against the cobblestones. More constables. Chapter 12. I saw them well before the thief below, but he heard them just like me, the sound of heavy footsteps and shouted orders echoing through the narrow streets. He got up and bolted, the other man's wallet clutched tightly in his hand, his movements quick and furtive as he disappeared into the shadows. I withdrew from the roof's edge as 3 constables and an inspector came running from farther down the street, their faces grim and determined. Apparently, there was a manhunt out for this thief, and I honestly couldn't blame them. He was a real piece of work, I thought, as I crawled backwards at first and then rose to cross more roofs, putting some distance between myself and the constabulary. I had no intention of being a witness, and now I knew the 2 men below would be seen to by people not out to hurt them. For the first part of my run across the tiled roofs, I heard the thief down there, his feet hitting the cobbled streets hard, the sound of his desperate flight filling the night air. But I couldn't cross there, and soon lost track of him, the sound of his footsteps fading into the distance. I continued my journey across the roofs for 5 or 6 more before I began considering my descent to ground level. As I moved farther away from Nikolaus's home, the buildings grew smaller, the grand mansions giving way to more modest dwellings. But even here, in this well-to-do area known as Asteria Isle, because Atlantis was full of strange names that made no sense in a desert, the houses were sturdy and well-maintained, their facades adorned with intricate ironwork and colorful tiles. The streets were clean and well-lit, the slate tiles smooth beneath my feet as I made my way across the rooftops, the cool night air caressing my skin. But an isle it was not. "Stop, Cleggett!" An all-too-familiar voice rose from the street to my left, the sound sending a jolt of recognition through me. I rolled my eyes and abandoned my plan of descent immediately. That voice belonged to none other than my uncle. I sighed and sidled over to that side of the roof I was on, the slope gentle enough to navigate with ease, my boots finding purchase on the roof tiles. Again, I peeked over a roof's edge and down at the thief, who was now confronted by an inspector, my uncle this time. This was likely not going to end any better than it had for the poor constable and stranger who had tried helping several streets back. My uncle likely didn't know that. If he had, he wouldn't have cornered the man alone. Or almost alone, I realized, as I caught the sound of several boots hitting the ground again, the noise coming from at least a minute or 2 away, the constables navigating the streets farther back. My uncle, dressed in his crisp uniform, hefted a baton and, by the look of him, he knew how to use it, his stance confident and sure. But I'd seen the desperation combined with a callous disregard for other people in the thief, and I knew he'd likely take a hard blow just to land several of his own. It wasn't lost on me why so many constables were after this man, and while I wasn't on the best of terms with them myself, due specifically to my uncle, this didn't sit right with me. "Cleggett, I'm warning you!" Uncle Allen's voice left no doubt he wasn't backing down, his tone hard and unyielding. I had no idea how good he was with that baton, but I had to assume he knew how to handle it. He certainly looked the part, his posture strong and confident. The best thing to do was to let him handle this himself, to stay out of it and not be implicated. The man despised me, and with good reason. His life as a constable had been hard because of me and my parents being kin members, my parents high-ranking ones too, their legacy a stain on his reputation that he could never quite wash away. But the other constables were just a little too far away, their reinforcements not close enough to make a difference. And as I suspected, the thief was more than willing to take a hit from the baton to come closer, his movements lightning fast as he twisted his upper body, his left side taking the brunt of the blow, which left his right and dominant side free to strike, a move I saw coming from a mile away. I already knew he was right-handed, and so, without a second thought, I reached into my pocket and grabbed one of the vials I had brought with me tonight. It had just been a precaution, but then this was what precautions were for. As my uncle struck the thief's left upper arm, I saw the expected twist and the thief raising his fist. I threw the vial with force and precision. It hit right where I wanted, the side of his head, the glass shattering on impact, the blue liquid inside spewing out and turning into smoke as it met the air. I rose from my perched position, cursing under my breath. I'd forgotten to check the color. This was a stunner potion, not the yellow sleeper one. I gritted my teeth and said something foul under my breath again, then went for it, knowing that if I thought about the drop too much, it wouldn't help me one bit. I jumped, estimating that the thief, at least, would dampen my fall a little. He'd frozen down there, in his pose, ready to strike my uncle, who was wisely backing away from the smoke, his free arm covering his face, the other still hefting the baton in a defensive stance. I hit the thief with my feet to his right shoulder, the impact jarring my bones as he fell and struck the ground, the thud of his body hitting the cobblestones echoing in the night air. I rolled to soften my fall, my body moving on instinct. It halfway worked, bolts of lightning shooting through my left shoulder as I hit the ground rolling, a grimace of pain crossing my face as I stopped on my right side. Thankfully, Uncle Alan didn't see it. "What in the hells?" he uttered somewhere behind me, his voice filled with confusion and shock. I pushed the pain away and scrambled to get to my feet, staggering a bit as I got upright, my body protesting the sudden movement. I forced away any need to hold on to my shoulder or show the pain on my face, schooling my features into a mask of calm indifference. "You," he simply said, as he saw my face when I turned toward him, his tone a mix of disbelief and anger. "Of course me," I quipped with a smile now, trying to keep my tone light and casual. "Family needs to stick up for each other, right?" That stumped him, his face going slack with surprise. And then he looked like he was having a minor stroke as his brain tried processing the last 5 seconds, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Anywho," I continued, making sure to keep my arms by my sides so as not to give him a reason to think I was threatening him. "Cleggett? That's his name? Not very fear-inspiring, but okay." I shrugged and indicated the man, my movements casual and unconcerned. I thought it best for him to become unconscious. Unfortunately, I threw the wrong potion, and people usually get out of that one faster than the sleeper one. Uncle Alan actually gaped at me, his mouth hanging open in a most undignified manner. There was a weird twitch in his left eye, a sure sign of his mounting frustration. He stood in the same position, the baton still hefted in his right hand, his knuckles white due to the force of his grip. The sound of running men was much closer now, and I was sure my uncle would have reacted to it by now had he not been so shocked at my sudden appearance, his attention wholly focused on me. I took a tentative step back, knowing it was time to go, to make my escape before things got any more complicated. That movement, however, seemed to wake him up, and he stepped forward, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "See, it's him or me, right now," I said, making sure to smile while pointing between myself and the unconscious thief, my tone light and airy. I didn't hesitate after that, seeing my uncle's jaw tighten as he realized I was right, that he couldn't deal with us both. I moved back a few paces, and then simply turned my back on him before I legged it between the nearest buildings. The sounds of the approaching men grew louder, and I was relieved I spotted an easy way up the side of a house with sturdy shutters on the windows on all floors. I quickly made my way up, utterly grateful Loki had insisted I train for this and swearing not to tell him, knowing his ego wouldn't be able to handle it, and then my ears would pay the price. I reached the roof at the same time shouts rang out as the constabulary gathered down there, surrounding the unconscious and frozen thief, no doubt, their voices carrying in the still night air. This was, however, not a moment to stay and gloat silently while staring down at the scene a couple of houses over. I couldn't risk my uncle trying to find me now that he had backup to help him. Pushing myself fully upright on the slanted roof, I tightened the muscles in my legs to stay balanced. By now, I was far enough away from Nicolaus's house to avoid attracting Uncle Alan's suspicion. He wouldn't connect these streets to that place, which meant that my best bet was to head back there before anyone could follow me. I took off across the rooftops, my feet flying over the tiles, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps as I pushed myself to move faster, to put more distance between myself and the scene behind me. The night air whipped at my face, the breeze carrying floral scents from the gardens below. As I drew closer to Nicolaus's house, I slowed my pace, my steps growing more cautious, my senses on high alert. I scanned the streets below, looking for any signs of movement, any hint of danger lurking in the shadows. But all was quiet, the city's hum faint in the distance, the trees along the street moving gently in the breeze. I climbed down, my boots hitting the ground with a soft thud, and walked across the street, heading back in the opposite direction from where I had fled only a few minutes ago. It was all calm now. The constable who'd been knocked down no longer there, having likely gotten up to follow the thief after the both of us had left. I sidled back to the fence and drew a deep breath. That had been an unexpected turn of events. Maybe I shouldn't tell Loki. He would call me by my middle name for interfering and risking drawing attention to our job here. But it had turned out to my advantage, hadn't it? The constabulary had no idea who I was unless Uncle Alan revealed my interference, and since no one had come after me, I wasn't so sure he had. Not that I knew what that meant. Maybe he was grateful, or more likely, pissed off because I'd done him a favor, his pride wounded by the fact that he'd needed my help at all. I walked along the fence, taking care to keep out of the light from the occasional street lamp, and raised my hands to pull back the hood from my head just as I noticed movement inside the fence, a flicker of shadow that caught my eye above it on the wall of the building. As quick as I could, I went for the nearest tree growing on the sidewalk and climbed it. I snagged it lightly and winced at the pain in my shoulder, but it wasn't too bad, the ache already fading to a dull throb. The figure inside stole all my attention anyway. From my hiding spot, I saw something move between the bushes and plants inside the fence, someone walking in the dark, their steps careful and measured. I squinted to see better, but could only discern the silhouette of a man, nothing more, except his size. He looked tall and broad-shouldered, his frame imposing even from this distance. We would have to plan according to that, to take his physical attributes into account when plotting our next move. We had no idea of his fighting skills, but would be fools to think of him as no threat. There was a reason the hunters had given up on this man, a reason they had deemed him too dangerous to pursue. At the moment, he seemed to be getting some air, and his stance made him look like a man who needed to calm himself down, looking up toward the sky, shaking his hands a little, as if trying to rid himself of some unseen burden. Maybe he'd been shaken by the small earthquake earlier? Or a more sinister thought presented itself in my head. Maybe he'd caused it? But how? Still, seeing him in person, because who else could it be getting some air in the locked-in garden but the owner, was at least a confirmation he was in there at all. It might be vague news, but at least it was some news to bring back to Loki, something to work with as we planned our next steps. I climbed down and turned to leave, my mind already racing ahead, when I noticed someone else watching the man, and, to my chagrin, me too. Farther down, in the connecting street, around the corner of the fence, stood a figure, hiding behind one of the trees there, just like I was. This figure, on the other hand, I did recognize without seeing all the details, the familiarity of his stance sending a jolt of recognition through me. I'd recognize that thief anywhere now, the memory of our earlier encounter still fresh in my mind. Though hidden in the shadows behind that tree, placed between two streetlights, the figure of Corey gave me a mock salute, and, in my imagination, likely a smirk too, his arrogance grating on my nerves. I was so not having it, my patience wearing thin. Without a backward glance, I moved away from the tree and the two figures, careful not to be seen by Nikolaus. I'd stopped one thief tonight. Surely, I could stop two more before they risked ruining everything. You just couldn't trust thieves to do anything but that. Chapter 13. I knocked an arrow on the hunting bow Loki had provided for our training, aimed at the circular target, and let it loose. It hit the third circle from the edge, a decent shot at this point in my training, but not my best. The fresh smell of the basement training room surrounded me as I lowered the bow. At that moment, Walworth came down the stairs, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The room was always clean, thanks to him. "Hiya, Worthy," I said, turning to face him.
"Miss."
He nodded toward the bow in my hands.
"Practicing without our raucous house guest?"
"Loki wants me to start practicing on moving targets and with more distance," I explained. "So I'm trying to get some more practice in before that." Walworth eyed the target critically.
"I suppose if that had been a foe, you would have hit the outer parts of the torso."
"That's oddly sweet," I told him with a laugh. Loki would not have been as forgiving. But the fact that Walworth never questioned our training together, except for lamenting his loss of space in this particular room, had always been both a surprise and a relief. I also suspected that teaching me useful skills was the only redeeming quality Walworth saw in Loki, who tended to take up a lot of space wherever he went.
"Your aim is usually better than this, no?"
Walworth asked, raising an eyebrow. I shrugged. "Yep. But there seems to be a difference between throwing something and using a device to send off a projectile." I hefted the bow for emphasis. "Like a middleman or middle tool, shaking things up. Aiming this way isn't as intuitive for me, but the range is farther and the force stronger with the bow."
"You'll get there, I'm sure."
Walworth's tone was reassuring. "Thanks," I said, meaning it. His support meant a lot to me. "How's Carlene?" I added, thinking of Walworth's girlfriend, who worked as a servant for one of our neighbors. I'd never actually met her, but knew they usually went out together a couple of times a week. It was sweet, I thought. They seemed to have found a pleasant rhythm at their age.
"Good as always. She's thinking of retiring," Walworth replied.
"Really? Why?" I asked, surprised. Walworth graced me with a rare, quick smile.
"Because we are old, miss."
"No, you're not," I blurted, though I knew he was 40 or 50 years older than me. He just seemed somewhat unchangeable to me, always here minding and guarding this place.
"Ah, the feeling of immortality of youth," he said sagely, nodding to himself.
"Well," I shifted my feet. "Are you planning the same?"
"Don't know yet, miss."
Walworth's expression was pensive. "I really don't want to lose you, Worthy. But I get that you want to live your own life," I told him earnestly. He nodded.
"I guess that makes both of us."
"What do you mean?" Walworth pressed his lips together for a moment, looking like he'd said too much.
"It's only—"
"If it's about my parents, then say what you like. I won't hold it against you. They were idiots," I added.
They weren't, actually, he countered. They were tricked and misguided for a long time. That's a diplomatic way of putting it, but I supposed it was part of his profession not to speak badly of his employers, former or present. No, it's not. They were fooled, and maybe fools because of it. But they didn't want to spend their lives committing crimes and believing falsehoods. Neither did you, I'm sure. And what I see now, he nodded toward the bow in my hands again, is you trying to live your own life, which differs greatly from what you were. I find that commendable, miss. Clearing his throat, he looked a bit embarrassed before his neutral mask fell back into place. I suppose I've surrounded myself with good people this time around, I said, smiling at him. Walworth pursed his lips sideways, as if questioning that statement. Yep, I confirmed. Even the weirdo living in the guest room. On that note, Walworth went on, though I distinctly thought I saw a humorous twitch in his left eye. I came down to inform you that that eccentric person is now upstairs. Loki came home? Surprise colored my tone. You seem surprised. I shrugged. Yesterday's revelations had thrown me. I hadn't known Loki's wife was actually currently in Atlantis. Though they seemed estranged, the sight of them going at it in the other room indicated otherwise. I didn't know what it meant for Loki's future living arrangements. He asked for you, Walworth clarified. He's upstairs in the kitchen. Moments later, I found the eccentric one taking a big bite of a half-eaten turkey sandwich as I entered the kitchen. Loki sat at the servants' table, where we usually ate. The formal dining table in the library was rarely used these days. It just wasn't the same with my family fractured. You got Worthy to make one of those again? I asked, eyeing the sandwich. Mouth full, Loki simply shrugged in response. Somehow, he always managed to get the butler to prepare them, likely because they were the only thing Loki openly praised. He genuinely loved those sandwiches. Swallowing, he spoke. Is our equipment ready? Yeah, I had it fixed yesterday and packed this morning. But that's unimportant now, I replied, studying him as I took a seat across the table. Despite his disheveled black hair, Loki looked fine as always. Even hangovers never seemed to last long with him. No, it's not. We need to act now before our competition does, he insisted. Uh-huh, I uttered skeptically. About our competition, as you call them. Loki let out a dramatic sigh and took another large bite. So, what's the deal with you and Arlen? I pressed. He shrugged, speaking around the food in his mouth. You know who she is. What else is there to say? You, dude, close your mouth, I grimaced. There's a ton to say, by the way. You didn't tell me she was some kind of master thief. Scoffing, Loki swallowed. She's more of a grifter. What's the difference? I blurted, then shook my head as he gave me a chastising look that nearly made me utter my own middle name. Never mind. What's her interest in Lucius Nicolaus, then? Loki shrugged again, about to take another bite. Exasperated, I grabbed the sandwich out of his hand and held it out of reach. Oh, Red, that is a crime, he protested. Stop it! What are they up to? I demanded. They? He feigned ignorance. Arlen and Corey, I clarified impatiently. Rolling his eyes, Loki got up to grab a beer from the fridge. They are likely planning to rob the place, or con the man, he said with another shrug, removing the cap and taking a swig. But why? From what we know, and that isn't much given all the redacted information in the file, that man is hella dangerous, I pointed out. Well, Red, he said, sitting back down, his unnaturally green eyes on the sandwich I still held hostage. So is Arlen. Duh, but exactly how? You felt her glamour, did you not? Loki arched an eyebrow. Yeah, it didn't work on me. I pointed at the protective tattoo Del had given me, fully visible as I wore a black t-shirt. That is something you should be thankful for, he remarked. What, it works on you? I asked incredulously. Pfft, of course not. Never has. Taking another swig, Loki glanced sideways for a moment before meeting my gaze again. Suffice it to say, Red, that Arlen is her own kind of danger. It's best to stay far away. Okay, now you're just being overdramatic. She seemed kind of cool. I mean, after she stopped trying to use her glamour on me, I argued. How you haven't been tricked into another cult yet is beyond me, Red. Everyone seems nice to you until they show their true colors, Loki retorted. Blah, 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 I said to that. Arlen is not a cult. She's your wife. You rarely talk about her, but you do talk about her. So she means something at least. That's just youthful romanticizing. Say that to the wall you two were defacing yesterday. Peeping now? Oh, chastity. He tisked at me, and of course showed no sign whatsoever of being embarrassed. Not on purpose, I said. But my point is... You have no point. I paused, letting out a resigned sigh. Okay, not ready to talk about it, I see. Raising my hands in surrender, palms toward him, I realized my mistake too late as he snatched back his half-eaten sandwich and got to his feet in one swift motion. Anyway, while you spent yesterday and last night reciting love poems to your darling wife, Loki snorted through a badly repressed smile at that, I had a more productive evening. Oh no, did you get engaged again? Shut up. No, I helped my uncle, saw Nicolaus himself, and am pretty sure that Arlen and Corey will be setting whatever plan they have in motion quickly because of us. All I got to that was a raised eyebrow as he chomped down on his sandwich again while leaning against the wall. I see you're riveted with anticipation of my tale, I told him, and then got on with it, thinking it was best to let him know of my dealings with my uncle, despite my misgivings a few hours earlier. You're sure you encountered your troublesome relative far enough away from Nicolaus's grand house for him not to get any ideas? Absolutely. Loki mulled this over with some more of his beer, then shrugged and bit into the ever-dwindling sandwich again. I think you're right. Arlen will likely act quicker than she planned now. Okay, I said, and nodded, relieved he seemed to agree and believe my concerns. What's the deal with that Corey guy, anyway? I asked, deftly changing the subject. Huh? Loki halted just before reaching the door and glanced back at me, one eyebrow arched quizzically. Arlen's apprentice. Loki scoffed, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Oh, chastity, be ready by midnight. What? I called after him as he disappeared through the doorway. And stop walking around the warm porridge, he yelled back from the other side of the door before I heard his footsteps moving away. What does that even mean? I yelled back, but the only answer I got was his retreating laughter. 5 hours later, the sun had long since dipped below the horizon, yet the city's vibrant energy showed no signs of waning. Loki and I made our way over to the affluent Atlas Gardens easily enough, hailing a cab for part of the journey. The city's bustling nightlife unfolded before my eyes as I gazed out the carriage window, the streets aglow with the warm light of lanterns and alive with the chatter and laughter of passers-by. The air was thick with the mingled scents of roasting meats and exotic spices, wafting from the myriad food stalls lining the cobblestone avenues. We disembarked about 20 minutes away from our destination, not wanting to risk being remembered by the coachman or the other passengers should the worst happen, and the constabulary need witnesses later. From there, we proceeded on foot, and I relished the reprieve from the carriage's rickety jostling over the uneven cobblestones that paved Atlantis's streets. As we approached the mansion, its imposing facade loomed before us, seeming even more foreboding in the darkness. Without a word, Loki and I veered away from the main gate, rounding the first corner of the perimeter fence. We made a beeline for a shadowy area between two flickering lampposts, a prime blind spot we had previously identified during our reconnaissance. Though we had pinpointed several other such dead zones along the fence line, this particular section also boasted the least activity within the mansion itself. Only 2 dim lights were visible from our vantage point, both emanating from windows on the 4th floor. It seemed Nikolaus maintained his preference for sequestering himself in a handful of rooms, far removed from any potential social interaction. We were both clad in dark, form-fitting attire devoid of any billowing fabric that could snag on something and hinder our movements. In addition to our usual array of weapons, we had modified a pair of backpacks into slim, compact carriers that hugged our torsos snugly, ensuring they wouldn't impede our mobility. These pouches contained the essential tools of our trade, stunners, sleepers, and the like, and it was from one of these that Loki now produced one of the arcane devices he had used on our previous jobs. "Here, you apply it," he said, pressing the small metallic rectangle into my palm. In the semi-darkness, I could feel the intricate engravings adorning its surface more than I could see them. "Me? I don't even know what these things are," I protested, turning the object over in my hands gingerly. "How can you not know that? We've used them before." Loki lowered his brows in disbelief. "You've used them before. You never told me anything," I pointed out. "Oh." He didn't even have the decency to look sheepish at that oversight. "The using it part is easy," he continued breezily. "It's getting them that's hard." "Okay, so what are they?" I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. "They're called ward devourers." "That's a mouthful," I remarked dryly. Loki merely shrugged. "Okay, so just put it here?" I clarified, gesturing toward the fence with the device. "That should do it. Try it." Loki nodded toward the fence encouragingly. Stepping closer, so near that it would have appeared highly suspicious had anyone been watching, I raised the ward devourer and pressed it firmly against the stone wall before me, surprised at the strength with which it adhered, as if magnetized. A flicker of amber light rippled across the stone's surface, extending a couple of meters in every direction before a soft, azure glow emanated from the enchanted device, seemingly consuming the ward's energy. When I tentatively approached the fence once more, the ward devourer had effectively neutralized the magical defense. "Good," Loki praised, and I couldn't help but smile at the rare compliment. "Now use those pipe stalks and get up there." Despite my exasperated sigh at his command, I complied. My muscles no longer screamed in protest as I hauled myself up and over, dropping silently into the garden below. A few moments later, Loki landed next to me. From there, somehow, our infiltration proceeded more smoothly than expected. We moved through the garden stealthily, darting between the large hedges and tended to flower beds. It was evident that while the grounds were not neglected, fallen leaves and withered petals crunched softly beneath our feet as we made our way toward the mansion proper, its stone walls rising before us like a slumbering behemoth. Upon reaching the building itself, Loki and I paused to check for any additional wards, but to our surprise and mild unease, we detected none. With a few deft twists of his lockpicks, Loki had the door open in seconds and we slipped inside unnoticed. The interior was just as eerily quiet as the grounds had been, our footsteps echoing softly in the cavernous hallways, despite our best efforts to tread lightly. Dust motes danced in the weak streetlight filtering through the occasional window, undisturbed by any signs of recent habitation. Except for a gardener, it became increasingly apparent that Nikolaus employed no household staff to maintain the mansion's grandeur, a peculiar choice for one so ostensibly concerned with appearances. As we ascended the sweeping staircase to the upper floors, a faint sound caught our attention, causing us to freeze mid-step. Straining our ears, we listened intently, perplexed by the noise emanating from a wing of the mansion that had shown no prior signs of activity during our surveillance. The lack of magical barriers throughout the property only heightened our growing sense of unease. Proceeding with even greater caution, Loki and I entered a vast ballroom, its vaulted ceiling and dusty marble floors a testament to the wealth of a bygone era. Weak streetlight spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows,
casting long shadows across the empty expanse. We instinctively retreated into a darkened corner, concealing ourselves behind a towering pillar just as a door on the far side of the room creaked open. A solitary figure emerged from the shadows, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought it might be Nikolaus himself. But as the individual stepped farther into the room, another silhouette appeared close behind, and in the dim light I realized with a start that it was none other than Arlen and Corey. Like us, they wore dark, form-fitting clothes, armed to the teeth with an array of weapons glinting at their hips and strapped to their backs. Arlen's black hair was pulled back into a tight bun, while Corey's blonde hair was hidden away under a black cap. Their faces, from what I could see in the weak light, were set in serious determination as they advanced farther into the ballroom. It was obvious that Arlen and Corey were here for the same reason we were, to infiltrate Nikolaus's stronghold, though to what final end I wasn't sure. They were thieves, though. The realization that we were not the only ones pursuing this dangerous man had me worried. It explained the lack of magical defenses, though. These two had already dismantled them. In that moment, crouched beside Loki in the shadows, I understood with perfect clarity that our job had just become infinitely more complicated. Not only were we racing against a formidable foe in Nikolaos, as far as we knew at least, but we now had to contend with the added threat of Arlen and Corey's interference too. Chapter 14. Arlen and Corey's presence in the grand ballroom didn't last long. They crossed the room in elegant, silent strides and left through a door opposite from where they'd entered. Loki and I remained motionless in the shadows for several long, tense minutes after their departure. When I finally deemed it safe to speak, I turned to Loki, my voice low and accusatory. "Did you tell them we were doing this tonight?" "Why in the realms would I do that?" Loki hissed, his eyes flashing with indignation in the dim light. "Well, out of the two of us, you're the one who's married to one of them," I pointed out, my tone dripping with sarcasm. "So?" he huffed, his shoulders tensing defensively. "That's no reason to talk to her." "For crying out loud!" I shook my head in frustration. "Then why are they here?" "Likely to beat us to it," Loki replied. "Arlen doesn't exactly hate competition. In fact, she thrives on beating it." "Lovely," I muttered, my mind racing with the implications of this unexpected development. "And what exactly is she beating us to? You didn't find it useful to ask her?" Loki snorted. "Something valuable, Red. That goes without saying." "Of course it does." "Trust me on this," Loki said, his gaze intense and unwavering. "Whatever her reasons for being here, it is not to catch a monster. It is to con the monster." "Great," I groaned. "And if she does that before we can do our thing, we're going to have an angry monster on our hands." "Precisely." Our eyes locked in a moment of silent understanding. The realization that time was now working against us spurred us forward, our steps quickening as we navigated the labyrinthine halls of the mansion. We moved with a swift efficiency born of necessity, our senses heightened and nerves on edge as we traversed unused rooms and deserted corridors. The knowledge that Arlen and Corey could be lurking around any corner added an extra layer of tension to our already risky job, forcing us to proceed with even greater caution. Each shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every creaking floorboard a potential betrayal of our presence. Despite the ever-present danger, we pressed on, driven by the unyielding determination to reach our target before our new rivals could beat us to the punch. As we ascended to the top floor, the only area of the mansion where we'd observed any signs of life over the past few days, a sense of trepidation settled over us like a palpable weight. The weak light filtering through the dusty windows cast an eerie glow over the abandoned corridors, the silence broken only by the soft whisper of our footsteps on a worn carpet. Yet, much to our surprise and relief, our progress remained blessedly unhindered. No sudden movements in the periphery of our vision, no telltale sounds of pursuit echoing in our wake. It seemed, for the moment at least, that fortune had smiled upon us. As was usual with the two of us, it didn't last long. "Where did they go?" I whispered to Loki, my voice echoing softly in the enclosed space. Loki's keen eyes scanned the hallway, taking in every detail. "Right toward the monster, I gather." There were no adornments anymore, just bare stone walls, floor, and ceiling. Not even any windows except a few narrow slits high above us, allowing thin slivers of light to pierce the gloom. It was what had made us think this might be a hallway when we saw it from the outside. "Well," I said, squaring my shoulders, "I don't hear any screaming, so maybe they're friends with the monster." I began walking forward, my footsteps nearly silent on the carpet. "I'd put nothing past Arlen," Loki commented dryly as he fell into step beside me. His long strides matched my pace effortlessly. "How reassuring," I muttered, rolling my eyes. We moved without making a sound. There were a few doors leading into rooms along the way, but judging by the outside view, these had to be small storage rooms. We didn't risk opening any of them. This close to Nikolaus, we didn't want to risk being noticed due to a squeaky hinge. As it turned out, we weren't the only ones not making a sound. As we neared the end of the hallway, where it made a 90-degree turn to the right, we both halted abruptly at the sight of one of our competitors. With one knee on the floor, Arlen sat in front of the only door there, busy picking the lock. It was a large and bulky one, the type that needed a sizable key. But of course, she also had larger lockpicks than I'd ever seen before. She'd come prepared, all right. Loki merely tisked at her, the sound only loud enough for her to hear. There really was no point in hiding from her now. We were all headed through that door. Arlen's head snapped around fast, yet there was no sign of surprise on her face at the sight of us. Her dark eyes glittered with something unreadable. Loki said nothing. I said nothing. Something was off. A soft, single-note whistle sounded behind us. We both whirled around to see Corey standing where we ourselves had been only a few seconds ago, a big smile on his face and a suspicious-looking vial containing something brown in his hand. He gave me a wink at the same time I noticed Loki raising his hands, and I knew what the vial contained. That asshat had used such a potion against me 2 years ago, and he was ready to hurl it at Loki. I reacted purely on instinct then, knowing the vial would hit before Loki could counter. Corey was a whole second ahead of us, after all. Throwing myself toward Loki, I came between him and the vial as Corey threw it. A brief flash of green magic flared before something slammed into my side, wrapping me in a waxy, beige film of something gooey. I hit the hard floor like a sack of stones, the breath knocked out of me, keeping any sound from escaping. Unfortunately, that meant I couldn't warn Loki, who had again focused on Corey, that the real threat came from behind. I pushed a squeaky low from my throat as the same waxy substance exploded from behind Loki's back and engulfed him, just like it had me. Like a cocoon, he was encapsulated except for his head, and I was pretty sure I saw him roll his eyes as he realized what his darling wife had just done. Then he landed next to me on the floor with a surprisingly soft thud. Now, my dear," Arlen whispered, a smile on her face that showed no concern whatsoever. She stood over us, her dark hair framing her angular features. "It's not very supportive to intrude on your wife's business, is it?" Loki muttered something under his breath that I couldn't understand, but it made Arlen's smile widen, humor gleaming in her eyes. "How long before they're up and causing havoc again?" she added to Corey as he stepped between Loki and me, his boots inches from our faces. "About half an hour," Corey replied with a shrug. He looked down at me for a second and then smiled knowingly. We'd been through this before. "I'm sure they won't cause us any trouble," he added, raising an eyebrow in my direction. Then he was next to Arlen, who went back to the lock. She made quick work of it, and then they eased the door open carefully before slipping through and disappearing from view. Silence stretched between Loki and me for a moment, the kind of silence that could only come from us being more annoyed with ourselves than the other two. "And you wonder why I don't talk to her," Loki finally whispered, his voice dry. "At least she kept her voice down, so I'm fairly sure she doesn't want to see you dead," I pointed out. "You do look for light in tunnels that aren't there, Red. Also, what in the realms did you jump in front of me for?" I had him. "I don't know. The kindness of my heart?" I snapped, irritation coloring my tone. "That's foolish," Loki retorted. "Not more foolish than two adults lying on the floor, cocooned in goo," I countered and tried wiggling a bit. I lay on my back while Loki lay on his stomach, both of us immobilized. Does this lack of elegance have anything to do with the elven pup's thinly veiled message? I snorted. Yes. And how thinly veiled was it when you didn't even know what it was about? "Any fool could see he was giving you a message," Loki said with a smirk. "Arlen couldn't," I pointed out. That actually made Loki smile. "The daggers, then?" I wriggled inelegantly, forcing my left hand, which was plastered to my side, to inch forward enough to reach one of the daggers strapped to my left thigh. My right arm was bent awkwardly over my stomach, and of no use. "He did this to me in the pyramid 2 years ago. That's how I got loose then," I explained through gritted teeth as I strained against the magical goo. "This is why one should never bring lovesick puppies on a job," Loki said, seeming to settle into waiting for me to get us out of this predicament. "He's not a lovesick puppy," I huffed, managing to move my hand a few inches through sheer will and force. "He's an asshat." "Yes, all of that." Loki's tone was wry. "You're an idiot," I muttered. "Meh, I've been called worse. Are you able to move that pipe stalk at all?" He needled. I narrowed my eyes at him in annoyance, but carried on, twisting just a little. I felt the hilt of the nearest dagger under my fingertips. With a last surge of effort, I got a tenuous grip on it, enough to pull the dagger free. I felt a sharp pinch on my thigh as the blade was instantly pushed down against me by the waxy magic, but then I gave it a little twist to turn the edge up, and felt the pressure loosen as it cut into the wax. The whole cocoon retracted from me, just as I knew it would, as Corey had known it would, long before half an hour had passed. That idiot likely thought I'd be grateful enough to stand down. I decided to ignore Loki's barbs, as usual, especially the ones about Corey. "What do we do now?" I asked as I bent down and made a light cut into the substance engulfing Loki. The same thing happened, and the magical goo was no longer a hindrance. Loki rolled onto his back and sat up, rubbing his left wrist where he had landed badly. That wouldn't hold him back, though. He healed annoyingly fast. He began, getting to his feet. "Go in there and finish this ridiculous job." There was a distinct moo of annoyance visible in his eyes that wasn't usually there. He was rarely bothered by much, but this, after all, was personal. Chapter 15. "Wipe that grin off your face, Red," Loki grumbled, noticing my expression. "What? Can you blame me? I've never seen you like this. It's interesting." I couldn't hide my amusement. Loki rolled his eyes, and with that the annoyance was gone, or at least well hidden. "Focus. The Hunters didn't want this job, which means we're likely going to die." "Way to boost morale," I muttered, following him toward the door. It was, of course, locked again. We both stepped up to it and pressed our ears against the solid wood, but only the soft sound of voices drifted through. "They're having a conversation with the monster?" I whispered, frowning. "I told you, this is likely a grift. He's being conned," Loki replied, stepping back to eye the lock. Neither of us had any lockpicks that would work on it. Instead, he laid his palm flat against the lock mechanism. "You're going to burn the lock?" I eyed his hand dubiously, wondering how that was going to work.
It would likely end with the door catching fire, not the metal lock, which would obviously alert the people inside. No. Instead of green sparks under his hand, I saw small ice crystals spreading around his fingers, but no farther. I'd seen him use this power before. He'd even used it to ease my pain from a burn in a rare moment of sympathy. He rarely used it, and I was unsure how strong this magical skill was. A weak, cracking sound whispered through the corridor as the freezing force encompassed the metal lock, icy tendrils seeping into the mechanism. The cold emanating from Loki's hand seeped into the air, chilling my skin even from a few feet away. His brow furrowed in concentration as he channeled his magic. "You think it'll work?" I asked, craning my neck to get a better view, curiosity mingling with the urgency thrumming through my veins. "Don't know. But we don't have time to fetch other tools," Loki replied, releasing his hand and bending to peer into the keyhole. "Whatever Arlen's up to, our target won't be in a pleasant mood afterward." He set his hand to the lock again, repeating the freezing process with deft, precise movements. The cracking sounds were less pronounced this time, muffled by the murmur of conversation drifting from within the room. "Well?" I prompted impatiently when he peeked into the keyhole once more, shifting my weight from foot to foot. "It's brittle, but not broken." He shifted to inspect the bolt that secured the doorframe. "Very brittle." He huffed in frustration, reaching back for his sword strapped across his back, then hesitated. "Too much noise," he mumbled under his breath. "Here," I said, drawing one of my daggers. "The alloy's stronger." Loki eyed the dagger before accepting it with a nod. He inserted the blade into the narrow slit between the door and frame, applying downward pressure on the hilt. Seconds ticked by, the tension building, until with a sharp jerk, the blade sliced through. A small, sharp snap rang out as the metal bolt fractured, the noise jarringly loud in the tense silence. Both Loki and I froze, muscles coiled, senses straining. Nothing happened. No footsteps approached from the other side. No voices rose in alarm. The muted conversation continued, uninterrupted and oblivious. Slowly, carefully, Loki used the dagger to remove the shattered remnants of the bolt, metal shards clinking softly. He handed the weapon back to me and tested the door with a tentative push. It opened a crack, yet still nothing happened. The reason became clear as he widened the gap, allowing us to peer cautiously inside. What greeted our eyes was an unexpected sight. A solid brick wall. To the left, an opening led into a larger room, but the placement of the wall directly in front of the door created a secluded alcove, hidden from view of the chamber's interior. Glancing up, it became apparent that the brick structure was in fact part of an imposing chimney, narrowing as it rose toward a haphazard patchwork of ceiling beams. I pointed upward, eyebrows raised in a silent question. Loki simply nodded. He began ascending, bracing his legs against the chimney wall and the adjacent doorframe. I quietly closed the door behind us and followed, the rough bricks providing ample hand and footholds as we climbed. The space narrowed as we went upward, the chimney tapering until we were forced to inch along precariously, balanced on the sturdy wooden beams. Decades of soot and dust coated our hands and clothes, the acrid scent of old smoke strong. At last, we reached a juncture where several beams intersected, forming a stable perch high above the room below. "It's quite the challenge, to be honest." A familiar voice drifted up, echoing slightly in the cavernous space. As we ventured out from behind the chimney, the reason for the resonance became apparent. The chamber was vast, a ballroom-sized expanse with a soaring, vaulted ceiling, supported by the crisscrossing beams upon which we crouched. Apart from the thick timber rafters, every surface was hewn from stone, including much of the furniture. A bed against one wall, tables, chairs, even the large desk where a man sat. Arlen perched on its edge across from him. It was her voice I had heard, but something about it sounded odd, out of place. I'm certain it can be done now, though. Her words made the incongruity click into place. Gone was her usually prominent accent. Now she spoke with the smooth, unaccented tones of a native Lantian. Clearly, she possessed the ability to mask it when she so chose. "Really?" the man asked, a note of resigned hope coloring his voice, as if he'd heard such claims before and been disappointed. Arlen, who had been sitting half-turned toward him, slid off the desk and began pacing before it, her movements betraying a mixture of excitement and agitation. She wore the same black ensemble as earlier, augmented by a profusion of beads, chains, and glittering baubles. Her hair was piled atop her head in a messy knot, thick-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, fingers heavy with flashy rings. "I had to leave the realm. That's why it took so long." Her words tumbled out in a rush, hands gesticulating animatedly. "But I've figured out a possible solution at least. It requires some sacrifice in addition to my spells." "Spells?" I glanced over at Loki, who was balanced on a neighboring beam, one hand gripping a crossing timber for stability. "Is she a witch?" I mouthed silently, eyebrows raised. He only chuckled silently, eyes sparkling with mirth. I rolled my eyes. "I didn't say I began mouthing, but he glanced upward then, simply pointing to redirect my gaze. High above, perched just beneath the apex of the vaulted ceiling at least twice our height, sat a familiar figure. Corey. I pressed my lips together. His presence explained his conspicuous absence from the scene below. He must have scaled the walls the moment they entered, while Arlen had rapidly altered her appearance before confronting Nikolaus. Corey made a shooing motion in our direction, but Loki and I merely shrugged, our attention drawn back to the unfolding drama beneath us. There was clearly a purpose behind their strategic positioning, an assumption further confirmed by the knowing smile playing about Loki's lips, eyes narrowed in calculation. Did he have any inkling of their plan? He caught me looking and signaled subtly, indicating the satchel slung across his torso, a twin to my own. He turned it quietly, mindful of his sword, angling the opening for easier access. I nodded and mirrored his actions. Nikolaus was an unknown quantity. Our aim was to neutralize him swiftly, avoiding any unpleasant surprises. The potions procured from Dell would see to that. I inched forward along my beam, the rough grooves left by the carving axe providing steady footing. Loki did likewise on the adjacent timber, signaling for me to halt as he continued ahead, positioning us on either side of Nikolaus, directly above. If the man were to glance up, he would see us all. But his attention remained fixed on Arlen. She, too, refrained from betraying any awareness of her accomplice overhead. It was a dance of misdirection, one that worked to our advantage as well. I glanced up once more, catching Corey's bug-eyed expression aimed in my direction. I responded with a serene smile. He was powerless to intervene at this point. "Just barge in here when you know I don't let anyone in?" Nikolaus's irritated words pulled my attention back to the scene unfolding below. I chastised myself silently for allowing my attention to wander from our intended target. "You told me there was an urgency," Arlen countered, halting her pacing abruptly. "I did." Nikolaus leaned back in his chair with a sigh, folding his hands in his lap. He appeared to be a man in his 40s, healthy and well-groomed, dressed in what resembled a tailored suit, albeit in a faded black hue. Wealth clung to him, though perhaps of the miserly sort, I mused, taking in the sparsely furnished yet grandiose chamber. It was curiously barren, as if deemed unworthy of adornment. Peculiar, considering our intelligence indicated this wing of the manor served as his living quarters. I studied him more closely. Despite the pallor of his skin, no doubt a consequence of his reclusive lifestyle, he exuded an aura of vigor and strength, as if physical training was his sole pursuit within these walls. Yet, as I surveyed the room once more, I noted a distinct lack of any exercise equipment. Weird. The thing is, no one else has ever found a solution, so forgive me if I'm not as enthused as you, Henika. Nikolaus's words dripped with skepticism. Henika? I grimaced at the alias. Trust a fae to choose a false name. They placed far more stock in the power of names than most. Arlen crossed her arms, a hint of challenge in her stance. They were not me. Nikolaus pursed his lips sideways. What makes you different? We don't know that yet, she conceded. But I am invested. In the payout? His knowing tone showed his cynicism. Of course. Arlen's voice carried an unmistakable edge of attitude, even from my vantage point above. I'm not denying that. It's a cutthroat business out there with the covens regulating so much. I am absolutely invested in the money you promised. But more than that. She paused, the silence pregnant with anticipation. Yes? Nikolaus leaned forward, intrigue momentarily overriding his doubts. Can you imagine the reverence I'd be met with if I managed this? Her words hung in the air, a tantalizing lure. The man fell silent, considering. I could see the tension ebbing from his frame, Arlen's declaration striking a chord within him. It had been a calculated move on her part, I realized, an appeal to his ego he could recognize, a promise of the accolades that would surely follow, without painting herself as some altruistic savior to be blindly trusted. Clever. Though the specifics of her gambit remained a mystery to me. What do you need, then? Nikolaus asked at last, his tone measured, yet there was a newfound willingness there. The heart. Arlen's reply was simple and direct. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. He nodded, resignation mingling with understanding. It's connected to your curse, she elaborated, a note of certainty in her voice. Curse? My interest piqued at the revelation. Could this tie into his monstrous nature? Curiosity niggled at me, but I pushed it aside. Our strategy hinged on rendering him harmless before delving into such intricacies. It is my curse, Nikolaus confirmed, reaching into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. He withdrew a small object, placing it on the desk between them. From my elevated perspective, it appeared to be a bright red gemstone, perhaps a ruby, though its shape was peculiar, clearly the product of deliberate craftsmanship. You must be certain, Arlen cautioned, settling into the chair opposite him. I caught a glimpse of her hand dipping into her own pocket, retrieving something she kept concealed beneath the desktop, out of Nikolaus's line of sight. I have nothing to lose, but I don't see how this will work. So many have tried. Witches, mages, even the Red Kin. You'd think they'd be the most invested, but they couldn't do it. His words carried the weight of countless failed attempts, a history of dashed hopes. They were invested in eradicating magic. I agree on that, Arlen said, venom lacing her tone. In a convincing display of a witch's disdain toward the magic-hating cult, I noted appreciatively. But hating magic does not equate to actually knowing anything about it. She punctuated the statement with a derisive huff. Maybe so. And while you're a witch, you're not a blood witch, Nikolaus pointed out, a hint of doubt creeping back into his voice. Doesn't matter. Arlen dismissed his concern with a wave of her hand. How so? He leaned forward, intrigued despite himself. That's what I found out. I traveled to the enchanted forest and consulted with witches there. This spell is not a blood witch's spell. Her words carried a tone of triumph in revealing this. She was a... Nikolaus began, but Arlen cut him off. She was, she agreed. But the spell she used was not a blood curse. It wasn't? Then what was it? Confusion mingled with a desperate need for answers in his voice. A life curse. It's fastened to your life force. This is why you don't age. Arlen's explanation was delivered with the utmost confidence. I glanced at Loki, eyebrows raised in a silent question. He responded with a nonchalant shrug and a mimicked yapping motion with his free hand. Arlen was improvising, spinning a tale to suit her needs. I had to admire her quick thinking and persuasive delivery, considering she was making it up as she went. Her glamour likely didn't work on Nikolaus, but judging from this, she didn't need it. "So you have to kill me to break it?" To his credit, Nikolaus displayed no outward sign of fear at the prospect, merely a grim acceptance. "No. How will you pay me then?" Arlen shook her head, a wry smile playing about her lips. "I don't kill you. I kill the heart." A heavy silence descended as they both stared at the crimson gem glinting between them, the weight of its significance palpable. "All right," Nikolaus said at last, his voice steady with resolve. "Do it. I have nothing to lose. What do I need to do?" Arlen nodded, scooting forward in her chair, her posture one of focused intensity. "Sit still, please. I need you near the heart to sever the connection, but otherwise, no matter what you hear, do not interfere. Understood?" Her instructions were crisp, brooking no argument. "Of course," he agreed, sinking back into his chair, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Arlen. What happened next was visible only from my elevated vantage point. Arlen raised her right hand, tracing intricate swirls in the air above the gem, while her left hand, hidden from Nikolaus's view, remained almost motionless. I watched as she pressed her thumb against something, a vial, maybe, shattering it and mingling its contents with her blood. In an instant, tendrils of crimson smoke billowed up from the desktop, rapidly expanding to engulf the entire surface. All the while, she uttered words in a language I could not understand, her voice low and intent. The smoke continued to spread, and I saw Nikolaus stiffen in his chair, transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, a glimmer of hope kindling in his eyes. It was clear he had been seeking release from his curse for years, desperate for a reprieve. But what he failed to notice, obscured by the swirling mists, was Arlen's deft movement as she snatched up the gemstone and hurled it skyward. Loki, poised and ready, stretched out his free hand, plucking the gem from the air with uncanny precision. Chapter 16. I glanced up and saw Corey's angry reaction to Loki intercepting the gemstone. It had been meant for him. That was why he'd taken up his position there. This was part of the con. In fact, it was the con. They were after the gemstone. I hadn't seen it up close, but it was large and had to be worth a lot. Below, I noticed Arlen heading away from the desk. The ever-growing cloud of red smoke hid Nikolaus's view of what was happening. A few steps away, she could risk looking up to check on Corey too, and the surprise on her face was priceless. I didn't think many people had ever seen that, but at the sight, I couldn't help a little wave at her. It was too tempting. When I turned back to Loki, he smiled approvingly and then seemed to forget the whole thing as he indicated our potions. Now was the time. I nodded and scurried across my beam toward Loki until we were both directly above Nikolaus. "I can't sense anything different," he said, not knowing Arlen had abandoned him. Neither Loki nor I bothered checking which potions we grabbed. Stunners or sleepers, it didn't matter. If the hunters were afraid of this guy, there was a reason. We both dropped a few vials down, both yellow and blue. They disappeared into the red smoke, and a moment later came hissing noises. We couldn't see Nikolaus at this point, only knew where he was seated. "Hennika?" Nikolaus sounded worried now. Blue and yellow smoke mixed with the red, creating a new, more brownish color to the whirls down there. "What is happening? This can't be right," Nikolaus muttered. He'd be out soon, I was sure of it. I looked up then and saw Corey moving above us, slower than Arlen but in the same direction, toward the only exit, the door. I caught his eye and shook my head while smiling, a stunner in my hand. Judging by the way he froze at the sight, he knew what it was. "Something's wrong!" Nikolaus shouted below. I heard him move about, then a burst of anger aimed at the room. "The heart! Hennika, Where are you?"
Frowning, I looked down. Of course, I couldn't see anything through the smoke, but something moved inside it. Somewhere below, Nikolaus was shouting, though I couldn't make out the words anymore. Loki didn't think we needed to wait. He signaled me to move the same way I had just stopped Corey from going. Time to get away and regroup. Scurrying along the beam in a slight crouch to keep my balance, Loki to my left, I flinched as something huge rose from the fog. I hardly saw it move, catching only the glint of shiny red scales. As it came closer, I increased my speed, that large, undulating motion surging toward us before it slammed into the beams we were on. They cracked and shifted, unsettling us both, and I fell sideways as a roar unlike anything I'd ever heard resounded in the large room. I grabbed at nothing but air, knowing I had a 5-meter fall beneath me. I couldn't even scream. Didn't have the time. A hand clamped around my left hand, and my fall broke in a swift tug as I stopped going down and instead swung sideways like a pendulum. I heard Loki grunt in pain as I finally found my voice. "Crap! That hurts!" Bolts of lightning shot through my arm and shoulder. I glanced up and saw Loki barely hanging on to the damaged beam he'd been on a moment ago, a permanent wince of pain on his face. He wouldn't be able to hold on long. He seemed to realize that, too, looking down at me as he yelled, "My leg, Red!" There was no time to think. I simply nodded as he let go of my hand, and I clamped my arms around his right leg. The tug of my shorter fall was less forceful this time. Loki used our swinging momentum to grab hold of the beam above with his now free hand. It allowed him to readjust the grip of his left one. Yet we couldn't hang here for long. We had a few seconds at best. The smoke moved beneath us, whirling around, thinning, and then the same ginormous, scaly creature rose again. It had to be the monster. What else could it be? But what exactly was it? I couldn't see a head. More like the back of it. It didn't reach the beams this time. It didn't have to. Loki and I hung below them. The monster crashed into us both, and while Loki lost his grip on the beam, I lost my grip on him. The impact knocked the breath out of me. I fell through the thinning smoke and then hit something else, something moving. How big was this creature? My third impact was with the stone floor. I cried out in pain then, though the crashes with the monster had taken the worst of the fall. A heavy thump nearby told me Loki had landed too. Dizziness hit me, a combination of the lingering effects of our potions and the disorienting tumble. The smoke continued to dissipate near ground level, offering marginally improved visibility. Pressing my teeth together against the pain, I drew my daggers. I could sense the massive creature nearby, its shadowy form looming in my peripheral vision. I staggered forward a few steps, my balance compromised by both the fall and the insidious smoke. Attempting to back up, I felt something solid and unyielding slam into my back, sending me careening sideways, reeling from the unexpected blow. I crashed to the floor again, face first this time, the cold stone scraping my cheek. One dagger had slipped from my grasp in the tumble, but my fingers closed around its hilt at once. Hurrying to my feet, I scooped it up, the dizziness already fading as adrenaline flooded my veins. The room was coming into view now, shadows dancing on the walls cast by the flickering light of swinging lamps. There was a figure to my left, in the form of a man. I had nothing to lose and ran over there, while a deafening roar reverberated through the room anew, shaking the very foundations. The walls were stone, yet I felt everything tremble at that earth-shattering sound. I'd never heard anything like it. "Loki?" I called a second before the shadow became clear. Thankfully, it was him. He'd drawn his sword, the blade glinting menacingly, but I wasn't sure either that or my daggers would help against something so huge and monstrous. "Where is it?" I asked him breathlessly. We stood back to back, turning as we scanned the room, muscles tense and ready to spring into action. It didn't take long to spot the creature.
The smoke Arlen had created vanished with a final whirl of its movement, revealing its hideous form. Massive and red-scaled, it loomed before us, its 4 clawed feet gouging the stone. An impossibly large head swung toward us, lips curling back to reveal dagger-like fangs dripping with saliva. Yellow eyes with slit pupils, burning with malice, fixed on us. "What is it?" I asked, fear creeping into my voice despite myself. "A worm," Loki told me grimly as he turned to face the beast. It was long and sinuous, like a gargantuan snake, except for those powerful, taloned feet. And it was between us and the door, our only chance of escape. I saw Arlen behind it, signaling something frantically to Corey, who was still up among the rafters, making his way down. Several more beams were half broken from the creature's curved, spiky back hitting them, but he'd been higher up than us and had so far avoided crashing with the monster's thrashing body. "A worm?" I yelled at Loki incredulously. "Those are decidedly small, gray, and live in the earth." "Not a worm," he yelled back, exasperation coloring his tone. He stepped back a few quick paces as the monster's tail whipped toward him and missed by inches, the air whistling with the force of it. "A worm!" "What the hell, Loki?" I shouted, then retreated a few steps of my own as the monster turned its massive head, the slit yellow eyes staring right at us, boring into my soul, it felt like. There was nothing but venom and rage in that reptilian gaze. Then it opened its humongous maw, the back of its throat glowing an ominous orange. "A dragon!" Loki bellowed. He ran straight at me, his lean form a blur. He slammed into me, knocking me to the floor just as a blistering beam of fire erupted from the monster's mouth and seared the air where I'd been standing a second ago. The heat of it washed over us. "Okay," I panted, the painful impact with the floor knocking the wind out of me yet again. "I believe you. A dragon. A wingless one, but whatever." The details hardly mattered when facing down a creature from legend and nightmare. The beast spewed more fire from its gaping mouth, creating a long black scorch mark on one of the walls. Acrid smoke stung my nose and made my eyes water. I was starting to see why Nikolaus kept to a stone apartment. I was also realizing that the smoke and soot I'd noticed when entering the room up on the beams weren't as old as I'd thought, and certainly not from years of fires in the hearth beneath the big chimney. Nikolaus seemed so consumed by fury, he had little control over his magical form and power. I could hardly believe a man had been turned into this seething, vengeful monstrosity. He was livid with Arlen's deception and the rest of us for being here, seemingly in on her betrayal. Not that Loki and I had much better intentions, if I was being honest. The room reeked of noxious smoke now, overpowering the lingering scent of our potions. Sweat slicked my back, plastering my shirt to my skin. "I see why the hunters were less than enthused," Loki huffed as he got up next to me. He sheathed his sword then, seeing no use for it against a foe of this size and ferocity. The dragon turned its head and spewed fire up toward Corey in a blazing torrent. "No!" I shouted as I saw this, fear spiking through me. But the nimble half-elf jumped off the beam he was on and down to one of the lowest ones, which was still intact. Fire overtook the one he'd been perched on a moment before, the wood crackling and snapping as it burned. The dragon saw Corey's movement, though, and just as it was about to spew more fire at him, it jerked its head away, distracted. There was Arlen, yanking a long knife out of the beast's left hind leg, dark blood oozing from the wound. The roar that followed was ear-splitting, reverberating in my chest. It felt like it went through my very bones. Arlen didn't wait to be barbecued. She ran farther into the room, in our direction, but in a curve around the front of the dragon. The dragon's long, unwieldy body kept her from going the other way, toward the door. "Ah, Skeeter!" Loki swore and sprinted straight for Arlen. At the same time, I barely noticed Corey letting go of the beam he hung from and dropping cat-like to the floor, a more controlled landing than Loki and I had managed. The half-elf rolled gracefully and got up with nothing more than a slight wince. Loki and Arlen were just about to reach each other, right in front of the dragon's head as it gaped open, drawing a deep, rumbling breath. Its throat glowed molten. "No," I whispered, the word barely audible. I couldn't draw breath, certain I was about to watch them both be incinerated before my eyes. They reached each other, Loki grasping Arlen's outstretched hand and pulling her toward him with preternatural speed. She swung into him, and they pivoted so she had her back to the monstrosity about to engulf them in flames. Loki faced the dragon head-on, his free hand outstretched in front of them. I knew with sinking dread that his magic wouldn't be enough, but instead of attacking with his green fire, a shimmering white shield sprang to life before them. As the inferno burst from the dragon's maw a second later, the flames went straight toward the barrier and flowed around it, repelled by Loki's magic but not behind it. Not a single tongue of flame touched Loki or Arlen. Frost magic. Loki had summoned a shield of ice. I'd never seen him conjure so much of it. I didn't know he could. "We must destroy the heart," Corey urged from beside me, his voice rough with smoke and urgency. "What?" I gasped, startled by his sudden close proximity, before sucking in a revitalizing breath as Loki and Arlen pushed forward against the force of the dragon's fiery onslaught, the frost shield holding. "The gemstone. Arlen wasn't lying. It is connected to his curse. Perhaps those daggers of yours can do the trick." "How?" I shouted over the dragon's furious roar. The creature reared up in ever-mounting frustration and rage at the 4 annoyances invading its lair. "Loki has the gem, and he's kind of in a pickle right now if you haven't noticed." "No, he doesn't! You have it!" Corey shot back. "Huh?" I stared at him in confusion. "We don't have time for this. You have it. He put it in your jacket pocket before he ran for Arlen." "Crap," I blurted and sheathed one dagger before checking my pockets with trembling fingers. There it was, nestled in the right side pocket. Apparently Loki loved his wife enough to save her, but he didn't trust that she wouldn't pick his pocket at the same time. "Hurry!" Corey urged as the dragon drew breath again, its massive chest expanding. Loki's shield faltered, thinning and cracking at the edges. I wasn't sure he could muster another one, not of that size and strength. Heart in my throat, I shoved my hand into my pocket and withdrew the gem, its facets sparkling in the firelight. The instant my fingers closed around the jewel, a wave of weakness crashed over me, so sudden and overwhelming I nearly crumpled to the floor again. Nausea churned in my gut, and the world spun around me. As I raised the gem in front of me with a quivering hand, I no longer saw the glittering stone from the desk. In its place was a pulsing, bleeding heart, its wet surface glistening obscenely as it throbbed in my now blood-covered palm. The world around me became shrouded in a shimmering red haze, the edges of my vision darkening. I barely reacted when the dragon whipped its giant head around, reptilian eyes fixing on me and the gruesome heart. It smacked Loki and Arlen aside with a swipe of its muscular leg and charged straight for me, the ground quaking with its thunderous approach. All other sounds became muffled, distant, as if I were underwater. Surely such a massive creature bearing down on me should have made more noise. I felt a hand on my shoulder, likely Corey trying to yank me out of the way, but I was frozen in place, my muscles locked rigid. I couldn't move or be moved, even as the dragon's tail snaked ahead of its body and smashed into Corey, sending him flying. Then the beast was upon me, its rank carrion and brimstone breath washing over me in a noxious wave. Wickedly curved talons closed around my paralyzed form, scooping me up as if I weighed nothing. I dangled helplessly from its clawed foot as it lifted me up, its serpentine body coiling beneath me. Wooden beams shattered and rained down. Fiery cinders and sparks pelted my skin as the dragon took me with it and crashed through the burning roof into the night sky.
Chapter 17. I couldn't breathe. The scaly claws closed in on me hard, constricting my chest. I barely registered the warm Atlantis air on my face, heavy with smoke, before I blacked out. When I came to, my cheek throbbed. The coppery taste of blood filled my mouth. "Wake up!" a gruff voice ordered, followed by a slap to my face. I tried to obey, reassured by the weight of my dagger still clutched in my hand. Once lucid enough, I swiped it toward whoever was so close. The blade snagged on something, and I heard a satisfying hiss. I scrambled backward, forcing my eyes fully open. Nikolaus clutched his right upper arm where I'd struck him, crimson blood dripping from under his hand. His reptilian eyes snapped to me, pupils narrowed to vertical slits, irises an unnatural yellow. I winced at the sight, bile rising in my throat. It was unnerving, inhuman. Then he seemed to get a hold of himself, and his eyes faded back to a lighter color I couldn't quite discern in the dark. I backed up farther until I collided with a barrier behind me. The rough stone was still faintly warm from the sun earlier in the day. "How did you do that?" Nikolaus snarled, stalking toward me, his movements predatory. I held my dagger up in defense, but it didn't faze him. As he lunged, I lashed out, the keen blade slicing across his chest. He let out a growl of pain, but simply grabbed my wrist in an iron grip, twisting hard. I pressed my lips together, refusing to make a sound, determined not to let go of my only hope against this monster. That's what he was, wasn't it? The hunters hadn't been wrong. The man was a freaking fire-breathing dragon. "What did you do?" he shouted, his face mere centimeters from mine. His breath was hot against my skin, reeking of brimstone. He maintained his crushing grip on my wrist as his other hand clamped down on the juncture between my shoulder and neck. I tried to kick him, but a wave of agonizing force shot through me, like 1,000 electric shocks. I cried out, yet my voice stuck in my throat. It felt as if thick needles were stabbing every inch of my body. I couldn't breathe, could only gape in silent agony until he finally stopped whatever torturous magic he was inflicting and released me. I slumped to the ground and immediately rolled onto my side, drawing ragged breaths that seared my lungs. Squinting hard, I could make out flickering light in the distance, a fire. With a sickening realization, I knew it had to be Nikolaus's mansion. He'd been spewing flames left and right in there, even blasting through the roof to escape the others. Had they made it out before the roof collapsed around us? "What did you do?" Nikolaus repeated from somewhere above me. "What do you mean?" I wheezed, turning my head slightly. We were on a rooftop a few blocks from the rising fire. Everything hurt, and it only worsened when he grabbed my head, twisting it to face the stone tiles. About a meter away lay the heart, the ruby, barely distinguishable as a red gem in the darkness. "It reacted to you. How? I've only seen one person do that before." A coughing fit seized me, and I swallowed hard to avoid throwing up. Whatever powers he'd used left me reeling. "I don't know. It just happened." "Do it again! Go, sucker!" His hand clamped down on my shoulder again. The agonizing needles of electricity ripped through me, and I screamed a silent scream that never escaped my lips. Moments after he let go, I felt something shoved into my hand, something firm and slick, wet and fleshy. The same wave of dizziness washed over me, and I barely had the presence of mind to glance at my palm where the bloody heart now rested, pulsing obscenely against my skin. "I haven't seen this reaction since I was first cursed," Nikolaus breathed above me, his voice filled with awe, devoid of any remorse for my suffering. "No one has. I thought Henika." Oh yes, Arlen had pulled quite the trick back there. It might have worked for a few minutes, too, if Loki and I hadn't interfered with our own agenda. Instead of deceiving him for long, we had only enraged the beast. But what had been Arlen's plan? To weaken Nikolaus by separating the gem from his body? Mustering what little strength I had left, I tried to squeeze the throbbing mass of muscle in my fist, hoping to crush the life from it and him.
"That won't work," Nikolaus said after watching my futile efforts.
He was right. The heart refused to yield, remaining firm and whole no matter how I clawed at it. Revolting.
"Don't you think I've tried?"
There was a bitter edge to his words. "What in the realms are you?" I hissed, releasing the heart. It rolled from my grasp and transformed back into a ruby as it clinked against the tiles. The dizziness gradually faded, leaving me with only the residual aches from Nikolaus's torment.
"Don't you know?"
A mirthless laugh escaped him, slow and full of unimaginable despair.
"I'm a monster. That's what the hunters call me."
"No kidding! You just tried to kill us!" He rammed his fingers into my hair then, getting a grip under my now disheveled chignon. Somehow, the pain of it rivaled his magic.
"That's not my fault. I barely have control when I turn."
"That's bullshit, and you—" I began, but my words cut off as my mind was suddenly flooded with foreign images and sensations. I saw a beautiful young woman with raven hair and a radiant smile. I was seeing her through someone else's eyes, Nikolaus's eyes. The depth of love and admiration he felt for her resonated through me, as if my own heart swelled with those emotions. Then, an older man came into focus, his face twisted in a sneer as he hurled insults and derision. Confusion swirled through me as Nikolaus's rage became my own, and I watched a hand that was not mine grab a liquor bottle and smash it over the cruel man's head. The vehemence of Nikolaus's fury made my blood boil. In a swift, violent motion, I slit the man's throat with the jagged remnants of the bottle as he lay helpless on the floor, naked fear in his eyes. The intensity of experiencing Nikolaus's memories, his overwhelming love, and devastating anger left me reeling. I struggled to separate his emotions from my own, the lines between us blurring as the brutal scene played out in vivid detail. Nikolaus let go of my head then, and I drew a breath of relief. His memories were too confusing, too horrible.
"Who was she?"
I croaked, my throat raw from the pain.
"The love of my life."
His voice was tinged with longing and bitterness. "And you murdered her father?" I asked, trying to wrap my mind around the twisted tale.
"He came between us, wouldn't let us marry."
I shook my head and instantly regretted it. My pulse throbbed in sync with the searing pain. "That makes no sense. Neither of you needed his permission to marry, or whatever you had planned."
"This happened 133 years ago," Nikolaus said, his eyes distant, lost in memories of a bygone era.
Okay. That certainly put a spin on things. "You look spry."
"This curse eats at me every day and I can't escape it."
His voice was heavy with the weight of decades of torment. "What? So she cursed you?" I asked, trying to piece together the story. He sighed and sat back a little. I risked turning halfway over on my back and glanced at him. The flickering flames from the burning building cast an eerie glow on his face, accentuating the haunted look in his eyes.
"She might as well have. She hated me for what had happened to her father."
No kidding. What had he expected?
"It was the Blood Witch, his wife, who did this to me,"
Nikolaus continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "A blood witch? That was powerful magic. No wonder I couldn't simply squeeze the heart to kill him." Nikolaus nodded.
"She allied herself with her stepdaughter.
They didn't even like each other, but they tricked me. Lured me into a trap, and then... this." "Can't say I blame them," I muttered, immediately regretting the words as his eyes flared with anger. Okay, so this guy had no clue why his girlfriend and her stepmother had united against him. He probably thought he'd been justified in murdering her father. No wonder the hunters simply referred to him as a monster. They likely didn't even know how right they were.
How many of them had he killed or seriously hurt before tonight? And if the hunters couldn't handle him, how in the realms were we going to manage it? Were Loki and the others even alive? I turned my aching head to look at the burning building, the acrid smoke reaching me even here. The fire was massive. I felt Nikolaus's fingers snake into my hair again, forcing me to look at him. "How did you do it?" I winced, the pull on my scalp sending fresh waves of agony through me. "Do what?" I gasped, knowing full well what he meant. I just didn't want to give him anything. "This!" he snarled and grabbed the gem from the tiles, thrusting it into my palm. The nausea hit so hard I actually threw up, the bile burning my throat. The beating heart of flesh in my hand made me sick to my stomach. "I don't know," I wheezed and spat on the floor. Yes, I know, incredibly elegant. Nikolaus didn't care. "You're doing something." "What?" "I don't know. I'm telling the truth." Pain flooded my head and body again, paralyzingly intense, giving me no time to say more. I gaped like a fish out of water, desperate to cry out, but no sound came. "Are you a witch?" he shouted, the words like thunder in my head. He was so close. I couldn't answer, and he let go of the magic. "No," I gasped when the sudden loss of pain allowed me to breathe again. "Then what are you?" he persisted, his hand still gripping my hair. "Nothing like that. I'm just trying to make up for my past. They sent me." "Who?" "The state." I heard him scoff. "Not the first time. Why you?" "I can't help you. I don't know why it changes form in my hands." "I don't believe you," he snarled, and I felt him tighten his grip on my head. "No," I managed, but couldn't speak further. Somehow, it wasn't the pain again, nor did he plant any new memories for me to experience. It felt rather dark. It gave me a moment to think, to gather my thoughts. If only I could get away from him, just long enough to seek help. Dell could help. This was magic, clearly a magical curse, and she was a powerful witch. She'd know what to do. Maybe if I could use my daggers again, they could hurt him. I'd seen that. All I needed was... The stabbing pain pierced through any conscious thought. I tensed every muscle fighting it, but it didn't help. When it finally subsided, I simply lay on the floor, unable to move, barely conscious. I heard a surge of air, more than felt it, beside me. Then I was again lifted into enormous claws and carried away. I tried getting my bearings but could hardly see anything, and the world twirled, making me feel like I was falling. A moment later I lay on the ground again, on grass this time. The fresh smell caught my nose. Then footsteps sounded near me. Nikolaus must have changed into his dragon form to take us both down from the roof. Now, in human form, he heaved me up and forced my right arm over his shoulders, holding me around my waist with a painful grip as he started walking. I had no choice but to move my legs to avoid more pain. My head hung limply, and my left arm was numb, barely holding on to my dagger, which he didn't seem bothered about at all. No wonder. I was in no shape to say my own name, let alone fight him. As Nikolaus half dragged, half carried me through the narrow, winding streets of Atlantis, I struggled to make sense of where we were headed. The city was its usual dark and warm self, the air heavy with the mingled scents of cooking food, unwashed bodies, horse dung, and flowers. People went about their errands, paying little heed to the stumbling pair we made. Snatches of conversation floated around us, the words blurring together in my pain-addled mind. "Look at that drunk woman," someone muttered as we passed. "In the daytime, too." If only they knew. I wanted to cry out, to beg for help, but my tongue felt thick and heavy, and all that came out was a feeble groan. Nikolaus's grip tightened, his fingers digging into my side,
and I nearly blacked out from the fresh wave of agony that crashed over me. We turned down yet another alley, the buildings pressing close on either side, their upper stories nearly touching overhead. Laundry fluttered on lines strung between windows, and the occasional shutter banged in the fitful breeze. I had no idea where we were anymore, the pain and disorientation making it impossible to get my bearings.
"Here we are,"
Nikolaus finally said, kicking open a door that smacked into the wall behind it with a resounding bang. He dragged me inside, and I heard agitated, frightened voices, people screaming in fear. "Everyone!" someone yelled. The voice was familiar. "Run outside! The back way!" I heard feet stomping on the floor, worried voices and continued screams. I tried lifting my head, but Nikolaus was already touching me, holding me up. "No, stop!" I managed, to no avail, before his magical pain shot through me again. I must have passed out for a moment, because the next thing I knew, I was on the floor, staring at a pair of men's boots. "Just leave her be and get out of my shop! I'm warning you!" "Del?" I stirred on the floor, my body exhausted from the magically induced pain. Surely that was Del's voice. The boots moved, and I realized they were Nikolaus. He was standing over me, talking to someone, Del. I fought to focus. It was Del. But how?
"There's nothing you can do to hurt me, witch,"
he told her matter-of-factly. There was no fear in his voice. And he was right, wasn't he? The blood witch who had cursed him had not only turned him into a wingless dragon, but she'd made him immortal, impervious to magic and loaded with his own dangerous powers. Why?
"I need this curse to end," he yelled above me. "I want it to stop."
It dawned on me then. By creating him as the monster he was within, the witch had made him powerful to prolong his punishment. He was alone, old and not aging, unable to stop himself from defending himself. It had to be a horrible existence. Everyone who knew about him feared him. No wonder he'd even tried getting help from the kin. He'd been and was desperate, and now he was threatening my friend. I couldn't even fathom how he'd known to come here. "Just let Em go, and I'll see what I can do," Del said somewhere farther away in the room. Strong scents of blended herbs assaulted my nose. We were in her shop. I already knew that, but I assumed her to be behind the counter.
"Don't try to trick me. Too many people have done that and paid for it."
"I'm not," Del argued. I heard her move, her heels clicking on the floor. "What is it you want?"
"I want you,"
Nikolaus said, and grabbed my hand, yanking it, and therefore me, toward him. I grunted in pain and tried to sit up better on my own. Something was pushed into my hand, and again the nausea washed over me. I barely saw Del through a haze as she stood a couple of meters away, staring at us, Yar not far behind her. "That's a powerful curse," Del said, awe clear in her voice. "That's blood magic." I heard her take a few more steps. "Why have you come here?"
"Because,"
Nikolaus said, letting go of my hand so I fell back onto the floor.
"She knows you can help break it."
What? I hadn't told him that. I gasped for air and twisted my hand so the disgusting heart rolled to the floor and turned into a gem again. The nausea subsided a bit, and my head cleared. I realized with painful clarity that not only had he imposed his own memories on my mind, but somehow he'd also tapped into mine, and the times Del had helped me with magic. I'd hoped to find her back on that roof, hadn't I? No wonder he thought she could help, when that was what I thought. Which also meant I had brought this danger upon her and Yar. Chapter 18. "Del, I'm so sorry," I gasped, my voice ragged with exhaustion and pain. "I didn't know he could—" A sharp kick to my side interrupted me, knocking the wind from my lungs. I curled up defensively, grabbed the gem, which turned into the beating, bloody heart, and clutched it in my trembling hand. Desperate, I tried squeezing it again, willing something, anything to happen. But the organ felt unyielding, like a grotesque mix of flesh and rubber. Nausea swirled in my gut, mingling with the lingering weakness from Nikolaus's magical torture. Yet from somewhere deep inside, I found a flicker of strength. My friends were in danger. I had to act. I adjusted my grip on the dagger in my other hand, recalling how I'd sliced Nikolaus earlier. He could be hurt, even if he couldn't be killed. Bile burned in my throat, adding to the sour, coppery taste coating my tongue as I lashed out, driving my blade into his leg. It sliced through boot leather and bit into flesh with sickening ease. A loud snap rang out as his Achilles tendon severed. Nikolaus let out an agonized cry and stumbled forward before crashing to the floor. Acting purely on willpower and adrenaline, I rolled to my knees. With a vicious upward thrust, I stabbed him just below his left shoulder. Yanking the blood-slick blade free, I staggered to my feet, the room spinning precariously around me. Each lurching step toward Dell and Yar behind the counter took a massive effort. Blackness crept in at the edges of my vision. With only 3 paces left, my legs buckled and pitched me forward. I braced for a skull-cracking impact, but Dell and Yar surged forward to catch me, their hands fierce and steady as they dragged me behind the dubious shelter of the counter. Dell slammed down the hinged counter flap with a resounding bang, though we all knew it was a feeble hindrance against the monster. I clung to Yar, legs threatening to fold beneath me once more, and watched in dawning horror as Nikolaus hauled himself upright with unnatural speed, wounds visibly knitting closed. My daggers couldn't do permanent damage to him. Hellish yellow consumed the whites of his eyes, pupils narrowing to predatory slits. "Oh no!" I gasped, dread settling like a lead weight in my stomach. "This is the monster, isn't it?" Dell asked, her gaze never wavering from the transformed man. I saw her hand dart behind the counter, rummaging in a drawer. "He's some sort of weird, wingless dragon," I panted, fighting to keep my feet under me. "A worm? No, not a—" I sighed in grudging correction. "Yes, he's a worm." Determination hardened Dell's features. In a fluid motion, she withdrew a vial from the drawer and hurled it at Nikolaus. The glass shattered in a burst of acrid smoke, blue and green plumes billowing and writhing as Dell reached for another vial to repeat the assault. The shop filled with the eye-watering reek of sulfur and burnt sage. To our dismay, the attack had no discernible effect. We retreated until our backs pressed against the shelves at the back, watching in mute horror as the roiling smoke parted around a hulking, distorted silhouette. Pain, not anger, twisted Nikolaus's features as his body warped and remolded itself. Skin hardened into glinting scales, limbs elongated and thickened. In mere moments, all traces of humanity disappeared, leaving only a sinuous abomination in its wake. "What in the realms?" Yar breathed beside me. Transfixed, we watched the serpentine dragon swell to fill the shop, its relentless growth shrugging off the lingering smoke. Coils thrashed and flexed, straining against the walls. The front door exploded outward in a shower of splinters as the beast's tail punched through. It was like a damn cartoon. On the opposite side of the room, a window shattered under the pressure. The counter groaned, its timbers bowing and splintering as the dragon's bulk crushed against it. With a sinuous flex, the dragon arched its massive head toward us, jaws yawning wide. Searing heat washed over us, the promise of pure incineration. In the fractured heartbeat before it unleashed its inferno, the counter surrendered with a tortured scream of cracking wood. When the counter gave way, the blast caught us full force, slamming us back against the shelves with bone-crushing impact. I heard them splinter and give way behind me as I crumpled to the floor, every nerve shrieking. Through panicked, watering eyes, I saw the warped counter teetering precariously above us, drawers and caskets raining down to pelt us with glass shards, splashing and splattering pungent potions. I writhed and twisted, trying to shield my face from the worst of the deluge.
To my left, Yar lay sprawled, wedged between the creaking shelves and the buckled counter, clinging to consciousness. On my right, Dell lay limp and unmoving, half buried in the debris spilling through the ruptured counter after being battered senseless. I tried turning so my head was closer to her. I heard snarls and huffs from the dragon filling the room, its hot, sulphurous breath washing over me. The alarming creaks of wood, the groaning of beams straining under immense pressure. I could hardly believe the house still held together. Somewhere in the distance, screams filled the air, high-pitched and terror-filled. People out on Pingbrook Square, seeing this chaos. Part of the monster was sticking out through the front door, the massive scaled body wedged tight. I tried getting up, my muscles protesting, body aching from the battering. Maybe I could get Nikolaus to leave, trick him into going somewhere else. Did that mean him seeing memories in my mind again, or reading my thoughts, or whatever that invasive magic was? I shuddered, skin crawling. But if I could think of something to lure him away. A roar reverberated through the room, through my bones, rattling my teeth. The dragon. Then I felt a surge in the air, like something was sucked away, leaving a vacuum behind. The creaking of the house subsided, the ominous sounds fading. "See what you made me do!" Nikolaus suddenly bellowed, voice raw with fury. He must have changed back into his human form. That at least gave us a reprieve from his burning down the house with his fiery breath. I heard his steps as he walked unsteadily over scattered herbs and pieces of wood that had fallen from the damaged ceiling. Toward the door, it sounded like boots crunching on debris. Was he leaving? I winced as I forced my shaky legs under me and peered over the broken counter, ignoring the sharp aches. No, he wasn't leaving. Merely looking out the door, surveying the chaos outside. I turned my head back toward Dell, but my eyes snagged on something in the broken window beyond. Something glinted green, like emeralds catching the light. Swinging lamps above the counter reflected in eyes, inhuman eyes. The next moment, while Nikolaus's back was still turned, a large black wolf jumped inside through the window, movements fluid and graceful, without a sound. For a fraction of a moment, my body reacted to the danger, muscles tensing, dagger raised. Then the rational part of my brain caught up, realizing this was Loki. If nothing else, the bright green eyes confirmed it. He jumped over the toppled counter and crouched down, body low to the ground, hidden from Nikolaus's view. I heard the man mutter something to himself by the door, voice dark. It dawned on me, as it surely did on him, that the only way out of here, past that panicked crowd, was in his dragon form. Loki didn't waste time. He'd moved soundlessly in his wolf form, paws gliding over wood, but now, crouched low and moving slowly toward Dell, he changed form. I'd seen him do this before, but usually when 1,000 other chaotic things were going on. Now I saw the details and understood how this differed from a werewolf's painful transformation. His body didn't morph bone by bone. Instead, he was surrounded by a sheen of golden magic, ethereal and mesmerizing, while one form blended into another, and then gradually, yet rapidly, became his human form. He was bruised, with several nicks marring his angular face and slender hands that would surely heal soon, as usual. I was so relieved to see him alive, emerald eyes bright. He still crouched on the floor, holding up a hand, palm out, silently telling me to stay still. I did, a little thankful, given how weak and shaky I was. Nikolaus had put me through the ringer with his malicious magic. Loki didn't look over the counter. I guessed he heard, as well as I did, that Nikolaus's footsteps came back into the destroyed shop, ominous and foreboding. Loki stopped next to Dell and patted her pale cheek while quietly shaking her left shoulder, trying to rouse her. Her eyelids fluttered, and he put his hand over her mouth while simultaneously placing his index finger over his own lips, in a shushing motion. She clearly understood him despite coming out of a pain-filled haze, because she didn't move, merely dipped her head. Loki removed his hand and bent down, whispering something urgent in her ear before she turned her head and pointed a shaking finger at a specific drawer next to them. I was honestly stunned to see them working so well together, a strange camaraderie between the ex-god and the bog witch. "Where are you?" Nikolaus shouted across the room, voice booming. I had no idea whether he meant me or all of us. Still nauseous, I glanced down at the still beating heart in my blood-covered hand. I watched it pulse against my skin. When I squeezed it again, nothing happened. No surprise there. "My dagger, then?" Corey had said to stab the heart with it. It didn't work on Nikolaus himself, though. His skin healed quickly. I raised the dagger but got distracted by Loki, who opened the drawer Del had indicated. A tiny squeak sounded from the dry wood as he pulled it out. "Any time now," a voice sounded, impatient and annoyed. It wasn't Nikolaus. It was female. I cocked my head. "Arlen?" Loki was not surprised by the voice. Disregarding stealth now, he dug both hands into the drawer, grabbed what he could of what turned out to be several vials that clinked together, glass against glass. They were dark, and he simply threw them back over his head and the counter in a wide arc. Then he threw himself down beside Del as something magical exploded on the other side of the counter with a muted boom. The entire room vibrated as the unleashed magic cracked, a shock wave of power. I toppled sideways into the wall shelves and heard Nikolaus yell unintelligibly, voice garbled. While Loki and Del peeked around the corner of the opening in the counter, I did the same over it, maneuvering my knees between fallen drawers, wood digging into my skin. The sight was spectacular, mesmerizing, and terrifying. Whatever potions had been in that drawer, they formed a swirl of black and purple smoke shot through with lights that enclosed Nikolaus, surrounding him in a vortex. I could only see parts of him emerge here and there as he fought to get out, thrashing. He seemed impervious to physical harm, at least for long, his body knitting back together. But this magic seemed to trap him, confuse him, disorient him. Maybe that's what it took to ensnare him. It certainly didn't help him when more people came in through the broken window, this time in human form. I actually gaped when I saw Arlen and Corey in their black garb entering the room with feline precision, knives out and heading straight for the whirlwind of dark magic imprisoning the monster. My shock came partly from the fact that they were alive after the roof collapse and fire, and mostly from the fact that they were helping at all. They moved quickly around the magical barrier, slicing and stabbing at whatever parts of Nikolaus emerged as he tried to escape, blades flashing. He probably healed within seconds, skin knitting back together, but the constant blows sent him reeling back into the magical chaos, swearing and shouting in confusion, anger, and panic, realizing he was in deep trouble. "The heart, Red," Loki said with urgency. I jerked back in surprise, startled. I hadn't even noticed him move over to me with all the noise, too focused on the fight. "They can't hold him forever," he said, nodding toward the magical maelstrom. I nodded and raised my hand. It was soaked in dried and wet blood, as if there was far more of it within the beating, obviously magical organ than should be possible. I raised my other hand with my dagger and stabbed it into the monstrous thing. Again, it was like handling hard rubber, the blade barely sinking in. The heart still pulsed. I looked at Loki, who furrowed his dark brows, eyes calculating. Then he took the dagger from me, grabbed my wrist and pulled my hand and the heart closer before he, instead of stabbing, made to cut it. I hissed in pain as, in his haste, he hit the fleshy part beneath my thumb, as well as cutting through the heart. Through it. I gaped in surprise and heard Nikolaus cry out in agony, voice cracking. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Yar move on the floor, waking and trying to get up, movement sluggish. Next to him lay the bag of magical dust he'd used in Dell's kitchen not long ago, the same dust that had left us immobile, now spilling out. As Loki got ready to use the dagger again, blade gleaming crimson, and I heard Nikolaus shouting, voice growing hoarse, saw Arlen and Corey swing around the whirling magic attacking him mercilessly, blades gleaming, I suddenly didn't think it was our job to kill him. Our job was to stop him, to contain him.
"Red. What the?"
Loki uttered. Brows creased, when I swung the damaged heart away and plunged it into the dust strewn on the floor, coating it. I made sure to really cover it, the powder sticking to the blood. My nausea vanished at once.
I don't,"
Nikolaus yelled, voice strangled, and as I looked over the counter again, I saw him stop trying to break out of the swirling fog, body going rigid. In unison, on each side of it, Arlen and Corey stepped back, knives still raised, waiting for him to try something, muscles tense.
"He's paralyzed,"
Loki said, nodding at the dust-coated heart in my hand.
"Do it now."
I knew what he meant, and despite the fact that Nikolaus hadn't cared whether any of the 3 he left in his wake had survived, despite the fact that he'd tortured me, despite him breaking in here and wreaked havoc in Dell's shop, I hesitated. But then I felt something warm cover my hand, calloused skin on mine. I looked down and saw Yar, barely conscious yet understanding the stakes, had moved his hand over mine, lending strength. Slowly he squeezed, and I winced as the fresh wound in my hand burned, pain lancing up my arm. Even sweet, innocent Yar saw the need. Then I helped him and felt the fleshy thing turn to mush in my hand, giving way. A small shockwave spread from it and knocked me and Yar back. A scream of utter pain rang through the room, agonized and broken.
"Nikolaus. I was sure of it."
Then, a more heartbreaking cry.
"Yar! No!"
Dell got up and stumbled over the fallen drawers, past Loki and me until she reached him, dropping to her knees. He was unconscious again, but thankfully I could see his chest rise and fall, still breathing. He was alive, but the shockwave had hurt him like a magic backlash. Certain he was alive, Dell rose, movements determined, and stared at the magical chaos in the middle of her wrecked shop. She stretched out one arm, palm up, and, well, I didn't exactly see what she did, the working of it too subtle. I'd never seen her use her innate powers before. Most witches had them to some degree. Now, the wind swirling the dark and purple magic around Nikolaus slowed and then dispersed into a see-through gray cloud shot through with sparks before it vanished completely, as if absorbed into the air. On the floor lay the limp shape of Nikolaus, with a few of Arlen's and Corey's cuts still visible on his arms. Chapter 19. I stared dumbfounded at the sight before me, my mind struggling to process the surreal scene. Everything around us seemed to quiet, the chaos of mere moments ago fading into an eerie stillness. Only the worried murmurs of the crowd outside remained, a distant hum of anxious voices. Then I realized my own footsteps across the debris-littered floor were what broke the silence, the crunch of glass and wood beneath my boots unnaturally loud in the sudden hush. "So, I see. There is no more hope for the heart," Arlen said, shaking her head and tutting at me, her dark hair, loose now, swaying with the motion. For a moment, I didn't catch on, too focused on the destruction surrounding us. Then I looked down at the bloody, gory mass in my left hand, the remnants of Nikolaus's cursed heart. "Ew!" I blurted, and let go of it. The organ hit the floor with a sickening squelch. I wiped my hand on my dark pants, smearing the fabric with streaks of crimson. It didn't get all of it off, the blood staining my skin. But it would have to do for now. Arlen sighed, a hint of wistfulness in the sound. "Such a waste." She shook her head, but I distinctly saw a twinkle in her eye, a glimmer of mirth almost hidden beneath the disapproval. At least the dangerous Fae, people known to be a genuine threat in their vindictiveness, didn't seem entirely pissed off. That was a win, at least. As for the rest of it... "You two," Dell said as she got up again from behind the ruined counter, her voice holding a note of command. I turned to find her pointing at Loki and Corey, her slim finger jabbing in their direction. "Help me get him upstairs." She didn't wait for a response, already trying to get Yar up from the floor on her own, grunting with the effort, before either of them reached her side. It really took 3 people to lift the guy, his bulk unwieldy. While they heaved the big man upstairs and into bed, the stairs creaking under their combined weight, Arlen and I stayed behind in the wrecked shop, watching the unconscious form of Nikolaus. It did, however, seem as if Nikolaus was waking, a soft groan escaping his lips as he stirred. Arlen and I stood on each side of him, weapons drawn and at the ready, but I didn't fear him changing into his dragon form anymore. That threat, at least, seemed neutralized with the destruction of his magical heart. "What should we do with him?" Arlen asked, her thick accent more pronounced now, looking down at the fallen sorcerer with a calculating gaze. "Kill him?" No?" I replied, shifting uncomfortably at the suggestion. "Torture him, then," she pressed, a wicked glint in her dark eyes. I hesitated, not quite sure how to respond to that. Arlen tutted again, disapproving. "I see. You are one of those." "One of whom?" I asked, a wave of dizziness washing over me from standing for so long, the adrenaline of the fight wearing off. I just didn't dare let this guy out of my sight, not trusting him for a second. "Someone suffering from compulsive heroism syndrome," Arlen said, a hint of amusement in her melodic voice. I snorted despite my condition, a laugh bubbling up. "You sound just like your husband." "We just got to know each other, and already you offend me." She laid her free hand dramatically above her heart, the gesture exaggerated. It made me laugh outright, the sound echoing in the destroyed room. Good grief, they were the same, cut from the same cloth. "He has a way of ending up in such people's company. It is his biggest flaw." "I'm sorry?" I was almost giggling now, the absurdity of the situation hitting me. "That's his biggest flaw?" Arlen merely shrugged, as if nothing could be worse, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Then she looked down at the stirring Nikolaus again, her gaze hardening. "He clearly tortured you, dearie. Look at you," she said without actually doing so, her attention fixed on the fallen man. Without warning, she kicked him hard in the crotch, the blow vicious and precise. Nikolaus came to in a haze of pain, judging by the deep winces contorting his face and the crouching position he took before he even noticed the surrounding threats. When he did, his eyes widened slightly, darting between us, before he caught sight of the cuts still marring his arms and legs, the wounds no longer healing instantly. His eyes widened, shock and disbelief etched into his features, before he fell back, laughing, the sound edged with something manic. The cuts weren't serious, but that wasn't the point. They were still there. That was what mattered. The curse was broken. He was no longer indestructible, no longer immortal, and certainly no longer a wingless dragon, the source of his power destroyed. At that point, Loki and Corey came back into the shop, their footsteps heavy on the creaking floorboards. Dell clearly stayed behind upstairs, tending to Yar. "Ah, I see the worm is awake," Loki commented as he passed through the opening of the half-toppled counter, his tone dry. "He is," Arlen said, and cast a glance of exasperation my way, her dark eyes rolling. "And this paragon of virtue wants to spare his life." Loki gave a sigh as if laden with a heavy burden, the sound long-suffering. "Yes, she tends to do that now and then. It's hard training it out of her." "Dude," I said, momentarily forgetting about Nikolaus, my attention snapping to Loki. "We are trying to get pardoned." "Are we?" I get confused. He actually looked it too, his brow furrowing as if the concept were foreign to him. "This again?" I began, but was cut off by Corey's laughter, the sound rich and warm. "Don't you start as well," I said, shaking my head. I shouldn't fall to this level, especially with Arlen and Corey. They had started the night trying to grift Nikolaus after all. They were thieves, clearly at the height of their careers with no plans to stop. "I know this isn't your usual business," I said instead, turning to Arlen, "but you know the most about this curse." "What I know, and what I do not know is," she began, but I cut her off. "You clearly did your homework before attempting to trick him. I don't think you'd do that without knowing as much as possible, so as not to be in more danger than necessary. I just really need you to help my friend right now. Something happened to Yar, and Dell needs to know everything she can to heal him." My words came out in a rush, tumbling over each other. I didn't think she'd known he was a dragon before he turned, but she'd known about the heart. I didn't know exactly what had happened to Yar, or why it hadn't happened to me. Not knowing would not help Yar, though. Maybe Arlen could. At least I hoped so. The thought of losing a friend was too much. The Fae woman rolled her eyes slightly while pressing her lips together, but then finally gave a curt nod and walked toward the counter, her steps graceful despite the debris. "I am nothing if not helpful," she stated, which made Loki open his mouth, a retort clearly on the tip of his tongue. Before he could say anything, she raised her hand and actually patted it over his mouth, silencing him. "Wow," I said, looking after her with widened eyes, impressed by the casual display of control. "That was amazing." Loki narrowed his eyes, annoyance flashing in their green depths. "It was no—" "You two realize this guy's still here, right?" Corey interrupted, nodding toward the prone form of Nikolaus. Probably just as well, heading off the brewing argument. I turned to focus on Nikolaus again, but except for his stupid smile, mixed with grimaces of pain, there wasn't much threat to him anymore. We still needed to get him to the pyramid, though, hand him over to the authorities. "We need to get him to our handler," I said, voicing the thought aloud. "Your handler?" Corey raised a brow, curiosity coloring his tone. I waved him off, not wanting to get into the details of our arrangement. "Maybe we can hail a taxi?" I asked Loki, glancing his way. The problem with the carriages, though, was that you seldom traveled alone in them. Bringing a barely conscious and wounded man with us might raise some eyebrows. "I am certainly not carrying any more people today," Loki proclaimed, crossing his arms over his chest. "My hands are much too elegant for such manual labor." He flexed his long fingers for emphasis, the gesture somehow both haughty and ridiculous. I sighed. "Well, okay then. Let's find a solution that doesn't taint your precious hands." I looked up for a moment, not sure what help I'd find there, because the only things I saw were half-broken beams and a few intact strands of herbs still dangling from the ceiling. The rest lay scattered over the floor, the earthy scent of crushed leaves and spilled potions filling the air. Voices floated in from the large marketplace outside, reminding me we needed to get moving with more than one thing, the crowd growing restless. "Corey, could you please, somehow, close that door? Your boss is going to be busy for a few more minutes anyway." I gestured toward the gaping hole where the door had been, the opening letting in the sounds and smells of the city. The door in question lay somewhere outside, blasted off its hinges, but the empty space left in its wake needed to be closed off. Dell had more important things to worry about at the moment, her attention focused on helping Yar. "Sure," Corey surprised me by saying, his agreement easy. "But I'll—" He paused, staring at the opening with a thoughtful expression, before taking a step back, his boots crunching on the debris. "I'll fix it when they are gone."
Before I could reply, ask him what he meant, he turned and legged it for the broken window he'd come in through earlier, vaulting through the opening with feline grace and disappearing from view. I stood there, staring after him in utter confusion. The sound of heavy boots clomping on the floor near the missing door drew my attention, the noise jarring in the quiet. I turned, my muscles tensing, to stare right into the mustachioed face of Raldo Hunter, flanked by 3 of his hunter brethren, their expressions grim and foreboding. Crap. They were dressed similarly and all armed to the teeth, of course. They were a threat simply by their status as hunters, their very presence exuding an aura of danger. "Raldo Hunter," Loki drawled in greeting, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He grabbed hold of the part of the counter nearest the window, riding it enough to sit on top, the wood creaking beneath his weight. "I suppose we know what we owe the pleasure to this time." Raldo ignored the both of us, his piercing gaze focused solely on Nikolaus. The fallen wingless dragon had calmed down by now, his initial laughter fading into an eerie stillness. He stared back at the hunters with no visible emotion, his face an unreadable mask. It was like he didn't care, resignation etched into his features. He knew who they were. It was stated in the file we'd been given that they had attempted to stop him before. He'd even mentioned them himself. "You broke the curse, I see," Raldo commented, his voice gruff. He signaled for his companions to seize Nikolaus with a sharp jerk of his head. "You knew it was a curse?" I blurted. That had not been part of the non-redacted information in the file, the crucial detail conspicuously absent. It would have helped to know that. Apparently, the comment was not welcome. Raldo turned and stared at me, his eyes hard and cold, a silent warning. Behind him, 2 of the other hunters brusquely dragged Nikolaus to his feet, their movements rough and efficient. "What happens to him now?" I asked, unable to keep the question from spilling out, morbid curiosity getting the better of me. "Hopefully they'll kill me," Nikolaus, to my surprise, answered. He'd been quiet except for laughing so far. I stared in disbelief as the hunters took him outside, his form disappearing beyond the ruined doorway. "Focus, Morgan," Raldo ordered, his tone brooking no argument. I wrenched my gaze from the door and looked at him, meeting his steely eyes. "You 2, be at Antigone Theano's office in 3 hours." Before either Loki or I could respond, the man turned on his heel and followed his fellow hunters outside, his boots crunching on the debris-littered floor. I slowly let out my breath then, the tension draining from my body, and finally felt how beaten and weary I actually was. The adrenaline of the fight was fading, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion. I wandered over to the part of the counter closest to the door and automatically reached for it to lean against, seeking support. But the damaged wood simply gave way completely, almost taking me with it as it crashed to the floor. I stumbled, trying to keep my balance, a colorful string of curses falling from my lips. I huffed in frustration, blowing a stray strand of hair out of my face. "How's your night going so far?" Loki asked nonchalantly, his tone light and airy, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding us. "Not as well as yours, it seems." I sauntered over and sat beside him on the part of the counter he'd managed to get standing, the wood groaning beneath our combined weight. "He fared rough with you, then?" he asked, his voice softening almost imperceptibly, a hint of concern beneath the casual facade. I simply nodded, not trusting my voice. My body felt numb from the pain Nikolaus had inflicted, the memory of his magic searing through my veins. It was still hard to believe how callously he'd done it, like it was nothing to him, just another tool in his twisted arsenal. "I don't think it was being a dragon that made him a monster," I said, unable to help the glum sound of my voice. "Pfft, of course not. Only humans are monsters," Loki scoffed, his lips twisting into a wry smirk. I eyed him for a moment, considering his words. True,
But also gods, fae, elves, werewolves, shifters, pixies. All right, Loki interrupted, holding his hands up as if he were begging for mercy, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Only sentient, mostly humanoid beings are monsters, and despite your querulous ways, I suspect you do understand what I mean. Yeah. I reached up and pulled the pins out of my loose and halfway hanging chignon, letting my hair fall down in a tangled mess instead of the rat's nest it had become. Will they execute him before our meeting with Antigone, do you think? I asked, my voice quiet, almost lost in the stillness of the ruined shop. Wouldn't surprise me, Loki replied, his tone matter-of-fact. I sighed, my shoulders sinking under the weight of the realization. Executions were rare in Atlantis, a remnant of a darker past, reserved only for those who committed utterly heinous acts, like killing a bunch of people, and humiliating the state, whether or not the Lantians knew about that humiliation. No one had known about Nikolaos, his crimes hidden in the shadows. How did you guys find me anyway? I asked as I put the hairpins in a pocket. Oh, Chastity, it was easy, Loki said, a hint of laughter in his voice. Don't call me that. I frowned, shooting him a glare. And why was it easy? Loki chuckled, the sound warm in the quiet of the room. Because only you, raised as you were in an anti-magic cult, would think a bog witch can lift the curse of a blood witch. Naturally, this is where you'd go. He waved his hand in an elegant move to indicate the less than elegant room we were in, the gesture somehow both mocking and fond. Naturally, I said, feeling utterly deflated, the word falling flat. And Yar and Del are paying for it now. I got off the counter, my boots hitting the floor with a dull thud, my right leg hurting, but Loki stopped me from going farther by putting a hand on my shoulder, his touch gentle but firm. Don't go up there now, he said, his voice low and serious. Why not? I asked, turning to face him, confusion etched on my features. Because there's nothing you can do right now, and she is working hard, Loki explained, his green eyes holding mine, willing me to understand. I blinked. That's oddly empathetic of you. That is because I am the wisest and most empathetic person you know, Loki said, a smug grin spreading across his face. And it lasted exactly 2 seconds. I shook my head, trying and failing to hide the small smile tugging at my lips. Okay, Mr. Empathy, what are we going to do for the next 3 hours to pass the time? Come now, Red. You know the answer to that, Loki said, his eyes twinkling. Fine. I think there's a bar a street over from here, I conceded, pushing off the counter and stretching my sore muscles. Loki clapped his hands together as he jumped down from the counter, his movements graceful and fluid. Now you're finally making sense. Chapter 20. Well, Antigone said as she stared at us from across her desk, her gray hair loose in soft waves down to her shoulders, an elegant, high-waisted, light turquoise dress draping her frame. She certainly wasn't dressed like a traditional bureaucrat, but her stern demeanor exuded authority. You are alive. What I can't seem to decide upon is whether it's skill or luck. Her words stung, but I bit my tongue. Arguing would get me nowhere. Luck, Loki drawled from beside me, leaning back on the uncomfortable chair, his right calf resting on his left thigh with infuriating nonchalance. Always stupid luck. Great. Now my partner was talking us down, too. I shot him an irritated look, but thought better of contradicting him. The last thing I needed was for Antigone and Raldo, who loomed behind us like a hulking shadow, to know the gritty details of how everything had gone sideways. Yar had paid a steep price for our victory, and I had no intention of dragging him or Del further into this mess. Antigone tapped a finger on her desk, drawing my attention back to her piercing gaze. There's also the matter of half the roof collapsing on Nikolaos's mansion, the fires that ravaged said mansion, and the tremors that shook the neighborhood. A rare occurrence in Atlantis, I might add. She paused, her eyes flicking between Loki and me accusingly. And that was without the reports of a large reptilian creature roaming the neighboring roofs. A worm, Loki corrected, examining his nails with an air of boredom. Yes, the file stated he was some form of dragon, Antigone replied curtly. No, it didn't, I muttered under my breath. At Antigone's sharp look, I clarified. The file we received was heavily redacted. A heads up would have been nice. Antigone arched an eyebrow. Would it now? Her tone dripped with condescension, implying we should be grateful for the meager scraps of information they deigned to provide. I bit back a retort, remembering the frustrating lack of intel that plagued us during Agaton's reign. The pyramid seemed content to keep us in the dark, likely to prevent us from spreading sensitive information in the event of our demise. It was a cold, calculated strategy, one that left a bitter taste in my mouth. Taking a deep breath, I leaned forward, feeling the pains and aches in my body and not caring, meeting Antigone's steely gaze. Listen, our job was to bring you the monster. Antigone rested her forearms on her desk and folded her hands loosely. It was. Well, then we're done here, right? I asked. For now, Antigone replied, her words hanging in the air like a veiled threat. Loki scoffed. Here we go. For now. And how long will now be? We don't have years, you know. Antigone turned her piercing gaze on him. And how old, exactly, are you, Mr. Loft? Well, he's practically a geriatric, I quipped, noticing the slight twitch of Loki's mouth as he fought back a smirk. Which is why we don't have all the time in the realms. He was complaining about his hip the whole time. Antigone blinked, momentarily thrown off balance by my jab. She quickly composed herself, smoothing her features into an impassive mask. Sensing an opportunity to redirect the conversation, I asked, What happens to Nikolaus anyway? He's in the dungeons, Antigone replied, her tone even. What would you like to happen to him? Images of the insane, agonizing pain Nikolaus had inflicted upon me throughout the night flashed through my mind. The physical torment may have abated, but the memory of it still had my muscles coiled with tension, my nerves frayed and on edge. It wasn't something a couple of drinks had been able to fix, unfortunately. I don't care, I said, suddenly regretting having asked. I just wanted to get out of there. Loki, sensing my discomfort, chimed in. Is that all? For now, Antigone repeated, her words a thinly veiled warning. The kin are not entirely hidden. People are frightened. Be ready. Loki nodded, his face uncharacteristically serious. Of course, we will sit and await your summons with rapt attention. Antigone stared at him, unamused by his sarcasm, but Loki remained unfazed, meeting her gaze with a defiant smirk. The walk back through the bowels of the pyramid was suffocating, each step feeling like an eternity as Raldo's hulking presence loomed behind us. By the time we reached the gates and a soldier stepped aside to let us pass, I found myself regretting my earlier dismissal of Nikolaus's fate. Will Nikolaus be executed? I asked Raldo, my curiosity getting the better of me. The hunter eyed me for a long moment before responding cryptically. What would be the punishment in that? With that, he turned on his heel and left us. Yep, I was too curious. That answer only raised so many questions and already had my imagination spinning. Come on, Red, Loki urged, snapping me out of my dark musings. I followed him out of the pyramid grounds and back into the vibrant streets of Atlantis, the bustling city a welcome change from the oppressive atmosphere we'd just come from. As we walked, Loki mused. I believe that's the first time you've been less than malleable to either of our handlers. Why the change? No longer seeking your redemption? My redemption. There it was. I'm going to win you over, just so you know it. Loki's lips quirked into a smile. Or perhaps I'll win. Pfft. Think of your hip, old man. My hip is a perfect specimen of, Loki began, but I cut him off with a dismissive wave. Yeah, I muttered. Usually you're quite eager to please and, aside from your thoughtless comments now and then, not so quick to leave. To get away, I'd say. Well, you say a lot of things. All the time, but... I hesitated, then continued in a softer tone. Thanks for helping me speed things along in there. He really had. Oh, I do like this new trend of thanking me. Because I deserve it. Feel free to heap on some praise too, no? He danced back, narrowly avoiding the punch I aimed at his arm. None of that chastity. I need this arm to lift my beer. Again? We just had... I began, but Loki cut me off, his attention already elsewhere. And I spy snacks, he declared, making a beeline for a crowded stall selling spicy dried meats. And you used to be a god? With that attention span? I muttered, shaking my head as I followed at a more sedate pace, limping due to my hurting leg, content to hang back while Loki made his purchase. Moments later, he returned, happily munching on a strip of jerky. Want some? He offered, holding out a piece in my direction. Before I could respond, a flicker of movement caught my eye. The hair on my arm stood on end as a gust of air brushed against my skin. Whirling around, I snatched the arm of a young boy, his face startlingly familiar. You again? I blurted, recognizing the dark-haired urchin who'd stolen my wallet a while ago. What in the realms, kid? A quick pat of my jacket pocket confirmed that my wallet was, in fact, still in my possession. The boy squirmed in my grip, his free hand conspicuously empty. Let go of me, miss, he demanded, his high-pitched voice attempting a stern tone that fell flat on his youthful face. I began, and then turned around, making sure the kid did too, so I could see his long fingers. All of them. Loki didn't share his jerky. That was a distraction if ever I saw one. You got him to try this again? I demanded of Loki, who was watching all of this with clear amusement as he chewed. When in the realms did you even... I glanced over at the crowded stall. While you were in line? Let me go! The kid wailed, but no one around us stopped. Pickpockets were all too common in Atlantis, and it was obvious what he was. Only this pickpocket had been caught. The boy dropped the act at once when it didn't work, glaring at me, not in the least bit afraid. I'd say you're improving, Red, Loki told me. Oh, am I? I said, and fished out my wallet with my free hand. Hey, kid, I said, and let go of his arm. He quickly moved back, but sidled closer again when I got some money out. Take this and find some food. You need it. The boy eyed me suspiciously, then seemed to decide I really was that stupid. He took the notes and ran off. Feel better? Loki asked around a mouthful of jerky. No. Well, actually... I paused, a slow smile spreading across my face. You did sort of give me a compliment there. Sort of? Loki laughed, turning to continue our walk. Take it or leave it, Red. I hurried to catch up, falling into step beside him. No, I'll take it, and I won't forget it. In fact, I will remind you. Often. Aren't I lucky? Loki sighed, his tone dripping with exaggerated woe. Hey, you're the one who claimed everything we do is down to luck, I pointed out. She doesn't need to know everything, Loki replied, his expression turning pensive. True, but... I broke off, my gaze drawn to the thin red line marking the skin below my left thumb. The cut had long since stopped bleeding, the dull throb a mere footnote compared to the other aches and pains that racked my body. I was lucky nothing was broken, and I could walk at all, though slowly. Limping my way through the streets, the bruises, cuts, and sore muscles made sure to remind me I needed to rest. I likely looked like utter crap. That little cut below my thumb was the least of my pains, but at the moment,
It was the most interesting. It wasn't luck, I mumbled, more to myself than to Loki. He followed my gaze, his eyes widening slightly in understanding. That? He said, nodding toward the cut. No, it was a curse made by a blood witch, Red. They usually require at least a blood sacrifice for their magic to be swayed. So you knew adding blood would get my daggers working? I asked, my brow furrowing. Knew? No. Call it an educated guess in the heat of the moment. Something had to be done. It's about not letting distractions get... Loki trailed off as I tuned him out, my attention caught by a familiar figure seated outside a nearby cafe. There, in a dress shorter and less flowing than the one she'd worn when we first met, sat Arlen. She made no attempt to hide. You mean a distraction like that? I interrupted, tugging on Loki's sleeve to halt his steps. What? He asked, following my line of sight. There, I said, nodding toward Arlen. Loki's face darkened, his jaw clenching. Oh, he bit out, pressing his lips together in a thin line. Let's go. We have more important matters to attend to. He made to turn away, but I held firm. No, we don't. All we have to do is wait for Antigone to send her goon with our next job. Waiting is very important, Loki insisted, his tone clipped. Dude, get a grip. She's made an effort. The least you could do is reciprocate. Loki shot me an incredulous look. You do realize she followed us here, right? I shrugged, unperturbed. Yeah, but at some point, she went home and changed her clothes. It's actually kind of impressive that she managed to find us again. Arlen, who'd been looking straight at us, turned her head, her attention momentarily diverted by the approach of a server. The man bowed low, nearly tripping over a chair in his haste to retreat after taking her order. Loki watched the exchange with a skeptical eye. And you think that is someone worthy of conversation? Her glamour is impressive, I admitted, taking in the way the people around her seemed enraptured by her presence. Besides, she did come to my aid after Nikolaus abducted me. Don't be fooled. She came for the heart, Loki scoffed. Maybe so, but she still helped. Loki opened his mouth to argue more, but I cut him off. Who's walking around the warm porridge now? He tutted at me then. Really, Red, I believe you mean beating around the bush. I pressed my lips together as exasperation gripped me for a second, then thought better of it. Listen, you can discuss this with me the rest of the day, or you can just go over there. Loki just huffed at me, but it was an easy choice because he simply did walk over there. I fought back a smile as I watched him go, then turned and headed in the opposite direction. Despite Loki's earlier claim, there was something more important I needed to do. I made my way through the city, heading for Pingbrook Square. Loki had advised against disturbing Dell so soon after the night's events, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to see her, to make sure she was all right. The weight of Yar's sacrifice hung heavy on my heart, a dark cloud that refused to dissipate even in the wake of our victory over Nikolaus. As I approached Dell's home, I noted the damage to the exterior. Shingles littered the ground, having fallen from the roof by the pressure of the gigantic dragon inside. The shop front was in disarray, the door and window hastily boarded up with whatever materials Corey had been able to salvage from the wreckage. I made my way around to the back door, unsurprised to find it locked. Knocking would be pointless. Dell was unlikely to hear it upstairs. Glancing around to ensure I was unobserved, I picked the lock and found that she hadn't reset her magical alarm after the chaos. From there, it was a simple matter to locate Dell and Yar. I went upstairs and followed the soft glow of candlelight emanating from a room at the end of the hallway, taking care to make my footsteps audible so as not to startle them. Dell was the only one to register my presence. She turned as I entered, a tired smile gracing her lips. "Em," she greeted, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "I'm so sorry, Dell," I said, closing the distance between us and enveloping her in a tight embrace. She returned the hug,
her arms wrapping around me with a desperation that spoke of her fear and worry. As we parted, Del wiped a stray tear from her eye, her gaze drifting to the bed where Yar lay, his face a blank mask in the depths of unconsciousness. The blankets were pulled up to his chin, his chest rising and falling with each shallow breath. "What happened to him?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "He helped me squeeze that heart. Shouldn't it have affected both of us?" Del shook her head, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I'm not sure, Em. But somehow, whatever curse trapped that dragon, some of it transferred to Yar when he used his magical dust on the damaged heart." A wave of guilt crashed over me, threatening to drag me under. I had brought this upon Yar, ruining his life not once, but twice. If only Nikolaus hadn't been able to tap into my memories. If only I had been stronger, faster, smarter. "Everything happened by chance," I said, my voice hollow. "Nikolaus read my mind. That's how he found your place. Loki realized blood was needed. Yar weakened the heart with his dust after I cut it. It all unfolded in the heat of the moment, but I don't understand why Yar was hurt, and I wasn't." Del's shoulders slumped, her expression bleak. "I don't know. Blood curses are notoriously complex and difficult to break. It seems to have transferred to Yar in some way." She took a shuddering breath, visibly struggling to maintain her composure. I placed a comforting hand on her arm. "You need rest, Del. You can't help Yar if you're exhausted." She shook her head vehemently. "I can't leave him. What if—" "I'll stay with him," I promised, my tone brooking no argument. "I'll keep watch and wake you the moment anything changes. Please get some sleep." It took some coaxing, but eventually Del relented. With a final glance at Yar's still form, she retreated to an adjoining room, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the oppressive silence. I spotted a small, three-legged stool tucked beneath a side table and dragged it over to Yar's bedside. The hard, uncomfortable seat would help keep me awake, a fitting penance for the role I had played in Yar's condition. As I settled in, my gaze drifted over Yar's pallid features. He looked peaceful, his face free from the lines of pain that had marred it during our confrontation with Nikolaus. What had his life become because of me? He had finally found happiness with Del, only to have it ruined by my actions. I shook my head, a heavy sigh escaping my lips. There was nothing to do but have faith in Del. She would find a way to save Yar. She just needed to get some rest and let the shock subside. Nothing to it, I thought gloomily, winced at the pain in my back, and settled in for my watch. Chapter 21. "I'll be off then, miss." "Mm-huh," I muttered groggily, then bolted upright in my chair. "I'm awake," I added, mind still hazy with the remnants of sleep. All right?" Walworth stood in the library's doorway, his eyebrows raised slightly at my confused state. Glancing around, I found myself seated behind my father's desk, with a few books on dragon lore scattered before me. I must have dozed off while reading. Rubbing my face with my right hand, I focused on Walworth. "I'm sorry, Worthy. You were saying?" "I'm heading out, miss," he repeated patiently. "Oh, yes." I nodded vigorously, trying to shake off the lingering drowsiness. "Have fun with Carlene." The butler's usually stoic face softened into a small, uncharacteristic smile. He nodded, then added, "May I suggest using a bed, miss? It's better for your neck." "I'll take that into consideration," I replied wryly. A few moments later, I heard the front door close as Walworth left to meet his girlfriend. With Loki also out, the emptiness of the house settled around me like a suffocating blanket. I glanced down at the books I'd found on my father's shelves. For a man so deeply invested in eradicating magic from this realm, he certainly had an interesting collection on the subject. But I supposed knowing your enemy was the point. Had the file on Nicolaus not been so heavily redacted, some of the information in these tomes might have proven useful. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no simple solution for dealing with a blood witch's complicated magic. Despite having slept like the dead after yesterday's ordeal, while my limp was gone, my body still felt sore and stiff, the aches a lingering reminder of what I'd endured in Nicolaus's clutches. This morning, I'd wolfed down my breakfast in a most unladylike manner, hunger overriding any sense of decorum. Nicolaus's torture had been excruciating in the moment, but it had left no physical pain in its wake, only in my mind. I knew I'd been lucky, all things considered, but it was hard to stay positive when the memory of Yar's vulnerability and Dell's worry weighed so heavily on my mind. I was just about to close the books when the trill of the doorbell echoed through the house. The sound faded before I remembered I was alone. Leaving the books on the desk, I made my way to the front door and opened it, only to be met with an unexpected visitor. "You?" I blurted, my eyes widening in surprise. Corey greeted me with a dazzling smile. "I think a normal greeting would go something like, 'Hello, so nice to see you,'" he said, his blue eyes twinkling in the daylight. He wore a light gray shirt, jeans, and a thin jacket, his attire perfectly suited for the warm weather. The sun caught his hair, making it shine in a way I'd never noticed before, having only ever seen him indoors or in Lantian darkness. Mentally shaking my head, I chided myself. That was so not important right now. "Okay," I said skeptically, arching an eyebrow at his cheery demeanor. "Hello," I added, my tone completely deadpan. This didn't seem to deter his chirpy mood at all. "How do you know where I live?" "Do you honestly think Arlen wouldn't figure out where her husband was staying the minute she found out he was back in the city?" Corey countered, his lips quirking into a smirk. "Oh yeah, I guess you're right." Loki had only been back for a few hours last night before heading out again. Whether he'd gone to see his wife or not, I had no idea. He was always coming and going like that. "Anyway," Corey continued, his voice taking on a more serious note, "I said it before, and I'll say it again. I think we got off on the wrong foot." "No kidding," I muttered, my tone dripping with sarcasm. "And seeing as we might both need an ally against the people we keep company with, maybe we could try this again." I narrowed my eyes, suspicion creeping into my voice. "Is this some sort of weird trap?" "No." Corey's smile seemed genuine, his eyes holding no trace of deceit. "Trick?" "No." "Scheme?" "Nope." I studied him for a moment, trying to discern any hint of ulterior motives, but before I could voice my doubts, Corey extended his right hand toward me. "How about we attempt being friends instead of so adversarial?" My gaze dropped to his outstretched hand, then back to his face. "You made it so that I ended up in the dungeons," I reminded him. "True, to a degree," he conceded, his expression turning somber. "But I was not the reason you ended up there, and though I imagine it was an awful and frightening experience, I'll still bet it was better than starving to death due to your illustrious guide." His words gave me pause. As much as I hated to admit it, even to myself, he had a point. Yes, my parents had brought me into the cult, but I had still known right from wrong and chosen to remain in my faith-based prison nonetheless. After a moment's hesitation, I reached out and took his hand, the warmth of his skin somehow both comforting and unsettling. "I'll go as far as a truce," I said, my voice firm. Corey's face lit up with a gorgeous smile, and I mentally rolled my eyes at myself for even noticing. "A truce is agreeable," he said, releasing my hand. The spot where his fingers had touched mine tingled with a strange heat. "How about we mark this truce with a drink?" Corey suggested, his tone light and friendly. I blinked, taken aback by the offer. "You want a drink? With me?" "No, I meant the old lady next door who seems petrified to go near her hedge but really wants to know what's going on over here," he quipped, eyes sparkling with mirth. Glancing over at my neighbor Amarilia's flower garden,
I couldn't see her or the hedge at the moment, the view obscured by the lush foliage. "We've had words." Corey laughed, the sound warm and infectious. "I bet." I eyed him for a moment, weighing my options. "You're a thief," I finally said, as if that explained everything. And to me, it kind of did, but suddenly I wasn't so sure. "And you're working for the pyramid, but I don't hold that against you," Corey countered, tone teasing. My mind drifted to the thieves I'd encountered recently, one so brutal that I'd stepped in to help my uncle, one young, hungry, and desperate, and one who'd come to Dell's shop after everything had descended into chaos. I remembered Loki's claim about Arlen, that she'd only shown up because of the heart. That was likely true of Corey as well. But he had boarded up Dell's door and window. "Fine," I relented, a small smile tugging at the corners of my lips. I guess one drink couldn't hurt. "Great," Corey beamed at me, his joy infectious. "I'll just get a jacket," I said, turning to head back inside. As I did, I felt a strange sensation in my chest, like an unknown pressure that didn't feel dangerous, but rather good. "Isn't it a bit risky, being in an area like this?" I asked Corey as we sat perched on a slightly slanted roof, overlooking the bustling street below. "With so many constables around?" "Why? None of them knows who I am," he said with a shrug. "Besides, it was one of Arlen's first lessons. Pay attention to them and see how they operate. It will come in handy one day." "Huh." I turned my gaze to the constables visible in the street, trying to discern their patterns and movements. After a while of observation, I had to admit Corey was right. I could see them signaling and communicating with each other, their focus seemingly on catching pickpockets. The street beneath us was a hive of activity, the air filled with the clamor of voices and the clip-clop of horse-drawn carriages. Vendors hawked their wares from colorful stalls, the scent of roasting meats and sweet pastries wafting up to our perch. People from all walks of life mingled in the throng, their clothes a vibrant patchwork of colors and styles. It was a snapshot of Atlantis in all its chaotic glory. "Thanks," I said after a stretch of amiable silence, the kind that felt comfortable rather than awkward. "This is much better." I drew a deep breath of relief. Darkness had fallen, and I was amazed at how quickly the hours had flown by in Corey's company. "You didn't seem to enjoy the crowd in the bar all that much," he observed, tone gentle. "It's not the crowd," I began, keeping my eyes trained on the constables below. With a sigh, I decided to just get it over with. "You might as well know this now. I don't do very well in social settings. I don't always know what to say when there's just everyday chatter going on." Despite the dim light, I could still make out Corey's face, illuminated by the glow of the street lamps. He suppressed a smile, but not quickly enough to escape my notice. "Really?" he asked, voice diplomatically neutral. Obviously, he knew. "Smartass," I muttered, and he snorted in amusement. "I guess it's a side effect of not growing up normally," I continued, my gaze drifting over the sea of faces below. "When you're surrounded by people who think, mean, and are interested in the exact same thing, there's no room for curiosity and, verbal sparring, I guess." "Oh, believe me," Corey said, his laughter warm and devoid of mockery. "You master verbal sparring to a great extent." "Maybe. But it's when people start talking about the weather, their dinner, music they like, what they did with other people. I just sort of, I don't know, fall away from it all, like I have nothing to contribute." Corey turned his attention from the street to me, his eyes searching my face. "Sounds like you missed out a bit." "Yeah," I agreed, my voice barely above a whisper. "How does this work with your chattering partner, then?" "I don't know. It just does. We get along. He actually helps.
I suppose it's easier for me when things are happening in the moment. I don't have to grasp for things to talk about then. He was still looking directly at me, and I tore my gaze away from the 5 constables spread out below, turning to meet his eyes. "I know it's kind of weird," I blurted, but he shook his head. "It's not." He reached out and brushed a lock of hair behind my ear. My pulse quickened as he leaned closer, and I found myself drawn to him, meeting him halfway in a tentative kiss. As our lips met, the initial hesitation melted away, and the kiss deepened, his warm lips against mine giving me a sensation of elation. "I guess that counts as something happening in the moment," I whispered as we broke apart, our faces still mere inches from each other. "Speaking of things happening," Corey said, his attention returning to the street, "there's a hunter down there now. Do you usually find yourself around them?" Reluctantly, I pulled away from him and followed his line of sight. He was right. A hunter had appeared among the crowd, and the number of constables had increased as well. "I don't know who that hunter is," I admitted, "but I do know the inspector over there, the one on the right." I pointed to a pair of them, Uncle Allen standing to the right. They kept their distance but watched the hunter closely, clearly aware of the hunter's new assignment in the city, but doing little more than staying out of the way. "Friend of yours?" Corey asked, eyebrow raised. I shook my head. "He hates my guts." My gaze drifted back to the hunter. He was approaching the building we sat upon, heading toward the narrow street that branched off from the main thoroughfare. Pulling the hood of my jacket over my head, I noticed Corey doing the same without question. Quietly, I crept to the edge of the roof and peered down, ignoring the lingering soreness in my body, and spotting the hunter directly below us. He had entered the narrow street, and farther down, a woman walked at a brisk pace, clearly aware that she was being followed. Remembering the incident with the werewolf over a week ago, I didn't hesitate. While the woman could be some sort of magical serial killer, I highly doubted it given everything I'd seen of hunter and pyramid business lately. Reaching into my jacket pocket, I withdrew a vial. The liquid within glowed a soft blue in the dim light. The color didn't matter much this time. I just needed to give the woman a head start. With more hunters likely in the area, this was all I could do for her. Corey moved to my side as I took aim and threw the vial, my aim true. It struck the hunter, and he immediately froze, his body toppling to the cobblestones with a dull thud. The sound alerted the woman, who glanced back over her shoulder. To my utter astonishment, she leaped into the air and transformed into a massive eagle, her wings nearly brushing the walls of the buildings on either side as she took flight, soaring up and away into the night sky. I gaped at the sight, a smile of wonder spreading across my face, but Corey's urgent voice shook me back to reality. "We need to go now," he urged, his tone low and insistent. He asked no questions about my actions, for which I was grateful. Glancing over at Uncle Allen, I found him staring directly at us. With the weak light and our hoods obscuring our features, there was no way he could identify us. Yet, as several constables and the other inspector rushed toward the frozen hunter below, my uncle remained where he was, his gaze locked on our position. I couldn't help myself. This time, it was I who gave a mock salute, 2 fingers tapping my forehead before I turned and followed Corey across the rooftops. This has been Cons and Hexes, Book 4 in the Atlantis Outcasts series. Written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.